I'm breaking through," Daniel gasped out for Faxial's sake before screaming in pain again. For a half hour, he could do nothing but clutch his head and keep screaming due to the pain that seemed to be building up towards something. Crack! Suddenly, the pain vanished after Daniel heard a cracking sound reverberate in his ears. Getting up, he felt that the particles around him seemed a bit clearer than before. Although the difference wasn't momentous, it was still noticeable. To test it out, Daniel cast a fireball spell above his hand. As he connected and used the most number of particles he could, he noticed that the fireball was at least half a size bigger than what it had been before. The largest he could produce comfortably at one time had barely been bigger than a ping-pong ball. Producing multiple ones like he had done in the spars against Elenef exhausted him completely, making him slump on the ground with a headache soon after. As for this size, he could easily shoot out 10 of them before starting to feel the same way. He had finally advanced to become an amateur human mage. This was the first major step that anyone would take on the path of a mage. As happiness swelled in him, Daniel sat down on the bed before deciding what to do next. The matter with the spell technique was too urgent, hence Daniel set off for Master Jonah's cabin immediately. Faxial had said that he would train. After seeing Daniel's breakthrough and increase in power, he also wanted to push forward and gain power as fast as possible. He had to do so especially if he wanted to take revenge on the trio who had been harassing him endlessly. On arriving at the cabin, Daniel cursed seeing that it was empty again. Having no choice but to come back later, he opted to go towards the Yellow Comprehension batch area. Each batch had a certain area that they were designated to in the National Magic Academy of Lanthina. Recreation areas, learning areas and training areas were all different, and students of other batches were forbidden from entering these areas. There were only a few places that students of all batches could fraternize, namely the library and the student quarters. Now, with unrestricted access to the academy, Daniel could go wherever he wished. Walking towards the Yellow Batch's training area, Daniel heard cheers and whistles as if there were a show going on. A crowd had formed around two teams who were fighting it out on the sparring ground. As the students had finished their first year in the academy, sparring was now allowed on the academy grounds. Daniel had been itching for a noble to challenge him to a spar so that he could beat them up without having to initiate the challenge himself and get noticed. Sadly, there were no invitations yet. The 30 feet square ground had two teams standing on either end. Each team had 5 members. Of the 5, 3 students who had robust bodies even for 13-year-olds stood in the front, whereas the other 2 seemed to be hiding behind him. One team was completely made up of commoners like Daniel, who wore clothes with fading colors that had clearly been worn for a long time. On the other side, the 2 kids standing behind were nobles, with clothes similar to the ones worn by the twins in the trio who had attacked Faxial. As for the other 3, although their clothes didn't have the royal crest, the quality wasn't lacking at all when compared to the 2 behind them. A judge was also present at the scene. As he shouted "Begin," the crowd cheered in anticipation. The 3 kids in the front of the team comprised of commoners ran forward while the 2 behind raised their hands. Daniel noticed that the 3 had smooth and agile movements. Clearly, they were fighters. As they got nearer to the other team, they started jumping and rolling at carefully calculated moments to avoid the ice pricks and fireballs that were being thrown at them by the other team. On the other team, the 3 in front just stood there nonchalantly, as if whatever was happening did not concern them. Although the 2 nobles shot out spells frequently, even they did not seem very serious. Now, on the command of the 2 who had raised their hands, the trio who were rushing forward suddenly put their hands back, bending forward and pointing them towards their teammates while still being careful to avoid the attacks. A thin layer of iron formed on the trio's hands while the gap between them and the other team decreased to only a couple of feet. With shining hands that looked like they could break through anything, all 3 smiled before punching at the other team who just stood there, chuckling. A transparent barrier formed in front of the enemy team, blocking all 3 attacks while the kids had no choice but to scream due to the pain from the impact. Blown backwards, Expressions of intense agony were apparent on their faces as each of them thudded to the ground. Just as the ice pricks made by the nobles were about to pierce the three on the ground, they were teleported out by the judge. "Winner, Team Valenal," said the judge, before shaking his head and looking sadly at the three whom he had just laid down. The other two also trudged off the ground and reluctantly walked towards their teammates. Daniel, who was near the spot where the team had been teleported to, had his mind blown as he watched the first fighter-mage combo in his life. It was very hard to cast spells on moving targets, yet these two had done so in a short span of time, especially with three targets who were moving so erratically. Although he had learned the metal spell, it needed a medium to be used, unlike fireballs and ice pricks which could simply form in the air. Hence, it had not been part of his regular arsenal. Damn those trinkets. I thought that because we perfected the metal assault combo, we could finally beat those obnoxious brats who only know how to hide behind defense trinkets, said one of the kids who had cast the spell. He struggled to stop the tears from spilling from his eyes, while the others also sighed softly and gazed at the other team who sneered at them before walking off the sparring ground. Although many in the audience had simply left after seeing the three blown back, quite a few kids stayed and continuously praised the nobles, as if they had been the reason for the victory. Daniel had actually come here with the intention to find something that he could use to pull the commoners firmly over to his side. He had had no idea that he would find such discrimination based on wealth. Defense trinkets with such strong capabilities would surely cost at least 300-400 gold lands in the marketplace. Also, witnessing the first fighter mage combo had broadened his mind and expanded his horizons. Walking up to the team, he said, "If you want to win, then I have a suggestion for you." The legendary Daniel. "How are you here? Aren't you all forbidden from entering our grounds?" said one of the kids who had just arrived and was helping up the three who were still wincing from the pain. "Haven't you heard? My award was unlimited access to the academy," Daniel said, folding his hands. "Okay, then what brings you here? And what suggestion do you have?" Daniel just looked at the kid without speaking before he realized that they hadn't even told him their names yet. "I'm Joshua, the team leader. This is Helvix, my classmate. These three are Vanda, Janda and Xander. They are brothers and they attend the fighter academy next door." Nodding, Daniel said, "And as you all seem to know, I'm Daniel." Observing the crowd, I noticed that this wasn't the first time you were sparring. "What is your quarrel with the nobles?" "They are the tyrants of the Yellow Batch. They regularly beat up those who spoke even a little ill of the king or the nobility. Yet, the academy turns a blind eye towards them. Some masters admonish them a bit, but they don't care about that." The two of us were beaten up into a near-death condition in the beginning of the year due to a casual remark that I made. Since then, we had been planning to take revenge. During the 5-day break, we trained this combo with the three brothers who live near us. They had also suffered in the hands of the nobility in the fight academy, and we became a team when we shared our stories with each other. He looked down with shame as he continued. "The first time after getting back, we almost beat them because they were caught off guard. At the last moment, that darn defense trinket was activated and we have been losing ever since. Each time, we have been challenging them hoping to find a weakness. I just don't want to give up. But there is no point in getting injured again and again." An expression of struggle was evident on Joshua's face as he said the last lines. This was clearly someone who hated to give up, but simply had no other choice. Daniel marveled at the tenacity of the team which had chosen to plan and wait for the right moment to beat down those who had oppressed them. Such a combo was definitely not easy to train. Yet these five had almost perfected the execution in just a few days. Also, they had only been 12 years old. Being able to think with such maturity at such a young age was truly something to be praised. He felt lucky that he had found exactly the type of people he had been looking for. Although he would inquire later if everything was true, it was now time to throw out the bait. "I can show you the way to defeat the barrier. But what will I get in return?" he asked, looking expectantly at Joshua. His answer would decide his fate. "Anything. If you can really do that, we would be willing to follow you to the depths of hell," he answered, shaking with anger remembering everything that they had had to endure. As he looked at his teammates, they also nodded, signaling that they would follow their leader. Daniel was actually shocked hearing the answer. He had never expected that it would be this easy. It seemed that the oppression in the lower grades was much higher than he had expected. The king was really making things too easy for him, he thought, before replying to Joshua, whose hand was shaking because he was squeezing it too hard in anger. "Remember what you said." "Meet me in the woods near the library in 30 minutes, he said, before turning around and leaving. It was up to them whether they would stand on their word. After going back to the quarters and grabbing a quick bite to eat, Daniel made his way to the forest, which was accessible to all students. This had been the location where he had practiced his path of a paragon. To his delight, the 5 were already at the entrance of the woods, waiting. Daniel himself had chosen to come 5 minutes early, but they had come even earlier. "Follow me," he said, before leading them further inside. An hour later, the 5 kids walked out of the woods with anticipation apparent on their faces. "Remember what you promised when you win the fight. Meet back here at the stroke of midnight if you choose to keep your word." Daniel, who had followed them out, said these words before walking away in a different direction. Yellow Batch Sparring Grounds, National Magic Academy of Lanthina. A crowd of students could be seen rushing to a particular sparring arena which already had over 50 students milling around, waiting for something to happen. "What's the matter? Didn't the match between Team Joshua and Team Valena already happen?" asked a kid dressed in commoner clothes, puzzled at what the rush was. Joshua challenged them again. "The match is gonna start in 5 minutes, said one of the students who was in a hurry to get to the arena. Eyes widening, he joined the crowd and ran, trying to get a spot in the front. In the past few days, the teams had repeatedly fought and it had always been a sight to see. Whether it was the expensive defense trinket or the exquisite teamwork between Joshua and the others, each fight had not failed to make the crowd go ooh and ah. Soon, the match began. Much like before, the 2 teams were standing in front of each other as the same judge announced the start of the match. As the crowd cheered without stop, 2 of the fighters walked forward and turned around, positioning themselves in front of their team. "Let the monkeys jump around however they like. They can't do anything against the trinket anyway. Maybe at least then, they will give up after realizing their incompetence," said one of the nobles in the opposite team. Hearing this, the others relaxed and started watching the scene. The 2 fighters who had their backs to the enemy kept turning around to check whether there were any spells shooting their way. Seeing that the team had chosen to relax like in one of the spars they had had before, they smiled, thanking their lucky stars. Joshua and Helvix had already raised their hands, concentrating on casting the spell they had agreed on beforehand. "Go." On hearing Joshua's signal, Xander started running forward. His brothers, who were directly in front of him, cupped their hands and placed them on their thighs after kneeling down. On reaching the first brother, Xander leapt up on the cupped hands, rising into the air. The former also jumped in sync, increasing Xander's upward momentum. A second later, the second brother, who had been standing a few inches away from the first, leapt up before putting his cupped hands above his head. This was the second step up. Using his brother's hands in the air as support, Xander leapt again, pushing the other down. He was now 10 feet up in the air due to the light weight of their bodies. A metal layer like before started forming on Xander's right fist, which was raised in the air. Only, it seemed to be congealing into what looked like a sword. They had planned it so that Xander would fall down exactly on top of the dome created by the defense trinket. Everything happened in only a few seconds, so the enemy team had no chance to respond before they saw Xander bearing down on them from above. The dome flickered into existence but was quickly and smoothly pierced through by the sharp sword, allowing Xander to land between them. Meanwhile, 5 fireballs had already been shot by Joshua and Helvix before casting the spell that made the metal sword on Xander's fist. They had perfectly calculated it so that the fireballs would hit as soon as the dome was pierced. The crowd went into an uproar seeing all 5 of the enemy team teleported out by the judge, who couldn't believe his eyes. Even the team who had just been teleported out were shocked at the sudden turn of events. A strategy used by the elite legions to take down magically defended locations. What kind of wit is needed to even think of using it to pierce a defense trinket? And what kind of incredible cooperation is needed to execute it so smoothly? Wondered the judge out loud. Hearing this, all 5 of them could do nothing but curse. Picking themselves up, they hastily made their way out while boos from the crowd followed them. The noble who had given the order to relax had a twisted expression on his face, as if he were planning something sinister to take revenge on those who dared to boo him. Yet, no one saw this seed of hatred that had been planted. Only one kid who was in the shade of a tree a little distance away was watching, taking note of all of the changes of expression apparent on their faces. This was Daniel. Nodding to himself, seeing that his plan was going well, he started walking towards the energized training chamber to get some training done. Now, with parallel processing one in hand, he could train both his body and mage roots simultaneously. This was exactly what he had been dreaming of the whole year, so he resolved to spend every moment of time that he could in the training chamber. Night quickly approached, bathing the academy in the soft glow of moonlight. At the woods near the library, 6 students were gathered with 5 kneeling in front of the one in the center who had a bemused expression on his face. "What are you all doing?" "Get up," said Daniel with an exasperated tone. The 5 of them had again arrived before the appointed time and had surrounded Daniel as soon as he had come. Expecting that they would just thank him for the tip he had given, Daniel was shocked to see each of them fall to the ground, kneeling, while tears flowed from their eyes. The silence of the night was pierced by the sound of teardrops falling on dry leaves. Joshua managed to control his emotions first. Still kneeling, he raised his head to meet Daniel's eyes. In those eyes, Daniel could see the sheer euphoria that came from obtaining victory after losing numerous times. "You lead us to victory." For the first time, we felt that we were above the lofty nobles. For the first time, we felt that we weren't just insects that they could swat when they pleased. The others nodded at his words, while the tears still flowed unabated. As Joshua paused, all of them raised their heads and spoke in unison. The combined voice echoing through the forest gave a solemn tone to the atmosphere, making Daniel stand up straight and gaze at them all with a stoic expression. "As per our word, we choose to give unto you everything that is ours. Please accept us as your followers, and neither heaven nor hell will stand in our way when we march on your word." Although a few sentences were missing, this was similar to the magical pledge made by soldiers when they joined the army. "I accept." Hearing this, the 5 stood up and hugged each other with joy. If anyone observed the scene, they would be shocked to find out that Daniel had actually been the one hoping to take them on as followers. The system's voice that echoed in Daniel's mind at this moment sounded like the horn that was blown to signal the start of a conquest. Achievement: First Oath Accepted obtained. First Oath Accepted. By offering your help when it was needed the most, you planted a seed of admiration that bloomed into an oath of fealty. Congratulations on accepting your first oath. 1000 EXP awarded. Total EXP, 2350. After the 5 were done rejoicing, Daniel asked the question that had been bothering him since he had spectated the match. "I only told you that the dome is susceptible to sharp attacks from above. How did you figure out a way to execute a leaping attack so easily? And most importantly, what made you want to follow me enough to make you kneel and feel so happy?" "When I accepted." This time, it was Helvix who answered. Unlike Joshua, who was a thin kid with dark hair and a long nose, Helvix was stockily built even for a 13-year-old. His face had cheeks that would make anyone looking want to pinch them, and he was adorably round with a huge belly. "We perfected it when we went to steal food from a merchant's warehouse near our houses. The wall was quite high, so Xander would jump in before letting the rest of us up. For some reason, I was always the one assigned to be on lookout while the others went inside." Hearing Helvix's whining tone, Daniel couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was quite apparent why this round kid was left as the lookout. The tension that was in the atmosphere was broken, prompting the others to laugh along and tease Helvix, who still had a grumbling expression on his face. "We commoners simply wish that we be treated fairly by the academy. which repeatedly shows favoritism towards the nobles. It was this simple remark that made those two beat us up, starting the whole thing. We don't know if following you will result in a change, but based on what we saw in the assessment and how you helped us when we were ready to give up, we simply want to take the chance, said Joshua while the others smiled and looked at Daniel with hopeful gazes. For the first time, Daniel experienced the feeling of someone other than his parents placing their hopes on him. All he had done was pass along some information that Eleneth had told him in passing. Yet, they had chosen to swear an oath and follow him. Although their oaths weren't magically sworn, in the pure hearts of the 13-year-old, these oaths were equally binding. Vowing to himself that he wouldn't let them down, Daniel gave them the first mission that he had had in mind for a long time. He instructed them to gather information about all of the commoners who were similarly oppressed, and the list of the nobles who loved oppressing them the most. Then, they were also instructed to become friends with them and slowly broach the topic of fighting against the nobles like they had done. It had to be done casually while making certain that it was just a passing remark which wouldn't elicit any suspicion from the other party. Deciding to meet back here in 10 days, the 6 dispersed, walking to their quarters. Behind a tree around 100 feet away from Daniel, a man with unkempt hair scratched the stubble on his cheeks while silently pondering something. Staring at the exact spot where the 5 had sworn their oath, an expression of interest appeared on his face. Before vanishing, he flicked his finger, making a semi-transparent dome appear and flicker out of existence at the exact spot where Daniel had accepted the oath. Daniel felt a disturbance in the air as he walked towards the student quarters. Just as he took another step forward, everything around him changed. The colors of the night which had been drab became gray, as if the moonlight shining down had changed color. The quiet sounds of the crickets in the night were also cut off, and a semi-transparent dome flickered into existence above him. A familiar man appeared in front of him, stepping out of space before saying, "Someone wants to meet you." It was Master Jonah. Daniel calmed down as he knew that this was someone Keller trusted. "You have been busy lately," a voice that made him shiver floated into his ears, after which another man stepped out of the space beside Master Jonah. His shivering was because he was reminded of the exact moment the Firewind Dragon had roared, bringing fire and destruction the likes of which he had never seen before. It was the priest of rectitude with red hair that had helped him and said that he owed them a debt. "Nice to meet you again, Daniel. I am Radagast, and I would like to invite you to the Church of Rectitude." An invitation to the church? Daniel was intrigued. The last time they had met, Radagast had simply shown a slight interest in Daniel. He wondered what had changed now to make him offer an invitation. "Remember, state your terms and let him decide. Our arrangement has nothing to do with him. You will not touch him or his followers no matter what he decides," said Master Jonah, interrupting Radagast who had been about to continue. His drunken manner was gone, and he now stood alert as if he was watching every one of Radagast's movements. "Of course, the church never forces, we only suggest." "Daniel, let me tell you something about this kingdom before I put forward my offer." Master Jonah opened his mouth as if he were about to stop Radagast from speaking, but he simply sighed and shook his head before allowing him to continue. "In 10 years, the nobility of this kingdom will be dead and a new ruler will take its place." Hearing such an explosive statement, Daniel couldn't help but think that he had heard wrong. The nobility would be assassinated? Such a news out of the blue made his mind go completely blank. In fact, he even doubted whether Radagast was telling the truth. The nobility had established this kingdom in the first place, and for centuries they had ruled it with very little opposition. With all of that accumulated power, how could anyone kill off all of the nobility, and that too in such a short span of time? Don't overthink. This is something that even the king himself knows, and it is the main reason why he is training so maniacally to reach the next level. To state the reason briefly, they brought it upon themselves. Oppressing 90% of the population is simply a bad idea, but the king turned a blind eye towards all the warning signs before it was too late. Now, no matter what he does, it is simply impossible to turn public favor towards him, said Master Jonah, seeing that Daniel had phased out after hearing the news. Indeed. And by doing so, he allowed my church and a few other institutions to gain a foothold inside the city. The most powerful of those is the Tricobra sect, which had set up its operations in the city before any of us even turned our gaze towards this kingdom. As for the annihilation of the nobility, this has been in planning for decades. The previous king, who is presently the strongest mage in this kingdom, will pass away in the next 10 years. At that time, nothing can stop the forces we gathered from stamping down the doors of the palace and carrying out a massacre. All the sinners will be the kindling which will set alight the fire from which this kingdom must be reborn. And we, the Church of Rectitude, will take control of Lanthana and turn into a holy city where the Almighty Saint will reign. Looking into Radagust's black eyes, Daniel was almost sure he could see fire raging in them. "State your conditions and get moving." "We don't have much time," said Master Jonah, breaking Radagust out of the expression of triumph that had appeared in his face after saying those words. "As you wish. Join the church and swear an oath that you will follow our doctrine till the day you die. In return, we will give you the spell technique that is many levels above the one taught in your academy. Also, if you form enough of a following, the church will promote you to a deacon and let you set up a branch of the church that you can command. Any resources that you need will be yours, and even your followers will get the opportunity to become priests of the glorious Church of Rectitude." Taking out a piece of white parchment from his priest's robe, Radagust handed it to Daniel before saying, "In there is the doctrine of the church, along with a detailed list of all the support the church promises you. This is an offer usually made to those with legendary potential, but you are an exception. Being a seed with pseudo-legendary potential in a kingdom that will soon be purged, you are very valuable to us and you can achieve great things with our support. I will meet you at this spot again in 3 days. I hope to hear a positive answer from you at the time." With these words, Radagust vanished, leaving Daniel standing there holding the parchment. "Seeing your shock, I know that Keller must not have had the time to tell you these things. This meeting was simply me returning a favor that the church did for me. It is up to you to decide whether you want to slowly build a faction yourself or join a faction that will fully support you with everything you need. Not everyone will swear fealty to you as easily as that brat Joshua did. If you need to talk to me, come to my cabin tomorrow." The dome flickered out of existence and the colors returned to normal as Master Jonah teleported away. Everything that he had heard was simply too much to take in. His mind blank, Daniel could only trudge to his room and fall on the bed. Deciding that the morning was probably the best time to figure out what the hell to do next, Daniel carefully put the parchment in his cupboard before falling asleep. The last thought that he had before drifting into dreamland was that he would definitely have to find a way to stop people from seeing everything he did. He was sick and tired of having his every move be visible for anyone to see, and it was high time he found out a way to put a stop to all of them. Daniel woke up to the morning sun shining on his bed. In a few minutes, he was sitting on a chair and opening the parchment that Radagust had given him yesterday. Reading through the doctrine, Daniel's eyebrows went up more and more until there was no place left for them to go. The Church of Rectitude's doctrine was one of the strictest ideologies he had ever seen. But, he started to notice a pattern in the rules that was actually quite glaring when he observed it further. The pattern was that the saint or the person who had set up the church was the absolute ruler. Even when entering, one had to give the oath to follow the words of the saint no matter what they were. In fact, there were even details about how sacrificing oneself to the saint would result in lifelong prosperity for their eternal soul and living family. In summary, anyone who entered the church had to abide by the word of those above and they had to abstain from any of the sins listed in the doctrine. Although this list of sins was pretty standard, the part about absolute obedience was the most worrying. In return, each and every member was given resources to reach the peak according to their talent. As long as one didn't waste resources, there was no limit to the requests they could put towards the church. The church would also happily comply because in essence, each and every member had completely signed over their freedom in exchange. Also, members could also place requests for reckonings. If the information provided by them was found out to be true, then the location where the reported sin had occurred would be purged by the priests of reckoning. Daniel suspected that this was what had happened with the destruction of the dwarves' rum. He wondered who it had been that had chosen to give away their freedom in exchange for getting revenge. There was no way that he would ever let anyone dictate his actions. This was the clarity that Daniel achieved on reading the doctrine fully. He had never realized the value of freedom before this point. Although he was still restricted by the environment he was in, his actions and decisions were all his own. He would actually have to thank Radagast later for bringing this to his attention. Meanwhile, he decided that it was time to visit his master and find out just what arrangement he had with them. On approaching the cabin, he was pleasantly surprised to see plumes of smoke rising from the chimney on top. Knocking on the door, he was greeted by a smell of charred meat. As Master Jonah opened the door, more and more gusts of black smoke exited the cabin, making a few people who were around crinkle their noses due to the unpleasant smell. "Get in," he said urgently, before closing the door as soon as Daniel closed his nose with his hands and rushed forward. The cabin was filled with the smell of charred meat. Although the fire over which the unidentifiable meat was roasting was placed below the chimney, there was no way for the smoke to go up and exit the cabin. "Don't blow the smoke away. It stops the damn mosquitoes," said Master Jonah, who was turning the already burned meat over the fire. "Aren't you a high-level mage? Why can't you just erect a barrier around the cabin, or just kill all the mosquitoes when they come?" asked Daniel, still closing his nose and breathing through his mouth. "You think I haven't tried that? It's too tiring to maintain a barrier of that size for a long period of time, and it's too much of a waste to use trinkets for this purpose. Even the merchants use this method to drive out those pesky insects. Let's go out, this amount of smoke should be enough." Closing the chimney, Master Jonah touched Daniel's shoulder, making them reappear inside a forest. Daniel had no idea where it was, although the species of trees that he could see were similar to the ones outside the library. Breathing in the fresh air, Daniel felt relieved that they were out of that cooped-up room. "Is there really no other way to keep them out? How come I never had them in the slums?" asked Daniel. "That's because they are not regular mosquitoes which feed on people. These darn insects feed on materials like ether. As you must have learnt in your classes, ether is only one form in which energy exists in the world. Some special plants or materials also contain the energy, but ether is the most common because it is the only material that can be found in large mines. Now, these damn insects eat away at ether blocks that are stored. That is why you won't see blocks of ether anywhere outside unless they are being stimulated to release the energy. It costs a fortune every year to use defense trinkets or mages to safeguard the stores of ether even in the palace. Although this method works, the smell makes it so that not many opt to use it. Anyway, kid, you didn't come to hear me ramble on about magical mosquitoes or ether. Ask whatever it is you came to ask." Daniel had had a contemplative look on his face when Master Jonah had been talking about the mosquitoes. Shelving his thoughts for later, he asked the question that had been bothering him since the meeting. "Whose side are you on?" Hearing the question, Master Jonah let out a raucous laugh before pulling a bottle out of his trousers. It seemed that he was back to the drunken master act. Taking a long swig and coughing, he said, "What does it matter, kid? You were dumb enough to carry out your little swearing-in ceremony out in the open where the Grand Court Mage could definitely have been watching. I happened to be keeping an eye on you, so I managed to set up a discreet counter-spy barrier. As for the church, that's between me and them. They are helping me out with something and asked for a favor. It's only a meeting, and I'll make sure they don't force you into anything." Daniel shuddered, imagining the consequences if the Grand Court Mage had actually listened in on their ceremony. It might actually have changed the king's view to not squash him right now. "Thank you for that. But how the hell am I supposed to do things without someone spying on me all the time?" he asked, exasperated. He had asked the system in the morning but had been met with the same response, to buy a tool that he had not enough points for right now. Besides, he was presently saving up points for some really attractive faction tools that he had had his eyes on since the system store had opened. Hence, he really did not want to spend points on anti-surveillance, although it was a very pressing matter right now. Of course, if there was no other option, he would have to do it. "It's me or them. You choose," he replied, shrugging. It was indeed him or the others. At least, This man was acknowledged by Keller, who the system had identified as an ally. Even his instincts told him that this master could be trusted, but only to an extent. All right then. Is it possible to cancel the meeting with that priest? I've chosen to reject them anyway. Also, do you have any way in which I can witness the making of a trinket? He asked expectantly. The answer to the last question would decide his next step. 10 years before that, he had to do something to save the kingdom. Assassinations of the ruling class was always accompanied by large-scale loss of life of the commoners of a kingdom. He did not want to see rivers of blood flow in the streets he had grown up in at any cost. In the southern part of Lanthina's outer city, there was a peculiar street. This street was one of the most barren in all of Lanthina. Almost all of the houses were deserted, and even the rocks that made up the buildings were starting to become visible due to the paint being eroded away. Only one house in the center of the street was painted red, with ether-powered lights adorning the door on which hung a placard that said "Do not enter." It was this house that Master Jonah had instructed Daniel to go to in case he wanted to witness or learn more about the art of enchantment. Although he said that there was no chance at all of becoming accepted as an apprentice, just witnessing enchantments with his letter of recommendation would apparently be fine. Boom! A thunderous sound sent nearby birds flying as a ring of smoke flew out from the house's roof. Knocking on the door worriedly, Daniel wondered if the inhabitant of the house was okay. A few minutes later, the door was opened by a man with a blackened face. Although he had tried to wipe away the soot from the explosion, much of it was still apparent on his clothes and face. He seemed to be middle-aged, with a thin body and a scraggly beard. A shiny patch was on his head, and his clothes looked as if they hadn't been washed in weeks. "Who are you? Can't you read the sign?" he said with irritation, seeing Daniel staring at him. Without a word, Daniel handed over a parchment that Master Jonah had given him. Accepting the parchment, the man read it briefly before turning it into ash. His movements were smooth, and he had cast the spell as easily as if he were breathing. This was definitely a high-level mage, thought Daniel. So that guy is still alive? Pity what happened to him. You want to watch enchantments? Why? He asked after sighing. Daniel simply shrugged. He had been instructed 4 times by Master Jonah to speak as little as possible. Although Daniel did not know why, he decided to follow the instructions. Interest? Curiosity? Just get in, and I'll find out for myself. Entering the house, Daniel noticed that many of the chairs and pictures hanging on the wall were askew, as if an earthquake had shaken the whole house. Following the man up the stairs, he understood how a ring of smoke had appeared before from the top of the house. The duplex's top floor was open to the sky. Although the outer walls were still there, making someone who was looking from outside think that the house was normal, the interior walls had all been demolished to make a wide open space. Littered across the floor were various pieces of equipment. Some were familiar, like a forge in the corner of the room. Others, like a flat table with many needles pierced on top, looked very foreign to Daniel. Never been to an enchanter's workshop before? I'm Ripley. What's your name? He asked, turning around to see Daniel looking around the room. Without speaking, Daniel shook his head and simply waited. Recalling what he had read in the parchment, Ripley said, "Oh, Daniel. Funny name, never heard it before. Anyway, I'm in the process of enchanting a new kind of defense trinket. You are welcome to watch, but don't make a single sound." Nodding, Daniel retreated to the corner of the room. Meanwhile, Ripley walked to the table with the needles. Taking out a round bronze coin from his pocket, he put it on the needles before closing his eyes. An expression of extreme concentration appeared on his face as the needles suddenly came alive and hovered in the air. Connected to the table by a thin cord, the needles went to work on the coin, engraving something intricate on its surface. A small, round barrier slightly bigger than the size of a man's head started forming around the coin. The barrier still seemed to be non-corporeal as the needles still traveled in and out of its radius. Both thin and thick needles repeatedly interchanged positions, continuing to carve on the coin. Around a half hour later, all of the needles went back into the table. The dome became more and more solid and the coin seemed to be heating up, turning red hot in the process. Suddenly, Ripley ran back from the table as if his life were in danger. The domed barrier that had been forming flickered for a second before retracting back into the coin. "I did it, ha ha. Take that, Silax, second-grade enchanter my ass." Screaming with joy, Ripley ran towards the coin and took it in his hand. Suddenly, the barrier came back into existence around his hand. With a yelp, Ripley threw it in the air before crouching and covering his head with his hands. "Hide," he shouted, making Daniel jump and duck behind the anvil of the forge. Boom! Shrapnel flew through the air, shooting into the walls and all the equipment lying on the floor. Now that Daniel noticed, even the floor was made up of tiny dents. Meanwhile, a ring of smoke exactly like the one he had seen before was flying in the sky right above the house. Coming out from his hiding place, Daniel was relieved to see that the man looked fine. With a clap, he made all the shrapnel that had embedded itself everywhere to gather back into his hands. Why did it explode this time? All of the enchanting formations were correctly engraved. Another trial should give me the answer. Muttering under his breath, he walked to the forge near Daniel and took out an orange ore. Putting it in the fire, he stared at it as if waiting for something. Although Daniel was right behind the anvil nearby, Ripley did not seem to have noticed him. Moving back to his original spot, he continued watching. After some time, Ripley put the ore which had become red hot on the anvil. With a hammer, he started pounding on the ore until it became flat. Although his body looked thin, his arms swung with the strength of a seasoned metal worker. Soon, the ore had been hammered into a rough disc. Putting the hammers aside, Ripley gestured at the disc briefly. Black impurities started to appear gradually on the disc, which were wiped away before the disc was hammered again. After 4 rounds of this process, the palm-sized ore had transformed into a coin exactly like the one that had just exploded. Ripley had apparently completely forgotten about Daniel's existence. Of course, this was also exactly what Daniel wanted. He watched as Ripley failed time and again, making the coin explode and prompting Daniel to run for cover. Finally, the notification he had been waiting for finally came from the system. Enchantment technique ready for development. An enchanted trinket forging technique ready for development. Due to the high complexity, enchanting technique 1 requires 8 days for development. System will still be available for other tasks in this time period. Would you like to proceed? Asked the system after Daniel commanded it to develop the technique for enchantment. This was nothing new. The way that the system rated complexity was still a mystery for Daniel, who had spent an year developing techniques with it. Some like the fireball or ice prick took very little time, but others like the short-range teleportation spell had taken 5 days to develop. Even though he had asked, the system had simply stated that the complexity was tied to the degree of resources required to develop a certain technique. At least, since he had upgraded the Phenomena Analysis Module 1 to Level 2, there had been no instance like before when the system had to completely shut down to develop a technique. Taking advantage of this, he had developed almost all of the spells he had available, even if his level was still not enough to use them. On telling the system to proceed, Daniel looked around to find Ripley and say his goodbyes. It seemed that he had gone down the stairs when Daniel had been communicating with the system, thus he also walked to the stairs and reached the ground floor. At a corner of the room, Ripley was sitting on a chair taking long swigs from a bottle of wine. His face was scrunched up into one of pain, making Daniel wonder whether this was the same person who had been so animatedly enchanting trinkets just a while ago. Seeing him come down, Ripley took another long swig and said, "Dana, if we had been together, we could have had a son like you by now." Curse that scoundrel Silax. If only he hadn't broken through to second-grade enchanter before me. Tears and snot started flowing down Ripley's face. Seeing the pitiful figure, Daniel decided to hear him out. His original plan was to follow his hunch about the mosquitoes next. If he was right, there was a great chance that he could establish a stable income for him and his faction. Yet, it had already become night. Although his stomach was grumbling due to eating nothing since the morning, Daniel chose to stay and let the man pour out his concerns. After all, he had to thank him for enabling the system to develop the invaluable enchanting technique. If the technique being developed was anything similar to the rest of the ones so far, then there was a great chance that even the problem of absence of trinkets for his faction could be resolved. Ultimately, trinkets were the backbone for any faction. There was only so much a person could do unarmed against someone equipped with defense and combat trinkets. This had been very apparent in Joshua's fight against Team Vernal. Although they had won, such a strategy would fail the next time because the other team could easily find countermeasures against it. Deciding to go to Elenef the next day, Daniel asked, "Who's Dana?" He had been wondering about the reason behind Master Jonah being very specific in his instructions. Now, after speaking for the first time in front of Ripley, Daniel understood why. As if Daniel's voice had woken something up inside Ripley, he threw the bottle aside and started telling his story. Each and every event and detail was told in vivid detail. As Daniel would find out later, being cooped up alone in his house for so long had led Ripley to develop a particular disposition where anyone who asked him even a single question would be treated to a barrage of information. Whether the information was useful or not was beside the point, as the listener would be inundated by the sheer detail and volume of the information given. 4 hours later, Daniel finally staggered out of the house and wearily walked to the academy. In fact, he had dozed off many times throughout the conversation, hence he had no idea just what the gist of the story had been. Hence, he chose to ask the system. Ripley, Silax and Dana were classmates. Both Ripley and Silax courted Dana, but she said that she would be with whoever broke through to a grade 2 enchanter first. Both had red grade comprehension and reached the requisite mage level at the same time. Yet, after traveling to a neighboring nation and learning enchantment in a dedicated academy, Silax broke through first. Since then, Ripley has shut himself in his house trying to break through. He assumes that Dana is with Silax and that she would come back to him if he broke through himself. So that had been the sad story. What did advancing to a certain grade as an enchanter have anything to do with being with someone? Although his social skills were developing, Daniel was still very new to matters of the heart. All he knew about romance came from a few movies he had seen back on Earth. Thus, his romantic knowledge ended at guy and girl fall in love, marry and live together happily. The next morning, Daniel made his way to the Fists of Justice training hall. Finding Elenef, he put forward a plan that made the formers gawk at him in disbelief. A few hours later, in the forest closest to the gate outside the capital city of Lanthina, 2 people carrying long poles with nets attached on top could be seen jumping around. Beside them was a sealed bottle, in which a few mosquitoes were flying around, trapped. These 2 were Daniel and Elenef. The reason he had approached Elenef had been that he needed someone who knew the city in and out to contract a woodworker to make these nets for catching the mosquitoes. The insects were deemed useless, thus no one sold them like other exotic animals. Thus, Daniel had no choice but to use nets to catch the damn things. Spells were of no use because they flew too fast. Daniel was also not powerful enough to make a barrier which could trap the mosquitoes in. On inquiring with Elenef, Daniel found out that there were even more interesting quirks in these mosquitoes. Typically, they fed on sweet things like honey or fruits in the forest. Yet, they were capable of finding out the existence of ether from many miles away. Once they became aware, they would stop at nothing to devour the ether blocks clean. Even if one put the blocks in a vault, the mosquitoes would somehow find a way in and leave nothing behind. Only magically made barriers could keep them out. After the mosquitoes were done eating away a block, there was no way for the ether to be extracted from them. May had tried but failed because similar to how the magical energy inside ether was modified to go back to the earth once it was absorbed by a human, mosquitoes also modified the energy by ingesting them. Thus, even if many mosquitoes were collected and crushed, there was no way to obtain the energy or the ether from them. Thus, this resulted in their predicament having to jump around trying to trap them and place them in the bottles they had prepared. After toiling for a whole afternoon and evening, the 2 slogged back into the city. In the end, they had managed to catch around 30 mosquitoes. After making a trip to the marketplace in which Daniel made some purchases, the 2 parted ways. Reaching his room, Daniel started working on his first product in this world. The result of this work would determine whether he would build the financial cornerstone for the rise of his faction. The next morning, Daniel traveled to the training hall again. This time, he requested a meeting with Elenef's father, the righteous hawk. Although he had seldom interacted with the man, he had heard a lot of things about him from Elenef. Elenef's mother had passed away at a very young age, and since then, his father had brought him up to be who he was now. According to Elenef, there had been many occasions on which his father simply spent the whole night kneeling in front of his mother's grave. The next day, Elenef would usually find out that some or the other commoner or soldier had either been executed or exiled by the arrogant nobility. Always a staunch believer in fairness, his father often lamented that he was one of the last pillars that stood on the commoners' side. Although he could not do much in the present state of the kingdom, he always did whatever was in his power, like in the event where he had awarded Daniel prime citizenship. Thus, Daniel decided that he was the right man to partner with if he wanted to smoothly build a financial base for his faction. Besides, he would not be exposing any crucial plans to a member of the government. It was common for ministers to start businesses in the kingdom, so this would also elicit less attention towards him. All he needed was a steady supply of ether and wealth to train his followers and make trinkets. Although he had contemplated selling his product under his own name and keeping all the profits to himself, there was no way this would escape the attention of the king or the Grand Court mage. Besides, his primary focus was still to train for as much amount of time as possible. On entering the inner city, Daniel and Elenef walked towards a gate situated right beside the palace. After passing through an expansive lawn, the duo arrived at a manor with pointed spires and an enormous door. The architectural style was quite different from the library. Long flights of stairs were replaced by a ramp that led up. Instead of huge pillars, there were many smaller ones, elegantly carved with figures of dancing men and women. The door was the most striking part of the manor, with the top of the door reaching at least 20 feet in height. Entering the manor and seating themselves in one of the softest sofas Daniel had ever seen, the two chatted while waiting for the minister to come. Around a half hour later, two familiar figures appeared at the doorway. One of them was the space mage that had explained about the mage route before. The other, who was looking at Daniel with an odd look on his face, was the man fondly known as the Righteous Hawk by many. "Welcome, Daniel. What brings you here?" he asked, before sitting down opposite them. Daniel had a jar of what looked like honey in his hands. As the space mage smiled at Daniel and looked peculiarly at the jar as if it were fascinating, Daniel replied, "I have a proposition for you." "How much would you pay me if I told you that I can solve the mosquito problem plaguing the kingdom?" The minister was quite bewildered by the sudden mention of mosquitoes. Frowning, he said, "Funny that you bring them up. I had to spend the past hour examining the financial records of the kingdom to make sure that someone isn't embezzling money by quoting extravagant prices for the methods used to keep mosquitoes away from the treasury of the kingdom." Sadly, the numbers were right. Currently, almost 10% of the tax collected by the kingdom goes into solving this problem. I do not need to explain how many millions of gold lands that is. If you can solve it, I dare say that the least price the government would offer to you is 1,000,000 gold lands. Seeing the surprise and delight in Daniel's face, the minister paused before saying, "Of course, that stands if you had the power to defend yourself from the army. Instead of paying, the king would just opt to force the mechanism out of you. So tell me, will you still put forward your proposition?" Hearing this bomb drop, the smile was wiped off of Daniel's face. Yet, this was something he had thought about even before requesting for an appointment. "You said the king would opt for it. Would you do the same?" On hearing this question, the minister smiled. Instead of answering, he looked around the room before signaling something to the space mage in black robes standing nearby. Nodding, the mage took out a large, shining red coin and placed it on the table in front of them. A red dome appeared around them, reminding Daniel of the time he had spoken to Radagast. "This is a high-level trinket designed to shield an area containing personnel below the level of a warrior mage or fighter. As such, it can only be used for a short time." "State your proposition fast." "Although Keller told me a bit about you, he never stated that you would start taking matters into your own hands so soon." Daniel breathed a sigh of relief hearing that things were as he had expected. Just like Master Jonah, this was another member of the group that Keller had formed. The signs had been quite clear. from the righteousness of the minister to everything Daniel had heard from Milanev. One common pattern connected all these people who were willing to stand with Keller resentment at the actions of the nobility. I need my parents to be transported out of the kingdom or to a location where they can be safe. As for the sales of the product, I want 80% of all of the profits obtained, said Daniel. The first had been weighing on his heart ever since he had heard Master Jonah's story. He did not want to wake up to news that his parents had been killed by bandits. We don't need to talk about percentages. If the product is good enough, I will just deduct the operational costs. After all, you are acknowledged by Keller. But first, show me what it is that you seem to have so much confidence in. Daniel had been ready to go down to 50% if worst came to worst. So he felt jubilant on finding out that he could keep all of the profits. Showing his potential to Keller indeed seemed to be paying off more and more. Nodding, he took out the jar that he had been clutching between his hands all this time as if it were his baby. Opening the lid, Daniel demonstrated for the first time the product that he would fondly remember later as his first financial step towards world domination. A day later, loud shouts and protests could be heard from a marketplace in the kingdom of Lanthina. I have no choice. They bought everything and new honey still needs time to reach the store. The location of the uproar was outside a large food store. Many commoners were protesting over the absence of honey on sale. As the guards arrived to break up the commotion, the commoners dispersed obediently, cursing under their breaths. No one wanted to go to jail just because they could not have honey in their meal. A similar sight could be seen in all the shops which usually stocked the commodity. In the night before, men from a minister's manor had approached and bought out all of the stocks of honey available. In another 2 days, ether-driven carts could be seen everywhere on the streets transporting a strange contraption. It was a round metal box with the top open, while some sort of liquid seemed to be sloshing in an unknown chamber inside. These carts drove to every major merchant's house where a box was dropped off with a parchment holding detailed instructions on top. According to the instructions, this was a product specifically developed to keep mosquitoes away from ether and other precious materials. One would simply have to place this box near the storage area, and mosquitoes would stay away from ether and be trapped inside the box. Each box would work for 30 days in a radius of 5 meters around the box, and the first box was free for all to try out. Finally, the parchment told that a shop would open in 10 days which would sell the boxes. The name of this contraption would also be revealed at the opening of the store. Accompanied by the sweet smell of honey, many merchants were puzzled reading this parchment. They spent hundreds and thousands of gold lands each year to erect barriers to keep the accursed mosquitoes out. Now, this simple box could solve all of their problems. If it were true, it would simply shake the foundation of Lanthina. One of the main imports of the kingdom were large barrier trinkets which were used for the same purpose. Trinkets only worked for a set period of time, so they had to be constantly switched out with new ones. This demand and supply chain had been going on for many years. In fact, almost no one could remember a time when trinkets weren't needed to keep the mosquitoes out. With time, the demand had only increased. Even with years and years of experiments, no alternative had been developed. Although the trinkets burned a hole in their pockets, it was still acceptable because the alternative would be many times worse. As they had nothing to lose, all of the merchants decided to try it out. Mosquitoes were not tied to a day and night schedule, so barriers needed to be up 24/7. Placing a box near a cupboard in which some ether blocks were stored, a merchant in the western part of the outer city gingerly stretched his hand towards the trinket which was maintaining the barrier. He knew that as soon as he deactivated it, a flood of mosquitoes would rush in to devour the blocks of ether. No material obstruction could stand in their way. This was the reason why many premium establishments erected barriers around rooms to avoid discomfort to customers who might be carrying precious materials. The dwarves' room had such an arrangement. Ready to activate the barrier again in case the box didn't work, the merchant switched it off. The expected dark flood arrived, but all of the mosquitoes were funneled into the box in an instant. It was as if something inside the box was much more tempting to the mosquitoes than the blocks of ether that they were supposed to love so much. Hence, any mosquitoes which came near were always diverted to the box, letting the merchant relax. But, a second later, his merchant's mind clicked into place, directing him to find out and recreate whatever this box was doing. The fortune that could be earned by selling such a wondrous product would definitely be limitless. Opening the box, he saw that the mosquitoes had become trapped in what looked like honey. To make sure, he dipped a finger in the solution before licking it. Sweet, sweet honey. This was what he tasted, prompting him to run out and order all of the guards to go buy all of the honey stocks available in the market. Sadly, the kingdom had already been swept clean. Most of the honey left was in the houses of the citizens, so for a few days, anyone who had been lucky enough to stock honey at their homes were paid exorbitant prices. Gold lands were spent without thought, and soon, everyone started building their own boxes. Yet, there were some who realized that this could not simply be honey. Actually, the idea to use honey itself wasn't new. Everyone knew that mosquitoes lived on sweet food in the forest when there was no ether available, and honey was, after all, their second most favorite food after ether. Hence, when given a choice, the mosquitoes would always choose the best delicacy, which, in their case, was always the ether. Metal workers were soon inundated with contracts to build replicas of the metal cages. There was no proper patent system in the kingdom. Hence there was nothing stopping anyone from making a copy if they had the skill. As the first of the replicas started undergoing testing, the hopeful merchants realized that whatever the box did wasn't so simple after all. Try as they may, they could not make the mosquitoes enter the honey and become trapped inside instead of the ether. Whoever tried had their ether stocks devoured and were left crying at both the losses from the ether blocks and the huge amounts of money paid to procure honey fast and the make a replica. Now, the numerous boxes that had been made were simply trash that would have to be thrown away, unless they could procure more of that solution in the original box. Resolving to buy as much of it as possible. When the store opened, the merchants could only bury the memory of their losses in their mind and wait. While these cries of lament started to be heard from many houses around the city, Daniel was calmly seated in a training chamber in the academy, enduring the prickling sensations throughout his body. The pleasure that came from the knowledge that he was training both his body and Majorut at the same time eclipsed all the pain he felt. His short-term goal was to reach the level of an eminent human mage so that he could utilize the teleportation spell and shift the location of the natural training chamber. After finding out from Elenef just how much it cost to maintain the training chambers in the academy, he had realized further just how valuable any treasure that could naturally absorb magical energy was. Every second it lay there under his old house worried him, as he feared that someone might find its location and take it away. Thus, he had to train with everything he had. Having nothing else to think about, he started to replay the events that had led to the creation of the box in his mind. The process that had led to the creation of the box was quite interesting. Initially, Daniel's idea had been to somehow harvest the mosquitoes for ether or energy. In any case, the first step was to observe the mosquitoes so that Phenomena Analysis Module 1 could answer his questions. Thus, he and Elenef had set off to the forest to catch the mosquitoes. After some time spent observing the peculiar insects, the system was ready to answer his questions. Sadly, his hopes of using the mosquitoes as a source for unlimited wealth became dashed. This was because he had found out about the energy modification that took place, which led to the energy going back to the earth, just like in the case when humans ingested the energy present in ether. Thus, he had no choice but to think of alternatives. Any product thrived on demand and supply, and in Lanthana, there was an enormous demand for barriers to protect energy stores from being depleted. Realizing that this was the case, Daniel started to think about ways in which he could solve this problem. These mosquitoes were actually quite similar to the ones that plagued humans back on Earth, so he was instantly reminded of a simple homemade trap used in many houses. Honey or sugar water would be placed in a bottle to attract the mosquitoes and trap them in the solution. This simple concept had to be applied in Lanthana. This had led to him buying various materials to test within the marketplace. Testing each with the mosquitoes he had caught, he realized that honey was the best option. The only problem was that it was not sticky enough to trap the mosquitoes. Although he knew he had to find a way to solve this problem, Daniel had no idea how to. Of course, The more pressing problem was regarding how the honey would act as more of a temptation than the energy materials that they loved so much. Ether, which was the most common material, could not be crushed and mixed into any solution, as this would result in the energy being depleted when the blocks became too small. Also, it was not feasible to mix small chunks of ether in honey. The mosquitoes could simply devour these and move on to the actual materials. With no idea about how to proceed, Daniel took to recalling everything he knew about ether and energy in this world. Suddenly, he was reminded of the instance where he had absorbed energy from the public fountain to heal himself when he had first entered this world. System: is it possible to mix energy in honey in the same way that it was mixed in the water in the public fountains? On asking later about the process involved, Daniel had been told by the system that although the concentration of energy had been low in the water, it was possible to extract this energy and utilize it for healing due to both the system's capability and his body's weak state. Later, this concentration was too low and there had always been much better alternatives. In fact, he had only been capable of this because of the existence of the wondrous system in the first place. This was why the low concentration of energy didn't have the same effect on any of the commoners. Thus, he had been hoping that the system could somehow infuse energy in the honey in the same way that it had extracted it in the first place. Negative. Tool Technique Development 1 required. Cost: 2000 EXP. Technique Development 1 allows the host to develop new techniques. Spells. At level 1, only simple variations of spells can be developed. Daniel had seen this tool before in the store. Initially, it had excited him, but on finding out what exactly simple variations meant, he had to give up on it temporarily. Simple variations meant that only simple spells like the fireball spell could be modified, and that too only to the extent where the shape or size could be changed. Although modifying a fireball into a thin line would give it explosive penetration power, it was too flashy. Such spell modifications could only be done by those well experienced in the path of magic, mostly after rising at least to the level of an exalted mage. But, figures that powerful rarely used modifications of simple spells because they had much more powerful ones in their arsenal. System: how does the tool work? Can I give exact specifications of what I need to spell to do? Affirmative. At level 1, 2 specifications can be given. What kind of specifications can be given? Any simple technique, spell that the system is capable of can be infused into the spell, although the spell can never be as effective as the system. This was exactly what he needed. Hence, he chose to buy the tool without hesitation. Tool purchased. 2000 EXP deducted. Remaining EXP, 350. Thank you for shopping with the system. Develop a spell which can infuse minimal amounts of energy into honey and also make the honey sticky enough to trap mosquitoes which enter it. Parameters set. Spell modifications accepted. Beginning spell development. Time required: 3 hours. After the 3 hours went by in a breeze, Daniel found himself pointing his hand at a jar of honey and commanding the system to cast the newly developed spell. As he did so, the gooey, yellow honey shone a golden hue before slightly solidifying. In advance, Daniel had already borrowed some ether blocks with a small portable barrier from Elena for testing, as he had stored his in the natural training chamber. Placing the barrier along with the ether blocks on a table, Daniel carried the modified honey jar over. Praying to all the gods in this world, Daniel opened the jar containing the mosquitoes and switched off the barrier. Without any hesitation whatsoever, the mosquitoes had all assaulted the honey and become trapped in them. Success! Whooping in the air with joy, Daniel kissed the jar of honey in happiness. On asking the system for the reason, he found out that as the modified honey was an amalgamation of both of their favorite foods, it was so much more tempting than any other materials present in the vicinity. The rest had gone smoothly. The minister had been equally shocked on seeing the incredible effectiveness of the solution. After thoroughly testing the effectiveness, he had called over his trusted financial manager and entrusted the task to him. The idea to give free samples had become ratified after Daniel gave his assurance that the solution could not be replicated by anyone. This was, after all, a totally new spell developed by the system. The design of the box was also suggested by this manager, who had apparently worked in Ilanev's home for the past 30 years. So far, the only people who knew that he was the creator of the solution were the minister, Ilanev, and the manager. The decision was made that the shop would open in 10 days after deciding on the name. Now, the only task he had left was choose the name. Daniel had already started development of some variations of spells that he had in mind ever since reading about the tool. Tomorrow was the day of the unveiling, and Daniel could not wait to see what his first income would be. On the eve of the opening of one of the most awaited stores in the history of Lanthina, the marketplace was packed with people looking around suspiciously. Each and every merchant seemed to be prepared for a riot, as there were more guards than merchants in the area. Standing quite a distance away in an alleyway, Daniel realized that he had underestimated the sheer allure of such a product. Seeing the crowd, he felt really glad that he had not decided to enter the business himself. Each and every guard seemed to be holding combat trinkets in their hands, ready to deploy weapons and fight if needed at a moment's notice. The centerpiece of the scene was a huge store whose banner was covered. All of the merchants constantly glanced at this store before nervously looking around at their opponents. At his current level, using the spell on 10 liters of honey completely drained Daniel, resulting in him having to recover by using a training chamber. Thus, spending a major part of the time he had, 100 liters of the magical solution had been given to the minister's manor. With the manager's assistance, Daniel had requested all of the honey to be stored in a warehouse before teleporting inside after ensuring that no one was looking. The warehouse was in a protected location that could not be investigated by normal people. Only the court mage or the grand court mage had the ability to view the location, hence Daniel had borrowed the red coin from the minister before proceeding with the spell. Like the system had said, it was impossible for the Grand Court Mage to keep his eye on him 24/7. The kingdom had many more problems to take care of, but Daniel decided that using precautions was always best. This was especially the case when the product at hand was so valuable. The price of a barrier that kept mosquitoes away from a radius similar to Daniel's product was 2,000 gold lands. The only advantage with the barrier was that it lasted longer than the solution. A barrier of such a size could be used for 3 months day and night before it lost its effect. As for the solution, 500 ml of it, which was the amount present in each box, could last for 1 month. Because it was only the first day, Daniel and the manager had decided to price 1 liter of the honey at 1,000 gold lands. Although this amount would only suffice for 2 months, it was still quite a bit lesser than the price of the alternative. As soon as the clock struck 12 p.m., bright fireworks started going off above the banner. These were magically enhanced fireworks, with gold dragons and sphinxes that almost looked real flying around the top of the store. Only the commoners who were watching from the side, shoved away by all of the merchants, went to and are seeing the marvelous display. With a bang, both the cover over the banner and the curtain over the store fell to the ground. Honey Trap Store. Seeing these words, the merchants thought that the name was indeed fitting. In fact, Daniel had actually picked up the name after overhearing someone in the academy talk about the boxes that had been sent out. As he had seen the name already being used unofficially, Daniel decided that there was no harm in making it official. Besides, it was easy to remember. Of course, Daniel couldn't help but wish that the name could have been Anivron Honey Traps. He knew very well how effective a brand was, and he looked forward to the day when he would have enough power to use his name on each and every one of his products. The store that had just been unveiled was unlike any other that Daniel had ever seen. Resolving to watch and learn, Daniel observed as the manager himself appeared on the stage. Yes, the stage. The store was actually like a theater from Earth, with an open stage containing a podium facing all of the waiting merchants. Welcome to the opening of the Honey Trap Store. Let me get straight to the point. We have 100 liters of the honey up for sale, with each liter costing 1,000 gold lands. Each liter's efficiency has already been communicated to you in the parchment. The trap will each cost 10 gold lands, and there are only a few available. Each merchant can only purchase 5 liters at maximum. Causing disturbance will automatically ban you from purchasing at the store. Now, Please send someone with the money and collect your honey behind the door. There are constables at the rear who will keep the peace." Hearing the last sentence, the merchants sighed before giving up on the nefarious plans in their minds. A minister was of course the best man suited for such a business, with the power to use government forces to ensure fair sales. One by one, each merchant collected the honey before leaving the store, vowing to use all of their resources to find the creator of this wonderful solution. Even Daniel felt a little scared seeing the expressions of vexation on those who had planned to find the creator. As for the merchants who didn't get a chance to reach the rear before the honey was up, they could only curse and stare at the leaving merchants' bags with envy. Almost all of the traps had been left alone. This was also the brilliance of the solution. Everything except the core part was non-proprietary. Anyone could make the traps, but there was only one source for the honey. This actually reminded Daniel of a situation on Earth. There, fuel had very few sources, and the corporations which supplied this fuel were the richest in the world. Anyone could make cars or machines which used this fuel, but the corporations would always be the ones who stood on top because they supplied the lifeblood to all of these machines. 100,000 gold lands. He had already earned such a huge sum of money. In contrast to his earlier state where he had to scrounge for a few silver lands, this achievement was even more noteworthy. Although this amount would be nothing for large factions, it was an excellent start especially for the number of people Daniel had right now. Trinkets, ether, anything they wished for could now be theirs. Achievement: First financial success obtained. First financial success. By identifying a problem and solving it by using knowledge from your previous world, you have succeeded in building a product which has shaken the business landscape of the Kingdom of Lanthina. By doing so, you have also obtained the first major financial success on your journey to world domination. Congratulations on embarking on the path of a business mastermind. 2000 EXP awarded. Total EXP, 2,350. Busy grinning wide, Daniel was startled when he felt a hand fall on his shoulder. Hurriedly turning around, he realized that it was just Elenif. Panting with exhaustion, Elenif first took a few deep breaths before saying something that made Daniel freeze with shock. "The king just made a visit to the manor. As soon as he left, Father ordered me to get you there as discreetly as possible. Let's go." Attention from the king. This was exactly what he had intended to avoid. In his mind, Daniel started reviewing everything he did. All along the journey of making and selling the honey trap, he had mostly been concerned about the amount of gold it would make. Although he knew that he could not draw attention to himself, he had assumed that selling it under the minister's cover would grant him immunity from any troubles that followed. Hitting his head in exasperation, he realized that he had been too damn naive. Such a product would surely shake the foundations of the kingdom. Although he had been aware of this, he had simply taken it as a positive, as it would mean more sales for him. Yet, it was actually the most worrisome part of the plan. At this moment, he felt he really should have taken more precautions, or even found a different, less impactful product. Sadly, it was already too late. The honey was already a huge hit, and he now had to find a way to salvage the situation. Instantly, he was reminded of his parents who were still in the villa. Panicking, he asked Elenif, "My parents? What if they get attacked?" "Calm down. Things haven't devolved to that stage yet." Nonetheless, Father also said that he has prepared a location to move your parents to. "If you want to do it as quickly as possible, let's make a short trip to your house and then go to the manor. You have to ask them to be ready to leave as soon as possible." Elenif was also close to Daniel's mom and dad. Growing up without a mother, the warmth that Maria had shown him had given him a taste of what a mother's love felt like. Thus, he was also very protective. Nodding, Daniel took off at a run towards his villa with Elenif following behind. On entering the house after hurriedly knocking, Daniel heaved a sigh of relief seeing that they were fine. They had puzzled looks on their faces on seeing their son act with a sense of urgency that he had never shown before. Rushing forward, he hugged them both tight. What if their dead bodies had greeted him when he opened the door? As this thought greeted his mind, he let go of the tears that he had been holding back. One oversight, one mistake, and it might have resulted in something that he would never have forgiven himself for all his life. Startled at the sudden hug and tears, Robert and Maria only patted his back, waiting for him to control his emotions. After a minute had passed, he finally spoke. "Dad, Mum, I need you two to pack all essential things. A few people will be coming to take you to a safe location. I don't have the time to explain right now, so I just need you to trust me. You might not see me for a period of time, but I will try to come visit whenever I can." Hearing these sudden words, the old couple could only stare at Daniel, wondering if they had heard right. Everything had been going great for the Anavran family. Money was no longer a problem, and their son was a student of the top batch in the prestigious National Magic Academy of Lanthina. They had even decided to let bygones be bygones and lead a peaceful life. Now, they needed to move. As Maria opened her mouth to ask Daniel just what was going on, Robert caught her shoulders and shook his head. Understanding the signal, she stopped. Robert had seen the look in Daniel's eyes when he had said that they should move. Those were the same eyes he had had when he had to explain to Maria that he had been exiled from the army. Those were the eyes of a man who wanted to protect his family from a storm that only he knew was coming. Yes, a man. Robert had started treating Daniel as one ever since he had obtained admission in the academy and started handling his own affairs. All he wished was that his son could lead a happy life. Now, it was clear that there was something going on that they did not know about. Yet, the only thing they needed to know was that their son needed them to move. And move they would. Without a word, Robert started walking towards the suitcases to begin packing. Seeing his actions, Maria followed. The couple had known each other long enough to understand most things without even needing to speak. Seeing their actions, Daniel felt grateful that he had transmigrated into such a family who understood and trusted him no matter the situation. As he turned his back to walk to the door, his father's voice floated towards him from the house. "Take care, son. Always know that we love you." Etching these words into his heart, he turned around and took one last look at them both before running out the door. It was farewell for now. Nodding at Eleneth, who had been waiting outside, the two proceeded towards the manor. Just as they got near the destination, Eleneth took out a key from his pocket and led Daniel into an alleyway beside the manor. As they walked inside, he seemed to be counting the rocks on the wall. After 10 minutes, he finally paused and placed his hand on a certain rock. It was impossible to see just what was special about this particular rock. But, as Eleneth bit his finger and wrote a strange character on the rock, the blood glowed before vanishing to reveal a keyhole. On inserting the key, an opening in the wall with stairs that seemed to lead underground appeared. Gesturing Daniel to get in, Eleneth carefully pulled a hatch on the inside of the opening after ensuring that no one was looking. "This is a passageway that can only be opened by a member of our family. There is a transparent barrier here that prevents spying at this location. Although it costs a ton, it's especially useful in situations like these. Let's go." "This directly leads to a room beside the hall," said Eleneth as soon as he entered. Nodding, Daniel conjured a fireball for light and proceeded down the stairs. After some time, they reached a cavern that seemed to be excavated in the ground. After walking in the cavern for 30 minutes, a door finally appeared which Eleneth again opened using his blood. As they exited, Daniel saw two men with worried faces walking to and fro in a room. The room was small, with a bed in the middle. It was already crowded due to the appearance of two more people. Hearing the door open, the walking men turned around and smiled slightly seeing Daniel. These were two of the most powerful people in the kingdom of Lanthina, the court mage and the righteous hawk. A single look at their faces would prompt one to wonder what disaster was befalling the kingdom if it made people of such status put on grave expressions of utter seriousness. "Eleneth, go make sure no one disturbs us." "Daniel, sit. We need to talk," said the minister, pointing to the bed in the room. Nodding, Eleneth gave Daniel a weak smile before exiting the room. "We have a small window. The king is discussing with the Grand Court Mage. Let's make it fast." "Daniel, you have been very busy lately," said Keller, folding his hands. "I am sorry, I simply had no idea that the product would be so impactful." Daniel rubbed his nose as he said this. Hearing his words, the two men looked at each other before sighing. "Yes, I should have warned you of the repercussions. Only, I myself underestimated the interest the king would show in the product." At the agreed price, one would only save 25% of the money spent on barriers. Although this adds up into an astronomical figure, the king was not supposed to take interest in it so soon, said the minister in an apologetic tone. No, the king isn't moving for some monetary profit. Just like me, the Grand Court Mage must have analyzed a sample and realized that the person or organization behind such a wondrous effect is definitely one which should not be provoked. Thus, I suspect he simply wants to request for help either in the struggle against the other factions or to smuggle out his kith and kin unnoticed before the previous king passes away. Keller spoke in a contemplative tone as he responded to the minister's apology. Folding his hands, he looked straight into Daniel's eyes before continuing. Daniel, such a solution cannot be made by one who is not at least an eminent warrior mage. I've studied a small sample. The skill in magic required to cast a spell that uses such intricate particle manipulation is incomparable to any exalted human mage like me. Of course, no matter how talented you are, it is impossible that you have reached that level. In fact, even the Grand Court Mage, who is the second strongest mage in the kingdom, is also only an exalted human mage. Who is the personage helping you, Daniel? Indeed, Daniel had also been puzzled as to why the king would move at such a crucial time. Now, it was apparent that his motive was not the honey, but the existence behind it. Ironically, these two came to the same conclusion as the Tricobra sect had before. Actually, Daniel had had no idea that the spell was that complex. He had simply planned to tell Keller that he had become inspired by something he had seen in nature. This was not new, as there were many instances of the same happening in the books that he had read. Now, there was no way to use that excuse. How much ever he trusted the two men in front of him, there was no way he would expose the system, which was the greatest weapon he had. Thus, the only choice he had was to accept that there was some unknown master behind him. This would let him both collect the money safely and use the disguise whenever he needed to cast the spell on the honey in the future. Also, it might ensure that he would stay immune from any dangers that followed, if he could show that the master was a figure that should not be provoked. Deciding that this was the best thing to do right now, Daniel quickly started thinking for a name. I was going to tell you myself. A few days after you visited my room, an old man came to me saying he wanted to take me in as a disciple. When I refused, he teleported me to a remote location. With a gesture of his hand, a 10-foot-tall tornado came into being that started devouring a forest nearby. Realizing that I had come across an expert, I immediately asked him to take me in. Although he agreed, he stated that he would only help me a little bit until I reached a certain level. I could request 3 things of him. The first thing I requested was this: a product which will let me earn money for my faction. He agreed and gave me this honey and said he would personally modify as much as needed. He was also very encouraging of me building a faction, saying that leadership must be learned from a young age. Stopping himself from blabbering further, Daniel looked at the two of them to see if his lie worked. This was actually a story he had read back on Earth, and he had fit it to his situation to convince Keller and the minister. His hope was that the fear of a powerful master would keep the king in check, especially in a time like this when there were so many looming threats to his life. Daniel, that is one of the most far-fetched stories I have ever heard. Hearing these words, Daniel tensed up thinking that his lie had been seen through. Yet, the sentence that followed put him at ease. But, I have no choice but to believe you. I trust in my instincts that such a solution can only be made by a mage more powerful than any in this kingdom. According to my master, there are some peculiar experts who act similarly on their whim. What is this honorable master's name, if I might ask? Master Norvarain. Daniel had been thinking for a name ever since he had decided to use the lie. Finally, he decided on using an anagram of his family name as that seemed to be the most fitting. A noble name. I am glad our suspicion turned out to be true. I voiced this to the minister as soon as I saw the solution, and that is why I did not stop him. Only the king's sudden interest was unexpected, said Keller, smiling. That settles everything. I had no choice but to tell the king that there is an unknown person who approached me with the product and asked me put it on sale. He and the Grand Court Mage want to meet this person. It should be fine to ask your master to meet with them, as they present no threat to an existence at his level, said the minister, as if everything was all right now. Daniel had been smiling, thinking the same, but his mind went blank hearing this. The imaginary master would have to meet the king and the Grand Court Mage so soon? Is that okay, Daniel? Will you let me know later about the location and the date? Yes. Rethinking about everything that he had heard so far, Daniel decided to agree to the meeting. Major gains could only be made by taking major risks. To the king, this was a meeting with a powerful existence or organization that he would not dare provoke. Thus, there was only a minimal risk of there being danger. Besides, he was also very interested in finding out what the future plans of the king were. If he could somehow get crucial information regarding the king's next movements using the identity of a powerful existence, then he could change his plans accordingly and stay one step ahead. System: can I use the spells I developed choosing the tool to pass off as an eminent warrior mage? On analyzing records collected from the library, system can confirm that at least one spell which is only castable by an eminent warrior mage can be cast by host by using the parallel processing tool to combine two spells developed by the system. Although he had answered a bit doubtfully, he started feeling confident after hearing this answer from the system. It was time to practice some acting. A few days later, in a forest in the outskirts of the capital city of Lanthina, two men wearing shining robes stood beside each other, discussing something in a low voice while waiting for someone to appear. A few minutes later, a figure in grey robes stepped out of the air in front of them. This man who had just appeared seemed middle-aged, with a clean-shaven face and glossy, black hair that swayed in the breeze. His sharp chin took attention away from the hooked nose that was situated below eyes that were a vivid green. As soon as he appeared, two 1-inch thin needles apparently made of fire came into existence in front of him. The older man of the two, who had a wrinkled face with long, white hair, gasped in shock as he saw these two needles appear. Fire was something that existed unrestrained. Being able to tame and compress it into such a deadly form was definitely something that far exceeded his level. Realizing this, he shook his head at the king as if answering an earlier question that had been asked. Gesturing with his hand, the man shot the two needles in different directions. Scorched holes appeared on the trees around them, making the other man, the king of Lanthina, look around with incredulity. One mage using shadow magic to hide himself in a tree 70 feet southwest. Another fighter in the tree 90 feet northeast holding his breath. Do you want to command them to leave or should I kill them as a warning? A deep voice spelled out the exact locations of the spies they had placed, making sweat appear on the brows of the men who seldom found themselves in positions like these where they were not in power. Of course, this man was Daniel. The disaster that had occurred previously when he had tried to pass himself off as someone else was still fresh in his mind, prompting him to plan each and every aspect of this meeting thoroughly. Daniel knew that the only way to improve was to learn from one's mistakes, thus he applied himself fastidiously into practicing and perfecting the act that he would be putting up soon. He bought the surveillance tool from the system, which allowed him to detect anyone spying on him at a distance of 100 feet in any direction. Also, he had tried out each and every newly developed spell multiple times so that he could use all of them naturally at a moment's notice. After feeling that he was ready, he had communicated with the minister to tell the king to come to the forest where he and Elenev had caught mosquitoes. He needed to establish his position of power as soon as he arrived. Thus he had hoped that the king would set up spies to monitor the location. Thankfully, his hunch had been correct, and the two men in front of him were now thoroughly cowed due to his usage of the modified fireball spell. Apologies. They were simply placed there to keep a lookout in case any enemies attack. I will immediately ask them to leave. And so, in a neutral tone, the king took out a green coin from his pocket and squeezed it. It is done. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Richard Lanthanor, king of the great nation of Lanthina. The man beside me is the kingdom's Grand Court Mage, Declan. We would like to request something of you that we hope you would take under consideration. Seeing the king speaking so carefully in front of him, Daniel was reminded of the last time when he was made to kneel with blood flowing out of his mouth. Power was indeed everything. Then, he had been an ant who could be crushed at any time. Now, he was a mysterious personage who needed to be requested humbly. The old man beside the king simply nodded, still in awe at the incredible complexity of the magic that had just been displayed. "State your request," he said simply, making the king smile slightly. A discussion between two parties was always dictated by one thing: need. The king had something he needed from the powerful person in front of him. Now, he needed to put forward something that would hopefully address a need of the other party. "First, let me tell you what I offer in return. The palace will directly buy the honey trap solution from you and pay you in any form you need. Any energy material is fine as long as we have them. I trust that you are in need of resources. No matter what your request, we will satisfy them. In return, 10 years from now, we request you to arrange a long-range teleportation which we will pay for handsomely." Hearing this, Daniel struggled to keep his eyes from widening in surprise. This damn king wanted to simply run away from all the troubles? What about the people of the kingdom? I have heard about the troubles in your kingdom. You are prepared to leave your people to fend for themselves against the turmoil that will surely follow? He asked, making sure to speak in a tone that would sound like he was simply asking without approving or disapproving of the king's decision. "As a personage of your power must know, power and longevity are all that matters to us who have trained to a level where we can squat any commoner to death simply by a wave of our hands. I have no reason to fight foolishly and die in the hands of those who simply want a vacuum in power. Thus, I have entered into an agreement with a kingdom that will support me and help me reach the next level if I can deliver a certain amount of energy materials. Of course, I would be willing to enter the same agreement with you if it is possible," said the king, smiling as if hoping Daniel would give a similar offer. Indeed, like he had imagined, the king only cared about power. Right now, all he felt was disgust looking at this man who gave up on his people simply because he cared for his life more. He etched these twisted, hopeful expressions into his mind, deciding to use them as a symbol of how a king should not be. If he were a commoner, he would have opted to spit in such a selfish king's face even if it meant death. Just as he was about to respond, he felt a tremor under his feet as if an earthquake were taking place. At first, Daniel thought that it was an attack by the two in front of him, but that would not make any sense. As he looked at the expressions of confusion on the king and the Grand Court Mage, he realized that he was right. This was not their doing. Getting an ominous feeling, Daniel commanded the system to cast the teleportation spell. "Teleportation unavailable. Surrounding space has been locked," came the reply, while he watched with bewilderment as the ground under him rose and solidified around his feet, trapping him in place. Try as he may, Daniel could not escape from the clutches of the earth that had just trapped him. Yet, he struggled to keep a cool expression. A wide crack appeared in the ground between them, while the king and the Grand Court Mage controlled their expressions just like Daniel. "System, how do I get out?" asked Daniel urgently, sensing that he would have to get out of this predicament soon if he did not want his cover to be blown. "Host has been trapped by a human mage spell, Earth Prison. The solidified earth can be cut by using the modified fireball spell. System informs host that the space lock spell is also active in host's location. Due to the activation of this spell, the surrounding space has been locked. A variation of the teleportation spell can be developed in 5 minutes which will let host teleport out of the location. Would you like to develop this spell?" "Yes," shouted Daniel in his mind, while 5 people wearing clothes similar to Radagust's appeared out of the crack. All 5 started chanting together in a strange language that Daniel had never heard. Between them, 2 small tornadoes started forming as he looked on, trying not to panic. These were no normal tornadoes. Bolts of lightning could be seen swimming around inside, as if they were snakes that would devour anything that entered. "Selfish king, how did you dare to come out of the city when you knows that the presence of your ancestor is the only thing stopping us from purging the nation of the corrupt nobility?" came Radagust's voice as he too stepped out of the crack. Without giving the king a chance to answer, he turned around and looked at Daniel. "As for you, which organization do you belong to? State the name, and we will spare you if it is an allied organization. Is it the Divine Elements sect? Your product is similar to one made by them. Are you perhaps an exiled disciple who is exploiting their secrets for some resources?" Hearing Radagust speak, an expression of realization appeared on the king's face. Could this be true? He seemed to be wondering, making Daniel think fast about how he could remove the suspicion. He was a powerful personage, after all. And wouldn't a powerful personage have his pride? HMPH, you have no right to know. Attack me and it will be a mistake which will make the Archbishop above you come to seek forgiveness. Let me go and I'll forget that this ever happened. Daniel had studied the parchment about the Church of Rectitude, thus he knew the hierarchy of the members. An Archbishop was definitely higher in the list, so he decided to use that name to try and scare these priests away. An Archbishop? We will see about that. I believe that you are only an exile, and the great Saint Rectitude always instructs us to follow our instincts. Either leave if you are capable of it, or die at the hands of the lightning tornado. If the Archbishop does need to descend, I have no problem begging at your feet then. Saying so, he joined the group that was chanting. Alas, his ploy had failed. This was the problem with zealots. Their faith, both in their chosen leader and themselves, was often quite strong. In some cases, it was strong enough to even bet their lives on. Cutting the earth and running away was no longer an option, because that would simply let the others know that he was not who he claimed to be. Besides, Radagast might decide to attack personally, and Daniel knew he could not beat him in a straight-up fight. As for using the needle to kill the priests, the system had warned him before that it was not a threat to even exalted human mages. Although it looked very impressive and had incredible penetrative power, it moved too slow and someone with enough power could easily dodge it even if he surprised them with it. Of course, it had been perfect for impressing the two because they had been fixated more on how he had even made the needles appear in the first place. Is there a way to stop the tornado from affecting me until the spell is developed? Asked Daniel, seeing that the tornado was slowly growing taller than him. Data about spell not present in database. Analysis in progress. Please wait. The wind and lightning would soon tear him into pieces, and the system was asking him to wait. At this moment, Daniel realized that he was depending on the system too much. Almost every time he faced a problem, he had gotten used to asking the system for a solution. The current situation forced him to use his own brain for once, like the time when he trained on his own during the Hell training in the Fists of Justice training hall. Only, with time, he had forgotten that feeling of depending on himself. Strong winds were being spat out of the tornado at regular intervals, making Daniel's eyes water. Yet, he stared right at it as if he were looking for something he had lost inside. As he did so, he noticed that although the earth all around had been disturbed, the spot at the center looked normal. Of course, the eye of the tornado is the safest place, he realized, but he had to find a way to enter the eye without being swept away or killed by the cutting winds and the lightning first. However he racked his brain, there was no way he could use a spell which would allow him to survive long enough to enter. The only possible option was a barrier spell that he had developed choosing the system. It made a transparent barrier above his skin protecting him from danger. Yet, due to his present level, the barrier was quite weak and would only provide him with a moment's protection. Shifting his thinking, Daniel tried hard to remember everything from his previous life, hoping to find a clue from it. Finally, he got an idea that might work. It had only been a couple of minutes since the priests had appeared. What was weird was that the king and the Grand Court Mage had relatively calm expressions on their faces, and they had not even deigned to give a reply to Radagast. Geez. With a weird intonation from the chanting priests, the twin tornadoes starting moving towards the two of them. Daniel simply stood there, but the king had already activated a barrier around the two of them. Deciding to focus on saving himself first, Daniel commanded the system to cast the two spells he had decided on. Hidden from the view of the priests, a tiny tornado similar to the one that was going to assault him came into existence in the air behind his back. Since he had the parallel processing tool, Daniel also cast the barrier spell on himself for protection. At the instant that the priest's tornado with swirling sand and rock came near him, Daniel bent back and entered the one he had made using his barrier for protection. Only, his was revolving in a direction opposite to the one that was attacking him. A cancellation effect started to take place, lessening the speed at which the enemy tornado was revolving. He had made sure to keep it hidden from the priests, who were completely focused on the king's actions. The barrier protected him momentarily, before losing its effect and exposing him to the myriad sand particles and lightning bolts that were trying to destroy him. At that exact moment, he heard the voice he had been waiting for since what felt like a very long time. Development complete. Lock-breaking teleportation spell developed. Use it, he screamed, vanishing from the spot before his tiny tornado lost all of its effect from trying to fight against the larger one. 2 needles of fire had already cut the earth, trapping his feet. The last thing he saw before he vanished from the scene was a very old man appearing in front of the king and the Grand Court Mage. Daniel had no idea if he remembered correctly, but he could swear that he had seen the swirling particles and lightning bolts stop in mid-air as the man raised his hand and pointed it at the tornado. The priests had diverted their attention to the king right after shooting the tornado at Daniel, thus they did not notice him vanish from where he had been standing. Instead, they were preoccupied by an old man that had appeared in front of them. This man had long, gray hair which reached his chest, but his face was clean-shaven, showing a strong jaw and a bold nose much like the king's. Only, his eyes seemed to contain an experience that made one wonder just how many years they had seen. A simple raise of his hand stopped the elements approaching them, resulting in a stunning image where the swirls of sand and lightning were suspended in midair. Yet, he only humphed at the priests before disappearing and letting the tornado rage on and destroy the trees behind them. The 5 priests who had been watching were puzzled as to why their leader did nothing to stop the enemies after going to so much trouble to set up an expensive formation and carry out an ambush. Radagast only had a wide smile on his face as he watched them vanish. Noticing the puzzled looks on the other priests' faces, he said, "That was the previous king, the most powerful person in the kingdom of Lanthina. It is his demise that will signal the church to begin the purge. Our attack was only an attempt to deplete his power and hasten his eventual death." One of the priests curiously asked, "Then why didn't he just kill us if he is so powerful?" In his present state, every move he makes shortens his lifespan. But attacking the palace is impossible because there is a very powerful spell formation around the palace which will not deplete the previous king's lifespan when he controls it. He could simply slap us to death without breaking a sweat, but that formation will not be anywhere as effective when controlled by his untalented son. Let's go. We must report to the Archbishop. Hearing this, each of the priests took out peculiar globe-shaped trinkets from their pockets and held them in their hands. As Radagast waited for the space lock spell to deactivate, he gazed at the position where the mysterious master had been standing before. 5 minutes to break out of a space lock. So he is at least an amateur warrior mage after all. HMPH, as if that level were enough to communicate with the great Archbishop, he muttered under his breath while committing the face of the man to his memory. Inside a hidden bedroom in the royal palace, the previous king who had just appeared in the room along with the present king and the Grand Court Mage coughed violently before wearily sitting on the bed. "Richard, you know this is a sensitive time. Why did you leave the palace?" In front of this man, the king only had a humble expression on his face. His head lowered, he answered, "I was looking for a potential ally, Father." This man made a wondrous solution which the Grand Court Mage observed and said that it was definitely made by at least an amateur warrior mage. "I just wanted to get as much help as possible to defend the throne when the time comes." The Grand Court Mage also hurriedly nodded to agree when the man on the bed glanced at him. "Yes, allies will be useful. But from now on, do not leave the palace." "I will not, Father." "Could that man really be that powerful?" he asked, doubtful after what he had heard from the priest. "He broke out of a space lock in 5 minutes. That does require one to reach at least the amateur warrior mage level. Be careful, son. Redouble your efforts. This kingdom was built by the blood and sweat of the noble line of the Lanthanor family. We must defend the throne at any cost. If we can't, then we shall perish with it and take as many of the bastards with us as we can." The temperature in the room increased as the man uttered these passionate words. Yet, he immediately started coughing again, prompting him to lie down. "To defend or die." "Take care, son." "I must rest now," he said with a shaky voice before closing his eyes. Yet, the king only had a mocking expression on his face as he exited the room. Meanwhile, Daniel had morphed back into his original form after teleporting into the outer city. It was lucky that the forest had only been a few kilometers away from the outer city, allowing him to use minimal energy to escape the location. His skin was bleeding from the many lacerations he had endured before managing to teleport out. He could only withstand the pain and limp back to his room while being on the lookout for any constables that might be patrolling. With a little luck, Daniel only had to teleport twice to escape the patrols before he finally reached his room. He had just been running out of energy, and his majroot had started to throb from the overexertion. Thankfully, all of the cuts were only the surface. The main problem was the sheer number of them. Taking out the healing solution stocked in all rooms in the quarters, Daniel applied it everywhere he could before falling asleep. The next morning, he woke up to an itching all around his body from the solution working to heal the wounds. Gingerly getting up, he took a bath before hurrying to the minister's manor. Although he had no idea if his bluffs had worked, he still needed to go find out just what the situation was. As soon as he entered, he saw the minister sitting in the hall, smiling. The king has ordered the finance minister to extend a contract to sell all the honey trap solution directly to the palace. The palace will buy it from you at the price that was stated during the store opening, although there is a limit of just how much they can buy at a time. It seems your master impressed them, Daniel. The king also asked me personally to ask your master to just consider the matter he requested and give an answer later. Hearing this, Daniel beamed with happiness. It worked. Realizing that all of his financial problems were now solved, Daniel reveled in the joy while he felt his mind relaxing. It had been cluttered with a multitude of backup plans and fears in case the king decided that the master had been bluffing. Now, all he needed to do was slowly focus on building his faction while making trinkets and supplying training materials to all those he took in. Although there were a few miscellaneous tasks like going back to the enchanter to learn more trinket enchantments and directing Joshua thoroughly to induct trustworthy people into his faction using oaths, the majority of his worries had already been eliminated. The meeting had been very important because he now knew that the king would flee rather than fight. After all, knowledge was power, and with this knowledge, Daniel could modify his plans so that he would not be caught off guard when the king did leave, leaving all of the contenders for the throne to fight it out. A huge, red pouch was on the table, which the minister gestured to before saying, "This is 20,000 of the 100,000 gold lands that were earned in the sale. I will be setting up a warehouse where honey will be stored. Your master can simply convert as much as he wants into honey trap solution and notify me so that I can deliver them to the palace. The rest of the gold is in the 4th room in that corridor which is opened by this key. You can use that room however you like, and all payments will be deposited there." Daniel, be careful. There are too many undercurrents in the kingdom and I don't want you to get caught up in any of them. The minister handed a golden key to him before giving a broad smile and leaving with the waiting space mage. Taking the red bag into his hands, Daniel felt for the first time how it was to be rich. Walking towards the room indicated, he used the key and came upon a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. Piles of gold coins were stacked in the room, in neat rows that glittered with the light that came in due to the door opening. Daniel counted 8 rows, which meant that each row was 10,000 gold coins. Everything had worked out. His risks, fears, and efforts all felt like they had paid off at this moment when he gazed at this sight in front of him and rejoiced that henceforth, there would be no want of wealth for him and his followers. Taking the red pouch, Daniel left the manor and first went to his room. It was time to sit Faxial down and explain everything to him. On hearing that Daniel was building his own faction, his friend simply nodded before asking what he needed to do, making Daniel wonder if his ambitions were that clear. Faxial was tasked with finding more recruits who fit the criteria, hardworking and oppressed, with a desire to take revenge. His job was to coordinate with Joshua and track down all such individuals in the academy before collecting data on them. Of course, this had to be done as discreetly as possible. The fact that very few people were carrying out this task meant that the chances of it leaking were slim. Yet, just to be safe, Daniel decided to implement oaths early. He was after all a respected figure in the academy, known to have stood up against the nobility and even succeeding in beating the best of them. Thus, there were some like Joshua who were ready to follow as soon as the opportunity arose. Although this number was slim, Daniel did not want to waste the opportunity they presented. Thus, he had the system develop a magical vow spell before telling Faxial and Joshua to secretly meet him in case any such candidates arose to take the oath. The problem of surveillance was solved by using the gold to buy a trinket that covered the area he was in. Because he was already in possession of the anti-surveillance tool, Daniel could now tell whether he was being spied on by someone. If it was the case, he would simply either choose a different time and place or use the trinket in case that wasn't an option. This rare trinket itself costs 20,000 gold lands and had to be provided by the minister. The next thing Daniel did was visit Tripoli again to observe some basic defense and offense trinkets and develop the techniques required to enchant them. His goal was to have a stock of defense and offense trinkets that he would be able to hand out to the members of his faction when the time arose. Of course, due to the almost unlimited amount of wealth he now possessed, buying up trinkets was also an option, yet this would arouse too much suspicion if too many were purchased too fast. The only option he had was to slowly buy some each time with different people, but this wouldn't be enough to reach the target he had in mind. Hence, he set out to enchant trinkets himself. Daniel had expected that it would be a piece of cake due to having the technique, but he was shocked to see that the system only used the heads-up display to give an indication of the actions he must do. On inquiring with the system, he realized that there were two ways to learn enchanting: 1. Enchant materials forged by others, and 2. Learn the forging himself and accompany the trinket in every step of the way. Ripley used the second. On asking the system, Daniel found that using the latter way, one would have greater chances of success because each and every fault and imperfection in the metal would already be known by the enchanter. Many enchanters, in fact, learn from common blacksmiths first before even starting to think about embarking on the path of enchantment. This was also mainly because of the success rate. The former typically resulted in trinkets being successfully enchanted 2 out of 10 tries, while the latter resulted in at least a 50% success rate. Although he was a bit tempted to choose the former to save time, Daniel went with his instincts, which made him feel that the latter would allow him to build a solid base which would definitely show its value later. But he did not have enough time to go learn blacksmithing first before coming back to enchanting. Luckily, he had the system to train him. The heads-up display showed him everything, from the curve in which his arm should move to the position that he must be in to exert maximum power. Now, the only thing he needed was time and practice, to make his muscles and mind used to complex movements that accompanied enchanting. The last problem that he needed to solve was the nobility. Since the fight between Verinal and Joshua, Daniel had been waiting for the nobles to retaliate and either increase their activities of oppression or challenge again, knowing that the strategy had only worked by a fluke because they had taken their victory for granted. Yet, what was puzzling was that in the days that followed, some of the nobles who would often find joy in stepping down on the commoners slowly started to suppress their actions. This also included Verinal, which made Daniel wonder exactly what had changed their mindsets. Was it the threat of impending doom? But this was unlikely, as that information was secret and only few knew about it. Whatever the reason, it was too little too late. The suffering the general populace had endured was now branded into their minds, and such small changes in attitude would do almost nothing in changing that. With everything settled, Daniel plunged back into a hectic schedule much like the one he had in his first year. Enchantment, body and mage root training, recruitment discussions, honey trap solution synthesis, resources distribution, and implementing some plans that would add more tricks up his sleeve. He tackled each of these tasks with the singular discipline of one who knew exactly how precious each and every second was. Only, Daniel knew that this was the peace that symbolized the calm before the incoming storm that would decide the future of the kingdom of Lanthina. A man wearing black robes walked through the streets in the slums of the kingdom of Lanthina while taking care to keep his hood up to defend himself from the tumultuous wind and rain that was trying to make him stop his journey and go back to wherever he came from. Seeing that it was getting harder and harder to keep moving forward, The man discreetly glanced around to check if there were any constables watching. It was a particularly stormy night in the kingdom, making many constables seek shelter in their favorite bars, hoping that their superiors were doing the same and thus not checking whether they were doing their duty. Confirming that there was no one around, the man stepped forward but disappeared from his position. The sputtering flame from a candle went out in a specific house due to the cold gust that he brought with him when he stepped out of the air. Shivering, an old man wearing tattered clothes got up from his bed to relight the candle. Yet, he stopped in his tracks, noticing that someone else was in the room with him. "Ganva, I trust you have been well." A deep voice woke him up from his shock, making him realize that the one who had arrived was in fact the owner of the house. A broad smile appearing on his face, he asked, "Daniel, did you get what I asked for?" Before rubbing his hands in anticipation. In response, the man took out 2 bottles of yellow wine from his trousers before removing the soaked hood to expose his face. A set of radiant green eyes that looked like they had some sort of power in them were the first things that stood out to anyone who was watching him do so. Then, one would notice the angular jaw and pointed chin which lent a perfection to the face as if they had been sculpted into place. Lastly, the sharp nose and confident smile would make one realize that Daniel had grown up into a handsome man from the cute kid he had once been. Shaking the water off his clothes, Daniel glanced at the man who was already gulping down one of the bottles he had just handed to him. This man was Ganva, a trusted friend of his father's who was entrusted with living in the Anivron house and alerting Daniel through a trinket in case there were any intrusions. "Ganva, go to sleep. You won't have to stay much longer here." As soon as he said so, the man who had just been feeling elated from the delicious wine suddenly felt sleepy. It was as if the wine had some sort of drug inside it which was intent on knocking the consciousness out of his mind. Groggily nodding, he plopped down onto the bed behind him and promptly started snoring, making Daniel chuckle and pick up the bottles to place them on the table nearby. "Sorry, old friend, but you can't be awake for what is going to happen next," he said, using the blanket to cover the snoring man. Walking to the center of the living room, he moved a sofa out of the way before pointing at the floor briefly. A wooden door appeared in the floor, which Daniel opened and carefully descended. His 5'8" figure made short work of the distance, landing soon enough at the entrance to the natural energized training chamber that he had been dreaming about for a long time. Before he could take it away though, there was something that needed to be done. Using a shovel which was lying on the floor nearby, Daniel started to dig around the chamber. Teleportation required an object to be free from any bindings. In case someone teleported an object that was bound, then there would be an attempt by the spell to move even the bindings, which could result in an overdraft of energy and in dire cases, temporary disability of the midroot. After all, the midroot was like a muscle which controlled the elementary particles. Put too much pressure on it, and it would first try to grow to accommodate for the pressure before cramping and becoming disabled if the pressure crossed a threshold. Thus, one needed to be both careful enough and powerful enough to teleport such large objects. This restriction made Daniel wait till he reached the level of a 4th-grade eminent human mage before even attempting to move the natural energized training chamber to a safer location. As he dug at the earth around the round, steel-like outer hull of the chamber, sweat started to appear on his body, prompting him to remove the robe he was wearing. As he did so, an athletic body came into view which looked like it was at peak condition. Although he wasn't bulky, the perfectly proportioned muscles moved in harmony to quickly excavate the chamber from the earth that had been trapping it for so long. A single blow was enough to dislodge 50 kg balls of earth. If Elenef were watching this sight, he would instantly be aghast knowing that such displays of power were only possible by someone who had at least reached the level of an eminent human fighter. A 16-year-old eminent human fighter. Such a feat was something that anyone in the kingdom would scoff at as being fake, as the record for the youngest eminent human fighter in the kingdom of Lanthino was set at 18 years by a member of the royal family. A few hours later, a huge steel ball lay in front of Daniel. Laying his palm on the door, he said in his mind, "Initiate mass teleportation." The air suddenly distorted around the location, and in a few seconds a large empty cave was all that was left. Daniel reappeared with the chamber under a two-storied house in a remote village situated between the border and the capital city of the Kingdom of Lanthina. As soon as the teleportation was done, he fell to the ground, exhausted. His forehead felt as if it were on fire and he fought to stay conscious while dragging himself to a nearby bed and grabbing hold of a block of ether that was on it. With a squeeze, white mist appeared out of the block, which again made him wonder for the nth time how a solid could directly become a gas due to applying pressure. Realizing that he was losing focus due to being too exhausted, Daniel breathed in deeply and commanded the system to use the energy to alleviate his condition. The ether block was exhausted in only a few seconds, making Daniel grab another one from the bedside and continued the process. As his breathing slowly returned to normal, he looked at the natural energized training chamber with an expression of triumph on his face. Meanwhile, in a hidden bedroom in the royal palace, an old man was taking in his last breaths while worrying about the kingdom that his ancestors had passed down to him. Knowing that his time in this world was over, he opened and closed his eyes for the last time, letting the death that had been at his heels for decades finally consume him. The next day, commoners woke up to constables and other members of the government going around the streets using loudspeaker trinkets which broadcasted their voice far and wide. The content of the message made many commoners rub their ears and wonder if they had heard right. All hail our previous King Geoffrey Lanthanor, who breathed his last after dedicating his life to the service of the Kingdom of Lanthina. Tomorrow morning, we will be honoring him in the ancient way. A march through the central street which leads from the gate of the inner city to the gate of the outer city. May his name be remembered forever. Listening to the announcement that was being broadcasted again and again, everyone finally realized that they had indeed heard right. The previous king? Many didn't even know his name unless they were told by their parents or grandparents, because it had already been 60 years since the present king had taken command. All humans who crossed into the warrior realm from the human realm enjoyed a lifespan of 200 years, due to stepping beyond the first major threshold that limited the human body. In contrast, most commoners only lived up to an age of 80, thus it was quite common that many assumed that the previous king had passed away long ago. Now realizing that he had lived for a very long time, they were once again amazed by the incredible benefits obtained by those who trained to reach the peak. Alas, without talent and resources, it was only possible to dream about reaching such heights themselves. The announcers first finished with the capital city before departing to all of the villages in the countryside using the army's teleportation corporation. Thus, when Daniel heard the announcement, it was already late afternoon. He had slept through the night and the morning due to the utter exhaustion from teleporting such a large object. As the sound of the announcement drifted into his ears, the first thing he felt was relief. Daniel had never trusted the timeline given by Radagast. He had already inquired from the system that lifespan would decrease with exertion. In fact, from the disinterest shown by the priests in him and the events that followed after he left, he realized that it was possible that the priest's plan had been indeed so to make the king move to decrease his already limited lifespan. Thus, he had spent the last 3 years doing everything he could to be ready in case events progressed faster than he expected. This was the valuable lesson he had learned from selling the honey trap solution. Things could always cross his expectations and bite him in the behind if he wasn't prepared. In fact, he had set both long-term and short-term goals for each year, so that if the struggle did start, he would be prepared. In his mind, 5 years would have been perfect, because there were still some plans afoot that would increase his chances of victory. Yet, he would now have to make do with 3. Getting up from the underground room and climbing up the stairs, he was greeted by the marvelous smell of his mother's meat pie. He now knew that the meat in this world came from an animal that looked like a cross between a duck and a chicken, with a sharp beak and white feathers. Over time, he had started to enjoy this meat which his mother always cooked excellently. Over the past few years, he had been regularly visiting his parents every month or so by borrowing the minister's space mage, as he had not been powerful enough to teleport large distances. Of course, this was only after ensuring there was no surveillance. Now that he had broken through, he could do so himself. His parents had settled into a life in the countryside quite happily. There was a small farm which they tended to with the help of some boys they had hired in the village, and Daniel always brought supplies with him whenever he came. They had later told him that this was exactly what they had planned as a young couple for their future, to retire comfortably to a village like this and live their life peacefully. Daniel felt happy that his parents were both safe and happy. Each time he came to visit, the love they showered on him made him work even harder to tackle the dangers that threatened him and his family. He was also very grateful to the minister who made everything possible, while also helping him out immensely by being the financial intermediary between the king and his master. Knowing that the king would soon be asking for his decision regarding the long-range teleportation, Daniel prepared to go back to his room in the academy. The only thing that puzzled him was the reason behind hosting the funeral. He wondered why the king chose to do so despite knowing that all the hostile forces in the kingdom were waiting for exactly this moment. Arriving at his room, he started thinking about what exactly the motive could be. His room was very different from 3 years ago, with many black marks on the walls as if explosions took place regularly. Balls of various metals were strewn around the ground haphazardly, and the portable furnace in the corner of the room looked heavily worn, as if it was being regularly used. Sitting down on the bed, Daniel started analyzing everything he knew about the situation. He knew for a fact that the main thing stopping everyone from attacking was a powerful formation that protected the palace. This information was actually given by his father, who had heard about this when he was in the military. It was most probable that the formation needed someone powerful to command it, and the Grand Court Mage nor the king were nowhere close enough to the level required. In this crucial time, if the king wanted to save himself and his family while not running away, he had to do one thing: make a show of force. Daniel very much suspected that this was true. If there was some new player in the game who would replace the king and have equal control over the formation, then the others would have no choice but to wait again. Yet, this wasn't an easy feat because even when compared to the surrounding kingdoms, the previous king's level did not fall far behind from the top existences in those locations. Calling Joshua to his room using a trinket, he gave a few orders and spent the rest of the day training. He had just broken through to a 4th-stage eminent human mage, and he still needed to test out and consolidate his powers. The next day, a cordon was placed in the central street making everyone stick to the side. Crowds of people flocked to the alleyways, hoping to get a glimpse of the figure who had lived for such a long time. Mixed in the crowds were many people whose sharp eyes constantly looked around while waiting for the procession to start. One would be able to see that there were at least 3 such types of people, each dressed differently but keeping an eye on each other. Thus, few noticed the teenagers mixed in the crowd who were doing the exact same thing but in a more subdued manner. Tension seemed to be high, as the crowd's chattering died down into utter silence on hearing the gate to the outer city start opening. With a loud dong, the much-awaited funeral finally began. 20-foot-tall banners were the first things that came out of the gates after the gong sounded, signaling the beginning of the funeral march. For the first time, Daniel got a close look at the army of the Kingdom of Lanthina. The army was actually positioned outside in a separate barracks near the capital city. They seldom entered the city, as they always had to be on call to respond to any attacks on the borders of the kingdom. Only the highest personnel would often come to the capital to converse with the king if necessary. Blue robes made from a faintly shimmering material covered the soldiers till their knees after being tightened at the waist by a leather belt. The belt had 6 pockets arranged neatly on both sides, while the trousers were made of a similar material. The boots looked especially sturdy, with what looked like spikes covering the bottom which made the marching sound even more pronounced as the procession passed past Daniel. Light grey shoulder epaulets with a sharp edge made the uniform stand out, making Daniel suspect that they weren't so simple as they appeared to be from his years of experience in enchanting. The soldiers' eyes were set straight ahead, as if they would march through anything on their path without hesitation to get their destination. This relentless determination made many move back with awe from the cordons, giving the procession even more space as the remaining members appeared from the gate. The 5 columns of barrier bearers, each containing 10 soldiers, were followed by another 5 columns with slightly different uniforms. These soldiers had red epaulets which gave one the impression that blood was dripping from their shoulders. Although the rest of the uniform was similar, their belts had 8 pockets which seemed to be filled completely. A casket inclined at 45 degrees to the ground exited the gate next. Embroidered in gold and precious gems, the casket floated in the air, letting all see the peaceful expression of one who was unconcerned of mortal matters. Daniel saw that this was, of course, the man he had glimpsed in the forest before teleporting away. A gold crown was on his head, symbolizing that he had once reigned over an entire kingdom. As per the information Daniel had gathered in the short time he had, a small regiment of the Mage Corps of the army was also supposed to be here. Yet, they were nowhere in sight. Meanwhile, it seemed that the image of the casket containing the previous king had set off a zeal in the eyes of many watching the procession. Daniel took note of 5 such people around him, clenching their fists tight while they seemed to be waiting for some signal. Of course, there were also some who hid these feelings well. From the system's surveillance tool, Daniel could surmise that there were at least 10 different pairs of eyes on him. It was just that the other 5 were concealing their feelings and intentions well, not letting Daniel to pick them out easily from the crowd. Suddenly, a foreboding feeling washed over him. It was as if something had changed in the location he was standing in, making him feel uncomfortable and restless. Eminent warrior spell. Bloodlust detection has been activated near host's location. Would you like to cast the anti-detection spell? Alarmed, Daniel responded yes before feeling relieved that the foreboding feeling was receding. Although there had only been a slim chance, Daniel did not want to take the risk to expose his intentions. The anti-detection spell was something he had developed by using the system's surveillance tool as the base. Like in the case of the honey trap solution, an ability of the system was developed into a spell with limited effects that he could use. Although the effects were limited, Daniel had given the specification that unlike the surveillance tool which only protected him from enemy surveillance, this spell must be able to thwart any attempts at detection no matter the method used. Bloodlust detection was just one type of detection spell, but it was already something that only an eminent warrior mage could cast. Shocked, he realized that this meant that either the previous king was faking his death, or another powerful personage had arrived who was equal to the previous king in power. Events were definitely not going like what he or the other forces had expected. Turning around, he was taken aback to see a man in brown robes being lifted into the air while having a gruesome expression on his face. He frothed at his mouth for a few seconds before fainting and floating in place in the air, limp. Slowly, Daniel saw more and more such figures rise into the air and faint. Looking around, he realized that some belonged to his faction too. The procession had stopped in its tracks, while the soldiers simply gazed at these unconscious people with stoic expressions. This was only taking place in the area nearest to the gate, where at least 10% of the population of the kingdom were congregated. Yet, the people on the streets further beyond that point could also clearly see this appalling sight clearly. Even the commoners were not spared. Children pulled at the clothes of their parents, horrified at seeing them hanging in the air as if dead. Seeing this sight, Daniel felt disgusted at whoever had cast this spell. 3 men appeared 15 feet in the air, looking down at the unconscious citizens with expressions of anger on their faces. One of them was a young man with features similar to the king who was standing beside him. The nose was an exact replica, but where the king's was crooked after being broken, this man's was straight. Unlike the king's silver hair, his shone a bright gold, making him stand out among the 3. My father, King Geoffrey, spent his whole life defending this kingdom with everything he had. How dare you people hold ill intentions against such an honored figure on the occasion of his funeral? I should behead you all to pay tribute to my father's sacrifices to the kingdom, fumed the king, speaking in an angry tone that made many watching commoners cower in fear. Father, let them be. Let this act as a final warning against all those who hold ill intentions against the throne. Please spare them for my sake, as a welcoming gift for my return to the kingdom. The young man spoke, giving the commoners a ray of hope. The grim atmosphere that had pervaded the area due to the king's words was swept away by this honeyed voice. while the appalled commoners instantly felt gratitude for the man who was standing on their side. "As you wish, son." Due to your potential, even the vice-sect master of the Withering Leaf sect graced our kingdom with his presence. I will forgive them for one last time as a gift to you. Vice-sect master, please do release the spell. The kingdom thanks you for using the eminent warrior mage spell, Bloodlust Detection, to let me address all these people who seem to have lost faith in the Lanthanor family. The last man, who was wearing a green robe with leaves emblazoned in mesmerizing patterns, nodded in response before waving his hand. All of the unconscious people fell to the ground with a thud while Daniel watched this drama play out. Seeing the grateful expressions of many of the commoners who had been fearing that their loved ones would be beheaded, Daniel applauded the king in his mind while also controlling the urge to scoff at the obviousness of the intention. This was clearly the eldest prince who was known to have crimson comprehension level. Daniel knew that he was at a distant sect, but he had had no idea that he would make such a flashy entrance. The Bloodlust Detection spell could only be cast by one at the eminent warrior mage level, which was exactly the level the previous king had reached before passing away. Thus, in one fell swoop, the king had made it clear that there was someone on his side who could fill the void left by the previous king while also succeeding in granting a positive impression to his eldest son in many of the people's eyes. Now, the best thing for Daniel to do was see how the rest of the forces in the kingdom reacted to this new development. Under a rundown house near the east gate of the outer city, having concealed himself without moving for over 4 hours, Daniel felt his patience wearing thin as he wondered whether he was even at the right place. Over the past 3 years, he had regularly placed a scout near the entrance of the Tricobra sect that he had been to earlier. Only, it was very hard to track the locations of those who were experts in tracking themselves. The advantage that Daniel had was that his faction had grown steadily to incorporate students from both the fighter and mage academies from all walks of life. This was despite the fact that nobles like Laravel had for some reason withdrawn from the spotlight and were now keeping to themselves. In fact, Laravel had made very little trouble for Daniel since the first-year assessment exam, making him almost forget that the prince who liked to show off even existed. By luck, one of the members who had sworn the oath was the son of a farmer who supplied grain and vegetables to the house that Daniel had gone to. Recently, he had been tipped off that the student's father had been told to make deliveries to a new location in the city by the same people who ordered him to deliver the foodstuffs to the Tricobra Society's location. Right now, his priority was to know what exactly the next step of the forces inside the kingdom would be. It just so happened that a large delivery was ordered on the day after the king's display during the procession, prompting Daniel to act on a hunch that he might be able to eavesdrop on any important information that could be useful to him. Of course, this would only be possible with the help of the system. Daniel knew that the system used vibrations to analyze sound waves, thus he had developed a spell based on this concept. Barriers designed to keep hearing spells out were common, but Daniel was sure that no one must have designed a spell which stopped vibrations from emanating through any materials. At his present level, he could detect someone speaking 2 rooms away if he were using the spell. Another useful spell he had designed using the system for tasks like these was targeted teleportation. Usually, when a mage teleported to a location, he would simply coax the space elementary particles to form a doorway which would transport him to a location he had been to before. Although there were spells like the one the minister's space mage used where this could be circumvented in a roundabout way, this was still the most common way in which mages use teleportation. The idea that Daniel had gotten was to use the system to replace the part of the process where the mage decided where to teleport to based on his memory. The system was always scanning his surroundings, especially now that he had the anti-surveillance tool installed. Thus, the resulting spell would teleport him after a delay to wherever he wanted in a 100-foot radius around him safely. This delay would go away gradually with rise in power. Using the spell, Daniel had teleported himself halfway into the ground between the surface and the Tricobra sect's underground room. According to the system, this was the minimum distance required in order to not raise an alarm and still eavesdrop on the meeting. The earth in that specific spot had been replaced by Daniel's figure, While he conjured a small space door near his nose for air, as for water, he simply cast a water ball spell at his mouth whenever he was thirsty. The main difficulty was not being crushed by the earth above him. Thus, he had dug a small cave around him which seemed stable for the moment. All set, he settled in for what he hoped would be a productive use of his time. Yet, for the last 4 hours, all he had heard was the chattering of the guards who wondered why they were even posted here. Another 2 hours later, Daniel was tempted to leave. Squashing the temptation, he tried to focus on anything other than the numbness he felt in his body from moving very little for a very long time. Finally, after 3 more hours, his vigil finally paid off. 4 people had suddenly appeared in a room in the chamber and were now seated. It was impossible to get an image of the situation, so Daniel could only hear the rustling of the clothes, which signified that the people were simply waiting, silent. A minute later, another pair of footsteps were felt which sounded a lot heavier than all the others he had heard so far. "Let's get to the point. Headquarters sent me here after reading your report. I can't believe I had to come to such a backwards place to explain something so simple to you. A formation as complex as the one in the palace needs some time to be deciphered and mastered before any mage can use it to its full potential. To reach a level in mastery that would make us consider changing our plans, the Vice-Sect Master will need at least 1 month. We must." A warning sign went off in Daniel's mind, making him instantly teleport back to the surface. Just as he did so, he saw a red light emerge from the ground a few inches away from him before disappearing into the night sky. Alarmed, he hastened to leave the location as soon as possible. "Did that light pass through my previous location?" he asked, having no idea where he had just been. Inside the ground. Affirmative. Spell not found in database. Detection was possible due to the acute senses of a high-level mage. Please upgrade the system to improve overall capabilities. EXP cost, 10,000. Present EXP, 9,500. System upgrade. This damn system upgrade again. For the past 3 years, Daniel had been stockpiling as much EXP as he could to upgrade the system as soon as possible. This was because after a thorough grilling session with the system, he had understood that upgrading now would give him a lot of benefits that might make or break many of the plans he had. Besides using some EXP to purchase some crucial tools, he had been stockpiling the rest as best as he could. Unlike the year in the academy where he had just trained non-stop, the past 3 years had been spent doing things which, in the system's words, aided in world domination. Thus, he had been receiving missions and achievements which he always placed as his first priority. All he needed was 1 more mission, and he would finally be able to get the upgrade. For one thing, it would enable the system, and therefore him, to cast spells of a higher complexity than before. For example, he had just been discovered by the mage underground due to the eavesdropping spell being cast with the mind of a human mage, which was approximately the present level of the system according to what Daniel had found out. With an upgrade, it would be a warrior mage casting the spells. Thus, assuming that the mage underground was not a rumored champion mage, there would be no way to detect that Daniel was listening in. This was just one use, but it would already have allowed Daniel to listen to the whole plan of the society. At least, he had overheard the essential information that the palace would be relatively vulnerable for a month, due to the formation not being fully activated. All of the competing factions would definitely move before that time. Hurrying back to his quarters, Daniel immediately called Joshua to his room. It was time to unite and prepare all of the members they had been gathering in anticipation for the final struggle. Also, it was time to announce the name of the faction which they would proudly take as their own and scream without abandon when the time came to march onto the battlefield. In a forest outside the north gate of the outer city, a steady stream of teenagers had been trickling into this particular forest since the wee hours of the morning. Wary of the surrounding farmers and guards, Daniel had already bought and deployed a number of anti-surveillance barriers. Also, the instructions had been to leave from different gates and come to the location one by one. Thus, not much attention was drawn to the students who kept disappearing into the depths of the forest. In a clearing in the middle of the forest, Daniel was standing on a rock that stood 5 feet in the air. As it was a formal occasion, He had chosen to wear some new clothes he had purchased recently. A crimson robe that fit him perfectly hung to his knees, emphasizing his broad shoulders and athletic build. Black trousers finished the look, while his stoic expression gave him the air of a commander waiting for his soldiers to assemble. A few minutes later, Faxial gave him the go-ahead that all of the members had arrived. Over this period of time, Faxial had also matured to a handsome young man with sharp features and a strong body. Only, he was a bit more muscular than Daniel. Due to going down the vanguard route, around 500 students were in the clearing in front of him. They all looked at Daniel with bated breath. After confirming with Faxial that the anti-surveillance trinkets were all active, Daniel cast a spell which magnified his voice. A man I respect once told me about a time when the people in the royal family of Lanthana were treated fairly by the king. A noble committing a crime would be judged regardless of his identity, and he would be sent to the same jail as a commoner. "But what have you experienced?" he asked, making many of the eyes watching him turn red as memories flooded into their minds. A pretty girl wearing blue clothes was the first to answer, screaming at the top of her lungs and almost startling even Daniel. "A noble killed my mother for rejecting him. And he wasn't even tried by the court." Hearing this, more and more shouts started resounding throughout the forest. "My parents were beaten to death for accidentally ruining a noble's clothes. My sister was abducted and killed after being played with." Hearing the accusations, Daniel felt his own blood boiling. In front of many of these grave misdeeds, what had happened to his family was actually quite mild. He had only found out about the rottenness or some of the nobles over the course of these 3 years. Whenever someone volunteered to give the oath, Daniel would always ask what had happened to their family. This was both to reaffirm their decision and Daniel's. Whenever he gazed into the eyes of these people whose suffering and pain knew no limit, he would be pushed more and more towards the decision to do everything in his power and help as many people as he could. In fact, he had noticed that his initial aim of just taking revenge for his family was slowly changing into the much greater one that the system had stated was his destiny. Of course, he did not indulge in fantasies of conquering the whole world yet. But, he wanted to first take control of this kingdom he had transmigrated to. Then, he would finally be in a position to know more about this world that the kingdom was located in and decide his next step. Such information was restricted to those in the highest echelons of the kingdom. Although not all of the nobles were so rotten as to commit such deeds, there were indeed many who let their desires control them. The purging of these abominations was the first thing Daniel decided to do in case all of his plans succeeded, placing him in command of the kingdom. He spoke again in the loud, deep voice, stopping all those still screaming to vent their frustrations. "The time has come to take matters into our own hands. When you swore to follow me, I promised that I would do everything in my power to seek revenge for you. There will be danger, and some of you may die. Do you still seek to chase your revenge and ensure that many others will not suffer the same way you did?" Since the moment he had begun the faction, Daniel had been aware that there would be danger. In such tumultuous times, death would soon be common. Yet, he had vowed to himself to do his best to keep all of the members of his faction alive. Daniel was very clear of one of his major shortcomings: he did not know death. He had not killed even a single person in both of his lives, and although he had seen people die, his hand had never been the one which held the dagger. Now was the time for war, and in war, there would be casualties. Thus, he had spoken these words both to himself and the people in front of him. Although he knew that the sooner he overcame this shortcoming, the better it would be, he still secretly dreaded the moment when he would have to kill with his own hands. However many times he told himself that it was inevitable, the dread did not go away. Shaking his head to throw all the worries aside for now, he focused onto the scene to hear a loud cry that sent the birds in the surrounding trees flying away in terror. Yes, his eyes also turned red, feeling the sheer hot-bloodedness of the atmosphere. Although he had decided on the name beforehand, he had been unsure of how to announce it to all the members. Now, in this state, the words came to him naturally, prompting him to roar them out with the will of one seeking to charge against the heavens themselves. No more will the nobles squash us under their feet. A sword made of fire appeared in his hand, which he thrust towards the sky as the words echoed in the forest. "No more," came the response, all sorts of weapons piercing the sky alongside Daniel's as one by one, each fighter and mage took out the trinkets they had. "No more will our futures be dictated by those above us. No more," roared the crowd. "Dominate the oppression. Dominate your future. Dominate the world. Henceforth, you will be known as the Domination Corps." In this way, the name that would later strike fear into countless beings rang out in this world for the first time. Wordless screams reverberated throughout the forest, while even the normally reserved Faxial and Joshua joined the cheering that was growing louder and louder. A broad smile came on Daniel's face seeing this scene of pure passion. He looked around, branding it into his mind while also imprinting each and every face he saw into his memory. Finally, he had succeeded in forming his first faction in this world. As expected, the system rang in his mind, making him smile even broader as he also joined the screams. Achievement: First named faction obtained. First named faction, step by step, using the image that you worked hard to build, you have formed a faction that will follow you to the ends of the world. A fitting name for the first faction of a future world dominator. Congratulations on forming your first named faction. 2000 EXP awarded. Total EXP, 11,500. Soon after, Daniel dispersed the group after having Joshua and Faxial distribute parchments to them. These were contact trinkets, and they needed to be bound by blood much like the one that had pricked his blood when Daniel had entered the Fists of Justice training hall. Once bound to a certain person, the parchment could only be read when held in that person's hands. Any attempt by anyone else would result in self-destruction. After the faction members started trickling out of the forest, Daniel sat down on a nearby rock and drank some water from a water ball spell. Commence the system upgrade. Affirmative. System upgrade purchased. Remaining EXP, 1,150. System will be offline for 6 hours during upgrade. Would you like to proceed? After saying yes to the system, Daniel saw that Joshua and Faxial had come and sat near him. Taking out a yellow letter from his robes, Faxial handed it to Daniel with a doubtful look on his face. "Remember the noble that Joshua beat with your help?" he asked, as Daniel took the letter in his hands and started examining it. Due to working together, Faxial and Joshua had gotten quite close and the latter had already told the story about how he joined Daniel in the first place. "Yeah, Vernal. He's not been in the academy for a while, right?" Daniel asked, recalling the vicious expression on the noble's face after being defeated by Joshua. "Yes. He turned up at my room yesterday when you were outside and left after giving me this. He said it's for you." Puzzled, Daniel felt the letter in his hands and noticed that surprisingly, it was just a simple paper instead of a trinket like the ones they had handed out before. Opening the letter, he was quite shocked to see the contents. "Come to the barren land 3 kilometers east of the outer city at the stroke of midnight if you want to know the king's weakness." The first thing that Daniel thought was that this was definitely a trap. There was no chance that a lower-tier noble like Vernal would have information about the king's strengths and weaknesses. Yet, the actions of some of the nobles over the past few years had been quite puzzling. Keeping to themselves, they had almost disappeared from the people's eye. Still, Daniel knew very well the value of information. Although he had a lot of wealth, it had been very difficult to obtain information from the palace. Thus, he did not want to miss the chance if the information was trustworthy. If this invitation had come before this meeting with the faction, Daniel would have definitely discarded it as too risky. But now, with the upgraded system that he would soon have, Daniel was confident to at least detect danger if it existed and escape if need be. A few hours before the appointed time, Daniel hatched a plan to ensure that he would be prepared no matter what happened. An upgrade to the system had resulted in all of the tools he had purchased automatically upgrading. This had been another of the reasons for his avid stockpile. Now, with Anti-Surveillance 2 tool, the system could scan 200 feet around him in any direction. Thus, he could also safely teleport to any location in that distance. He first teleported 50 feet under the surface similar to when he had eavesdropped on the Tricobra Society. After that, he ordered the system to teleport him 200 feet east each time until he reached the barren plain written in the letter. Thus, He placed himself directly under the meeting location to see just who it was that had contacted him. A half hour before the appointed time, two teenagers in royal robes steadily walked towards the meeting spot. Although he could not see them, Daniel clearly identified the voice. It was Laravel, the arrogant prince who had almost killed him during the first-year assessment, was talking to Vernal while walking with an agitated tone. "Did you make sure to explain clearly that the letter was for Daniel?" "Yes." He didn't say anything but nodded after seeing that it was only regular paper. "Good." A brief silence followed, during which Daniel surmised that Vernal was fidgeting, as if he wanted to ask something but was deciding whether or not to. "Why, Laravel? Why are you meeting with him?" "Like you said, we stopped everything." "It did nothing to change the people's view. The dangers you spoke of are still out there, but the king has found a solution. The vice-sect master will take control over the formation and things will be just like before." "What's wrong with that?" "Your eldest brother will become king, but you said you weren't interested in the throne anyway." "Are you really so naive as to believe that things are that simple?" "I know my eldest brother. He inherited my father's desire for power and a long life. Besides, he was never interested in ruling the people anyway." "The Withering Leaf sect definitely has some motives on the kingdom, but I have no idea what exactly." "I have no choice but to meet him." Sighing heavily, Laravel continued while approaching a specific spot on the barren land. "I was always very close to my grandfather. He told me many stories about how our ancestors built the kingdom, and that it was handed down king after king to the sons of the Lanthanor family. Although I did show off, I was blinded by a desire to be praised by many. These last 3 years spent at my grandfather's side have taught me that in the end, only one thing matters: having no regrets when we die." Grandfather regretted allowing the rest of the family to do whatever they want. In his final years, he wished that he had done something to stop the kingdom from reaching this state. He told the same to my father, but I know for sure that he only cares about himself. "I do not want the kingdom to go into an outsider's hands. For that, I am willing to do anything." According to some information I intercepted by fluke, I suspect that he is connected to the powerful figure who supplies the honey trap solution. "So, I have no choice but to request a meeting with that personage with the hope that I can find out just what my father is planning." Hearing this, Daniel got more and more shocked. The previous king had actually felt regret in his final years, and this regret had changed this arrogant prince enough to seek him out. Daniel even suspected that the ones above knew he was eavesdropping, but the desperation in Laravel's tone was definitely not fake. Although he still did not believe everything, Daniel decided to first see just what this weakness was. He had already confirmed that there were no threats around the location. Teleporting a little distance away, he put on a weary expression and slowly walked to the location. As he neared the meeting spot, a mock expression of surprise appeared on his face after seeing Laravel at the location. "Daniel, it is just me and Vernal here. You don't need to be cautious." A few days before the first batch of honey traps was sent out, you bought honey from various stores in the marketplace. Also, you were seen leaving the minister's manor right after the day of the sale with a big bag of money. "Don't worry, I came across these pieces of information by fluke." They came from 2 different sources, one who tracked all honey purchases before the product came out and one who was keeping a close eye on all ministers' residences. I connected the dots, and I know that the person who is supplying the solution is possibly behind you. "I would like to seek an audience with that person," said Laravel as soon as Daniel reached the location. Daniel had been puzzled regarding what exactly connected him and the mysterious master. Alas, he had been too avid in making money that he had forgotten to cover his tracks properly. Luckily, it had not come back to bite him this time, but it could have been very dangerous in case someone else found out. It could have been easy to think beforehand and made a plan to buy the honey more discreetly, and also take care not to walk out of the manor with a money bag in his hands. Although these were little things, they had almost resulted in his doom. He resolved to keep this incident in mind and always recall it before considering careless actions like those again. Even now, he could just deny everything as the connection was slim at best. Yet, after eavesdropping on the conversation, Daniel was interested in finding out just what information this prince had. "I can consider that, but what do you offer in return?" "What information do you have?" he asked, after contemplating for a while. "I can discuss that directly with that personage. You just need to set up the meeting," answered Laravel, an expression of caution appearing on his face. "Either tell me now and trust me to pass it along and set up the meeting, or forget about the whole thing." "It's your choice," said Daniel, folding his arms. He did not want to bring out the mysterious master unless it was absolutely necessary. Also, he knew perfectly that as Laravel had been the person who requested the meeting, he was in the position of power in this negotiation. After thinking for a while, Laravel reluctantly nodded after reflecting about Daniel's character. He was known to treat those around him fairly and give importance to friendships, as evidenced by the events that followed his underlings beating up Faxule. Reluctantly nodding, he said, "There is 1 month of time in which the formation will not be fully activated. The Vice-Sect Master needs this amount of time to master it. I also have detailed information about the composition of the army. I suspect that the Master behind you will also compete for the throne, and I am ready to do whatever is necessary to help. I can even give you access to the palace. In return, I want the kingdom to stay in the hands of the Lanthanor family." Daniel felt quite shocked hearing this. The composition of the army and direct access to the palace? That would make all of his plans much easier to achieve. But, what he asked in return was impossible to give. If the kingdom needed to prosper, the noble family had to be purged. Although the actions of the king had had some effect, it did nothing to decrease the massive sea of hate that had already formed in the commoners' minds. "I will pass on the information." "Wait here," he said, before vanishing in the air. Laravel had been hoping for an immediate meeting, so he was quite happy to hear Daniel's response. A minute later, the grey-robed man with a hooked nose appeared in Daniel's place. Looking at the 2 kids in front of him with a neutral expression, he raised his hand and made 2 thin red hoops of fire appear around their necks. Feeling the blazing heat hitting their necks, sweat immediately appeared on both of their foreheads. "How are you controlling fire like that?" asked Vernal, his mind going blank from the sudden threat to his life. "Shut up. Can't you see it's a modification of the fire spell that only warrior mages can use?" shouted Laravel urgently while not daring to move even an inch. "Forgive my friend, sir." "My master in the academy spoke about the fine control that warrior mages have over even the basic elements." "I trust Daniel has told you about my request?" "Yes." "Although the information is valuable, it is impossible that the royal family can remain in command. Either state a different request or I will make you forget that this meeting even happened." In fact, the other forces including the Withering Leaf sect plan to purge the history books of all mention of your family name. History is written by the victors, after all. The best I can offer is that this will not happen if I win the struggle for the throne. Daniel had gotten this idea as soon as he had heard Laravel's request. Clearly, he was a man driven by his ideals. The main ideal that he adhered to was the concept of the kingdom being handed down. In other words, he valued the history and the name of the family over everything else. Thus, Daniel decided to see if he could use this to get the information. His plan was to offer the next best thing. After all, even he admired the previous kings who had expanded the kingdom and treated everyone fairly. As for the information regarding the purging, Daniel was simply bluffing. But it was most likely true. He remembered that back on Earth, the first thing an invading force did was to burn the history books and write new ones, making sure that it was their name that would stay in history and not their enemies. A horrified expression appeared on Laravel's face as he heard this news. His family's name would be forgotten by everyone. He had been extolled countless times by his grandfather about the honor of his family, of the importance that must be placed on maintaining this honor. He just could not accept the noble Lanthanor name being burned up and made to disappear by the hands of the outsiders. "I accept," he said, making the hoop of fire instantly vanish. Taking out a parchment from his pocket, he handed it to the master and said, "The details of the army are in this. Contact me using it when you need access to the palace." A defeated expression was on his face as he realized that he did not achieve what he had planned. Yet, he found consolation in the fact that he had done something that would let him hold his head high in front of his ancestors. Taking the parchment, the master nodded and gave one last look at the 2 nobles before disappearing. Right after he left, A teardrop snaked down Laravel's cheek and fell on the ground. He had done all he could to follow his ideals, but his heart still hurt. It hurt with the knowledge that 1 month from now, along with a new ruler, the kingdom of Lanthana would also have a new name. A smile appeared on Daniel's face as he saw that things were slowly falling into place one by one. Teleporting back to his room, he sat on his bed and started analyzing the information on the parchment. Although information collected over the years had given him a rough idea about the structure of the army, getting concrete details from such a reliable source was the best option. Even if Laravel only gave the information he knew, it would still be useful. Besides, Daniel's plan never included competing against the army directly anyway. With the current strength of his faction, it was, of course, impossible to do so. The army of Lanthana was split into 2 major sections, the fighter army and the mage army. The fighter army was majorly composed of citizens who were tested to have low talent. The criteria to get in was quite simple. Many men and women could directly sign up and be selected, granted that there was an open spot and that they passed the fitness test. The reasons behind the threshold being so low were the constant border conflicts that threatened the kingdom, and also the sheer size of the border walls which needed to be patrolled. The number of regular soldiers in the army reached a maximum of 200,000, with almost all of them having reached at most the level of a first-grade human fighter. This was the number that could be maintained with the budget allocated to the army. Only with a few months of training, they would be sent to the border to man the walls. If they were lucky, they would seldom get involved in conflicts and spend most of their military life patrolling the walls, after which they could comfortably retire to the countryside with a handsome pension. If not, they could get involved in a conflict on the first day and die. Still, many signed up due to the guaranteed food and pay. As for those with medium or high potential, they would be given more resources and time to gain skills that might save them on the battlefield before being deployed as squad leaders. If they earned enough merits and advanced in level, they could rise through the ranks and command more and more soldiers. The soldiers that Daniel had seen during the procession wearing the grey epaulets were the elites that were picked out from those who earned top merits in the border struggles. These soldiers would be trained to be the force that would be sent out in case a conflict exceeded the level which a platoon of regular soldiers could handle. The minimum requirement to be part of this force was to reach the level of an eminent human fighter. Like Daniel, the number of soldiers in this troop fluctuated around 3,000. Considering that the total population in the kingdom numbered in the millions, this was quite a low number. After all, the rarity of being born with medium or high potential was quite high. Finally, the soldiers who had worn red epaulets were the elites among elites. One at least had to reach the level of a 6th-grade eminent human fighter before they could join this force. With the best resources in hand, their goal was to protect the kingdom in case any deadly force threatened to wipe it out. Also, they were the ones who also acted as the spies and infiltrators who gathered information from enemy nations. The former 2 groups were simply called as soldiers and elite soldiers, but this section of the army had a special name, the Red Demons. Equipped with the best trinkets, their red epaulets signified the enormous amount of blood they shed to reach their position. Just 500 of these soldiers could be maintained by the kingdom at any point. There were 3 commanders in total. 2 commanders at the level of exalted human fighters reported directly to the king. One was in control of the regular soldiers, while the other governed the elite corps. As for the last commander, she was an exalted human mage who controlled the mage corps. Unlike the regular soldiers who were thrown into battle to temper themselves and grow stronger, the mage corps always ensured that their members would be the least at risk in any conflict. This was because of the rarity of someone being born with a mage root. The mage corps was constituted of 2 forces, mage soldiers and mage elites. All amateur human mages belonged to the former while eminent human mages advanced into the latter. The information regarding this corps was the most secretly guarded. Even Laravel did not know their number, specialty or even the location of their headquarters. All he knew was that the mage soldiers were rumored to be around 1,000 strong while the mage elites had at most 200 members. 200 eminent human mages? Daniel felt shocked seeing this information. The strength of the kingdom could indeed not be underestimated at all. Again, He felt lucky that he did not even try to make a plan that would result in a head-on conflict. As for the information about those inside the capital, there were around 5,000 constables who held the peace. Of these, very few even reached the amateur human fighter level, and the strongest was another exalted human fighter who led them. Head reeling from the overload of information, Daniel fell back on the bed and started to decide what to do next. His preparations were going well, but the one thing he still needed to find out was the date of attack. The forces inside the kingdom would definitely not wait the whole month to attack, but they would also not attack right away. Before gathering the information regarding the exact relation between the Withering Leaf sect and the eldest priest. In fact, Daniel was still waiting for information regarding the sect. As he was thinking of the options he had, he was reminded of his master, who he seldom met after he had rejected the church's offer. On asking later, he found out that the mysterious and incredible drunken step he had seen was given by the church, and he was sworn by magical oath to not divulge its details to anyone. Also, on asking the system, he found out that analyzing the technique was impossible. Although he had been slightly expecting this, it was still a disappointing find. A spell system was after all something developed by centuries of study by the greatest of minds. But, now that he had the upgraded system, he was excited to find out if it was possible to analyze it. After the upgrade, the Phenomena Analysis Module 2 has upgraded to Phenomena Analysis Module 3, yet he hadn't tested it out yet and thus didn't know if it could analyze and develop new spells, which it hadn't been able to do so before. Also, he was itching to spar with someone to test out his power after breaking through. Although Master Jonah had some kind of agreement with the church, he was still a trustworthy ally according to Kayla. Clapping his hands with eagerness, Daniel got up and prepared to teleport to his master's cottage. As soon as Daniel got to the cottage, he noticed a familiar smell in the air. Knocking on Master Jonah's door, he tried to figure out just what it was. Although it was very similar to the honey trap solution, it was somehow different. "Come in." Hearing the yell, Daniel opened the door and walked in to find his master bent over a jar of honey. A thoroughly burnt bird was beside him, and he seemed to be cutting off pieces from the bird and mixing it in the solution. Near him was a barrier which protected a single block of ether. Just as Daniel entered, he deactivated the barrier with hopeful eyes. Yet, a disappointed look appeared on his face seeing that not one mosquito entered the solution. 8 of them started munching on the ether block, making Master Jonah cast a gust spell to shoo them away before reactivating the barrier. "This damn solution. How does it work? If only I figured this out, I could do so much more with it." At the doorway, Daniel chuckled secretly, seeing his master's futile attempts. If his solution could be figured out so easily, then someone would have hit upon something similar a long time ago. Turning around, he noticed Daniel and said, "Oh, Daniel, what did you come to find me for?" Without a word, Daniel raised his palm, making a 2-feet-long snake of lightning appear in front of him. The number of elementary particles a mage could control was decided by his level. Now, with Daniel's 4th-grade eminent human mage power, he had come a long way from being able to create just small sparks of lightning only a few inches long. Seeing the crackling lightning, a glint shone in Master Jonah's eyes. "You broke through. A new record, I see. So you don't just have pseudo-legendary potential after all." "Well, that was pretty obvious after finding that Keller supported you." "So? Did you just come to show off?" Hearing this, Daniel was reminded of the last time he had asked for a spar. He had just broken through to a 3rd-grade human mage, and he wanted to see just how powerful he had gotten. Not finding a suitable partner, he had chosen to ask his master. A few minutes later, he found himself lying on the ground, but first with a blade of ice at his throat. What was frustrating was that his master had used exactly the move Daniel did during the first-year assessment. His leg had been pushed back by a strong gust of wind, and an ice prick appeared at his throat, sealing his defeat. Daniel had had his elementary vision enabled, thus he saw that the true reason he had lost was that the gust somehow influenced the elementary particles around it, making it many times stronger and thus giving Daniel no chance to resist. It was the same effect he had seen the first time he met this man. Daniel didn't even know the exact level of his master, but it left a bad taste in his mouth that he was defeated without even putting up a fight. This time, he had a plan. "I want to spar, and if I manage to hurt you, I want to know when the church will attack the palace," he said, his eyes shining with determination to obtain the information on his own terms. Judging from everything he had observed so far, Jonah was at least an eminent human mage at the peak level if he did not count the amplification that came from the peculiar spell model that he had acquired from the church. If he wished, he just might be able to put up an even fight if he gave it his all, but Daniel did not want to expose his full power. Of course, this was also disregarding the usage of spells like the compressed fireball which had been developed by the system. After all, a paragon was known for being able to defeat those above their level. Raising his eyebrow, Jonah said, confident, "Are we? Fine, and I leave and let you make the first few moves. But if I win, you have to arrange a meeting with your master so that I can discuss a few business ideas." Keller had already told Jonah about the figure behind Daniel. Now, it was Daniel's turn to raise his eyebrow. He agreed this easily, and here Daniel had prepared a whole list of taunts to try out. Of course, he did not even know if Jonah was allowed to tell the date. After all, he did not know the details of the agreement between him and the church. Puzzled, he asked, "You can tell me the date?" "I thought the church would forbid you from leaking out their information." As if remembering something unpleasant, Jonah grimaced before replying, "You let me worry about the church. Besides, it won't be a secret for long." The church believes in a straightforward approach. They want the people to see them beating down and purging the nobility. In this way, they want to incur good faith and make it all the more easier for them to convert them into their faith after they win. Of course, a direct assault is most risky, but they have a plan which even I don't know. As for the date, there's no problem in telling you, but you must earn it first. Daniel was quite shocked hearing this. He had been expecting that the forces would plan a secret attack and catch the palace off guard. Instead, they would march right through the front door. Well, he thought, at least he wouldn't need to worry about missing the occasion. Still, he needed to know the date beforehand. "Let's do it." Nodding, Master Jonah led the way out of the cottage. To Daniel, he looked like a treasure lode that might let him develop a new spell technique which would amplify his power and also give him the information that he needed to find. Going to an open field nearby, Master Jonah took out and used the same trinket he had used before to activate the barrier that prevented spying. Standing serenely, he simply gestured at Daniel to make his move. The confidence irked Daniel, making him want to try his best and achieve something in this fight that would wipe that smirk off his master's face. Immediately vanishing from his spot, Daniel reappeared behind his master. Pointing his hand forward, he made multiple fireballs much bigger than the ones he used to cast before appear in front of him. Each was the size of his head and blazed with a heat that distorted the air. Shooting them without hesitation, he vanished again and appeared to the right of Jonah. This time, it was ice. All Jonah did was conjure a barrier in front of him. Yawning, he idly watched the furious barrage of spells which stopped in their tracks and disappeared on impacting the barrier. It really seemed that he had been somehow affected by the fact that Daniel dared to bet with him, and now wanted to show him his place convincingly. Daniel did not stop teleporting from location to location. He kept throwing balls after balls of multiple substances at the barrier that was protecting Jonah. Soon, the barrier was almost completely coated by what appeared to be slushy mud. "Whatever spell you throw at me is useless, and at your level, it is impossible for you to conjure a major spell this quickly. Let me end this farce." Just as this voice was heard from inside the barrier, Daniel stopped teleporting around and stood in front of Jonah. A triumphant smile appearing on his face, he raised his hand for one last time. Multiple lightning snakes just like the one he had shown to Jonah appeared around the barrier, coming into contact with the wet dirt and disappearing entirely. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Jonah's barrier broke, making all of the dirt on top fall on him as a shocked expression appeared on his face. Immediately deploying another smaller barrier, he managed to stop the mud which was conducting electricity and threatening to electrocute him as soon as it came into contact. An embarrassed expression appearing on his face, he said, Nice trick. You still didn't touch me though. Yet, Daniel simply pointed at the collar of Jonah's shirt, smirking. Looking down, he saw that a globule of mud had managed to pass through. Touching it, he retracted his hand, feeling the electricity that was still in it. Sighing, he spread his arms and made the barrier expand, throwing the mud away. Daniel had simply used a small trick to fool Jonah. A barrier made by a mage simply worked by controlling the elementary particles around them to make a wall that would only be broken if the power from the invading spells passed a threshold. There were two ways to break such a barrier: either a sharp enough force had to pierce through, or the overall integrity of the barrier had to be compromised by attacks from all directions. Daniel had chosen the latter. Using spells like the fireballs and ice pricks as cover, he had made the surface of wet dirt appear, which was a good conductor. Then, he used this property to send the lightning bolts in and assault the barrier from all directions. Of course, only a paragon would be able to master so many spells and cast them so quickly and precisely to result in the powerful effect. A bet is a bet. Good job, kid. You have grown up, said Jonah, making Daniel smile even broader at the victory he had just grasped using his own abilities. 1 week later, the Church of Rectitude has come to deliver this kingdom from the bane of the evil nobility. In 3 days, come to the gate of the inner city when the sun is the highest in the sky to witness the righteous priests strike down the king and the royal family. All hail the almighty saint of rectitude. Posters with sayings like these were everywhere. Overnight, they had somehow sprung up on most of the walls around the outer city. Although the guards managed to remove all of them by the afternoon, word had already spread throughout the outer city. Some were skeptical, knowing that the royal family was not something that could be defeated so easily. Some were scared, as they had done many deeds hand in hand with the nobles which would mark them for purging if the church took over. Most knelt and prayed at the graves of their loved ones, who were taken away unjustly due to the king turning a blind eye. They had already resolved themselves to follow whoever sated the desire for revenge that had been growing in them for many, many years. As long as they were given what they yearned for, they would forever etch the deed into their hearts and be willing to follow that force to the death. This was exactly what any usurping force wished for, to ensure a smooth transition of power without resulting in much unrest. After all, the citizens were the lifeblood of any kingdom. Blinded by his desire to live longer, the king had indeed made a grave mistake by letting matters reach the present state. All his family had done was lay more and more seeds of hate and distrust in numerous people. Now, they had all finally bloomed. As Daniel walked the streets, he could see the tension in almost each and every citizen's faces. These were just simple people who did not want their descendants to be treated the same way they were. To achieve this, they would follow anyone who gave them even the slightest hope. Right now, there were 3 main forces that Daniel was keeping an eye on. 1. The Church of Rectitude. As things stood now, they would mostly be the ones who would lead the charge. 2. The Tricobra Society. Chances were that they would move after the church was weakened. There was no possibility of an alliance between these two because of the highly conflicting ideals. 3. The royal family and the Withering Leaf sect. Some unknown alliance had brought these two together. Regardless, they would be fighting to keep control of the palace until the formation could be completely mastered. These were the only forces that had actively moved resources to contest for the throne. Although some more were also present, they were only keeping an eye on matters. As for Daniel, he was mostly unnoticed by all 3 of these forces. The only attention he was drawing was due to his master, who was a figure of unknown power who might or might not take part in the struggle. The goal of the church was simple: invade the palace, kill the nobility in front of the citizens and drive away the other forces to hold control of the palace and decipher the formation. The Tricobra Society's motives were currently unknown. But one thing was obvious: they also wanted to kill the king and take control of the palace. As for the king and the vice-sect master, all they wished was to defend until the formation could be completely mastered. Seeing these 3 motives, Daniel had understood one thing: the palace was the key. Whoever managed to hold the palace for a period of time would emerge as the winner in this struggle. In fact, in the last 3 years, he had analyzed many guard formations of smaller establishments. These formations worked similar to enchanting, Objects were enchanted with specific spells and placed in certain arrangements to bring out the desired effects. Yet, when it came to the palace, the system had simply admitted defeat, quoting that the complexity was too high. After obtaining the information about the exact date of attack, Daniel had already started deploying his faction around the city according to his plan. Right now, all that was left to do was wait for what would definitely be an eventful day. The day of the attack dawned like any other, yet many citizens of the Kingdom of Lanthana had had sleepless nights either due to excitement or fear. In Daniel's case, it was a mixture of the two. His plan failing would almost definitely result in the deaths of countless people including him. Yet, he had no choice. He could not stand back and watch his kingdom be usurped by an outside force which did not care about its people. Even the church only wanted a kingdom of sheep who would follow their doctrine and be willing to sacrifice themselves blindly. For his parents, for his friends, for his nation, he had to succeed, no matter what came in his way. Getting dressed and making sure that he was carrying everything he needed, Daniel headed to the gates of the inner city. A large crowd, thousands of people strong, had already gathered, and he had to wade his way in to get near the front. In fact, he had seen many people from the countryside also approaching the city. Seeing the numbers, he approximated that close to 1 million people would soon fill the streets of the outer city. It seemed that even the peaceful people in the countryside had had enough of the decades of injustice. Reaching the front, he met up with Joshua and confirmed that everything was ready. The time of the attack was here, but he saw no one around him who stood out as priests. Knowing that they would mostly appear above, he kept his eyes on the sky. Sure enough, in a few seconds, the familiar figure of Radagast appeared in the air. With his hands respectfully folded, he was standing beside a pot-bellied man in a great tunic. This balding man seemed to have amiable features, with thick lips and a small nose. With a pious expression, he spoke with a voice that resounded throughout the outer city. People of Lanthana, I will only ask you one question. Have you had enough? Yes, came the reply as an untold number of voices screamed and yelled, shocking Daniel, who was watching the sheer intensity held by a group of people united as one. Would you like to break down these gates and storm the inner city? The man asked, his voice rising in pitch with the increasing frenzy that was spreading across the crowd. Yes, came the reply again, while each and every person remembered either the injustices that were done to them or the injustices they feared would be done to their children and family if they let the nobility continue their rule. Raising his hands in the air, the man made a gargantuan hand which seemed to be made of air appear above him. Seeing this hand appear, Daniel knew that there would be no speeches to rile up the crowd like he had expected. Like Master Jonas said, the church were very straightforward after all. The Church of Rectitude grants your wish, he shouted, gesturing forward as with a world-shaking boom, the gates were rent open. Events were already affecting his plans. He needed to get to a location after the church gathered the attention of the people, but now, he had time. As the crowd around him rushed forward like a sea, Daniel could only try to fight the current and struggle to move in the direction he had to go in. Daniel wished he could teleport, but the people pressing against him stopped him from doing so. Getting an idea, he ordered the system to teleport him to his destination as soon as an instant of time came when he wasn't in contact with anyone. After wading through for a few more minutes, by chance, that instant finally came. Stumbling onto the ground near one of the walls of the inner city, he adjusted his clothes and looked up to see Laravel waiting. Yes, Laravel was the key through whom he would enter the palace. His plan right now was pretty simple: get to the palace and analyze the formation with the upgraded phenomena analysis module. All of his observations beforehand had been from outside as he had had no way to enter and thus be in the presence of the formation, thereby accelerating the process of development like in the case when he had endured the weighty gaze of the king during the first-year assessment exam. Daniel needed to do two things. First, he had to allow the system to crack the formation with its upgraded ability while being in the presence of the formation. Second, he had to turn public favor towards his side if he wanted to be king. Thus, he had contacted Laravel and asked him about the secret passages into the palace like the one he had seen in Elenev's manor. Although all the passages leading in and out of the palace would mostly be blocked when the fight commenced, Laravel had said that he had a way to enter. Thus, after formulating a backup plan in case Laravel's plan didn't work, Daniel confirmed the time at which they would meet. Although Laravel had asked why the master himself wouldn't come, Daniel had simply answered that as a powerful figure, he was bound by rules and could not take part directly in conflicts like these. All he could do was help his disciple and give him everything he needed in order to win. Of course, this was hogwash thought up by Daniel after remembering the common excuses used by mysterious masters back on Earth. Yet, Laravel believed him because it did make some sense. Still, he looked at Daniel with a skeptical expression on his face. "You sure you have a plan to beat everyone else?" Checking his pockets to make sure everything was in place, Daniel answered, "Of course. I made the plan, and Master gave me everything I need. All you need to do is get me in." The Master excuse couldn't be used forever, thus he had already decided to start giving more credit for himself. Nodding, Laravel turned around and pricked his finger with his nail. Stretching his hand forward, he drew a symbol that was similar to the royal crest on the wall. After a few seconds, the symbol glowed and disappeared into the wall. The stones on the wall magically moved to the side, opening a door that could fit one person at a time. Daniel followed Laravel in after making sure that no one was spying on them. It seemed that the Grand Court Mage was quite busy with some other matters. The doorway closed as soon as the both of them entered. In the pitch-black darkness, Daniel conjured a fireball and looked around at the moldy cavern they were in with steps leading forward. Gesturing Laravel to lead, the two started traversing the passage in silence. As he saw Laravel's back in front of him, he could not help but think back to all of their interactions. Even Keller had said that his problem was arrogance, but it was outside of Daniel's expectations that he would have such a change of heart. As someone who was still new to the matters of loyalty and character, Daniel had never placed any hope or belief in the possibility of one's attitude undergoing such drastic changes in just a short span of 3 years. In fact, he even had a small suspicion that he was being led into a trap. But Daniel was already prepared for that possibility, especially with the power of the upgraded system. Concluding that he still had a lot to learn, Daniel opened his mouth to ask how much longer it would take to reach the palace. Boom! The whole passageway they were in shook as if some enormous being had hit the earth above them, causing an earthquake. Dust fell from the ceiling while the two tried to keep their balance, waiting for the shaking to stop. Daniel was horrified. What kind of force was needed to cause such a massive disturbance? As subsequent booms started sounding from above, Laravel screamed "Run!" as he took off at frantic pace. Daniel decided to follow. It was too risky to teleport forward with the shaking and the rocks that were starting to fall from the ceiling. The outer city was quite large, so traversing it all would take quite some time. After 30 minutes of running at full speed, the duo finally reached an opening from which light was spilling through. Lunging forward, Daniel and Laravel got out of the passageway just as it completely collapsed behind them. Panting for breath, Daniel asked, "How can the passageway be so flimsy?" "This one has long been abandoned with no maintenance. I only know of it from a story my grandfather told about his childhood." Getting up and dusting off the dirt, he said, "Let's go." The palace is right ahead. They were in a round, domed room, which seemed to have been excavated long ago judging from the weeds that were creeping into the stones. With the ceiling at least 20 feet in the air, Daniel wondered the purpose behind this room. Just as he was about to ask Laravel the same, he looked forward to see that the kid's back was quivering, as if he was seeing his worst horror. Noticing just what Laravel was staring at, a similar expression of shock appeared on Daniel's face. King Richard Lanthanor stood right in front of the door which apparently led to the palace. With an expression of rage beyond anything Daniel had ever seen, the king roared, "Laravel! How dare you bring someone through the secret passage only meant for the royal family?" His roar echoed through the room, but Daniel's attention was drawn to something that puzzled him. The king's image seemed to be fizzling in and out of existence, as if it were merely a projection. Yet, in his shock, Laravel did not notice this. The horror morphing into an expression of stoic determination, Laravel found his voice and replied, "The noble name of our family cannot end due to your foolish actions. I will do whatever is necessary to ensure that." Now, It was the king's turn to be shocked. Seeing his own son talk back to him, King Richard temporarily became speechless and could only stare into Laravel's eyes. "He's not actually here," said Daniel from behind, making a small expression of astonishment pass across the king's face. What he was using was a high-grade trinket which let him project his image anywhere in the palace. Thus, he could not move forward from the boundary of the palace, but any human mage was not supposed to be able to tell the difference between the projection and reality. Daniel was actually using the upgraded elementary sight, hence he could see the particles in front of him with the view of a warrior mage. On reaching that level, one's mind would become more open and capable of viewing and assessing the world better. "Laravel, don't you know why your brothers and sisters do not even dare to have rebellious thoughts?" he asked in a normal tone. Laravel had calmed down a little after hearing Daniel speak. Indeed, if his father were really here, he would have lunged forward to kill them already, as both of them were simply no match in front of him. "I do. I don't know how exactly, but you have some means to take our lives." "I was prepared for that when I made the decision to approach Daniel's master." "You are wrong, father. You should have listened to grandfather." Hearing this, the king barked a savage laugh before saying, "My father? The old man was exactly the same way I am when he was in power. In fact, he was even worse. Once, he ordered a whole village to be killed because they refused to pay the high taxes. He contributed to the present state of affairs more than almost any king before or after him. If he faced the same situation I did, I know he would have made the same decision. After breaking through and enjoying such a long life, he suddenly starts preaching all that stuff to me. I have to sacrifice myself for the throne." Humphrey. Each word struck Laravel like a bullet. It seemed that although he had known vaguely about the previous king's past, hearing the bitter truth from his father was attacking his mindset, which had decided on his grandfather as his idol. Even his reasoning was flawed. "Did he ever tell you to care for the people?" "All he wanted was for the family name to go on." "Family name, family name, family name." I got sick each time I heard him say the same thing over and over again. As an expression of self-doubt and indecisiveness appeared on his face after hearing these words, Laravel slowly started shaking his head in response, both to answer the question the king had asked and to deny all of the allegations that were threatening to make his mind crumble. "What use is the family name if I'm dead? I want to live and grow in power. Frankly, I don't care if that's here or at the Withering Leaf sect. Your eldest brother will inherit the throne and the sect will slowly make this into a sectarian country. Of course, they will keep the people around because they need to recruit. But apart from that, the people will be treated with the same disparity. Boy, in this world, power is everything. It's a pity you were born from my blood and still don't understand that." "No," shouted Laravel, clutching his head and bending to his knees. Meanwhile, Daniel felt danger emanating from the open door that led to the palace. He did not want to teleport himself forward and get trapped, thus he waited and watched. For some reason, Daniel felt that the king was buying time. He simply looked at the crouched Laravel, giving him enough time to sort out his feelings. "Yes, he never told me care for the people, but we both agreed that it was essential to do so to prevent situations like these. Yes, he did all those things in his past. But I know he realized he had been wrong in his last years." Raising his head up to face the kings, Laravel spoke in a strong tone that displayed the firm belief in his ideals that he had regained. "Our family name is everything. I want to face my great-grandfather and my ancestors with my head held high when I die. The family name must live on. For that, I am willing to do anything." Speaking these words, Laravel felt a clarity that he had never experienced before in his life. All the doubts he had had about his grandfather's past were gone, because he now understood that changes like these could only be welcomed, not sought after. Each and every story told by his grandfather had awoken in him a zeal to live up to the deeds of their ancestors. Every time, he would compare his life and mindset to those of the princes of old who lived lives of leadership and conquest. Even he wished to be so, to work with a single ambition to expand the kingdom handed down by his family. Of course, His viewpoint had been flawed as the previous king himself did not care about the citizens. He had chosen to tell only selective parts after discarding the ones about them treating the people fairly. Yet, what he told had been enough to change this shrewd but arrogant kid. The stories gave birth to a wish to save the noble Lanthanor name from disappearing. And even if he died trying to fulfill this wish, he would have no regrets. Sighing, the king said, "So you've made your decision." "Well, it's too late now. Remember the royal technique given to all members of the royal family to increase body potential or comprehension?" Daniel was surprised seeing the king bring this up. He recalled his conversation with Elenef, who had talked about the rumors that the royal family had absorption techniques which increased potential but might result in gruesome mutations. What did that have to do with anything right now? Those techniques were a set. One increased body potential or comprehension, whereas the other could remove the limiter stopping mutations from occurring due to the side effects of using the other technique. Our ancestor who betrayed his brother to gain control of the kingdom was always afraid that his offspring might usurp the throne by doing exactly what he had done. Thus, he bought this set at an exorbitant price which placed the whole kingdom in debt for quite a lot of years. Raising his hand, the king stared into Laravel's eyes as a twisted smile appeared on his face. "Except your eldest brother, I can kill you or any of your siblings at the flick of my wrist right now. Choose, Laravel. Take a step forward and you will die. Say a word and you will die. Just surrender, and I promise that I will not even punish you." On Laravel's face, there was only peace regardless of what he heard. Since he saw the king here, he knew that his actions had been discovered and that there was a very high possibility that he would die. What difference would the method make? There was only one more thing he needed to do. He had to deactivate the bloodlock on the door so that Daniel could enter safely. At this moment, his whole life flashed before his eyes. His childhood filled with arrogance where he took pleasure in showing off whenever he could. His fear of defeat in Daniel's hands which made him use the explosion trinket during the test. His indignance and desire to take revenge as he still lost. And his first proper conversation with his grandpa who talked when he once accompanied his father to the bedroom. Each and every long discussion they shared were vivid in his mind. Bit by bit, he had begun to envy the princes of old who had the true right to be arrogant. With war merits under their chest and unfathomable power in their hands, what did he have to be arrogant? Nothing. By letting go of that arrogance, the admiration for his family name was slowly instilled in him. And with that admiration came the desire to do something. Now, a relaxed smile appeared on his face as the realization came that he would die soon. But he still needed to do that one last thing. Taking a lunge forward, Laravel tried to reach the door. An expression of frustration appearing on his face, the king flicked his upraised fingers and disappeared as another loud boom was heard from above ground. With a scream, Laravel fell to the ground and started writhing. After quickly confirming that there were no threats nearby, Daniel hastened to the prince's side. An expression of agony was on his face, with eyes rolled back to show the whites and teeth gritted so hard together that blood started to flow from the corner of his lips. Yet, what horrified Daniel the most was the realization that somehow, Laravel's body was growing in size while black hair started appearing all over his skin. In only a few seconds, the body on the ground was already double Daniel's size. A roar shook through the dome, making the hair on Daniel's skin stand on end as he realized that that figure had raised its head and was now looking at him as if he were its prey. Red, bloodshot eyes stared into his, paralyzing him in place as the figure got up from the ground. The black hair growing all over Laravel's body was sharp and spiky. Seeing it tear apart the royal robe made of precious materials with ease, Daniel regained his senses and knew he had to run. Even Laravel's face had become completely covered by the black hair, making it so that this being was completely unrecognizable from the prince before. Only the teeth which were growing into fangs were visible along with the terrifying eyes which were filled with the desire to kill. In a swift motion, the figure rose up and ran towards him. Its body was still growing, and its nails had grown to become blades which were at least half a foot long. The sound the nails made as they dragged across the ground sent shivers down Daniel's mind. Luckily, he was a mage. The speed of the being already exceeded that of an eminent human fighter, so Daniel would have stood no chance if he had to rely on his body. Teleporting to the other end of the room, Daniel first conjured a block of ice in its path, making it stumble and fall. Before it could get up, he tried to encase its legs in a cube of earth. Alas, all he could control at one time was a globe of earth the size of his head. As the figure stood up and started chasing him again, Daniel wondered what to do. The ways forward and behind were blocked. Daniel did not want to take the chance of being trapped in whatever danger he felt from the entrance to the palace. He had asked the system to analyze it, but their response had been that it was too complex to analyze without experiencing it. As for teleporting indirectly, the system had warned that there were countermeasures in place for such intruders, although it could not completely tell what those were. At least, he now knew that the system would be able to analyze the formation if he entered the palace. But first, he needed to contain the threat in front of him and find a way to enter the palace without being harmed. After all, this was still his ally. It would be best to use non-lethal means and knock him out before looking for ways to cure him in the future. After reaching a staggering height of 8 foot, the being finally stopped growing. Its abnormally long nails looked sharp enough to pierce right through Daniel, and in the small domed room, he was finding it more and more difficult to keep dodging. Just as Daniel was going to use a system-modified spell, small rocks around him started to float into the air. Magic. This thing is controlling elements, he realized, seeing the myriad pieces of rock start to shoot towards him along with the charging giant, which was getting more and more frustrated by this ant who kept teleporting around the room. Lightning, wind, fire, ice, earth, whatever spell Daniel used was simply stopped by the bristling black hair. At this point, he understood that he had a glaring weakness. All the spells he had could either tickle a powerful being like this or kill it directly. He had almost nothing in between which could subdue or knock out this thing. Do I really need to kill it? He thought, panicking as the space he could dodge in kept decreasing more and more. Besides, the being also seemed to be getting more and more adept at using magic. System, how do I stop this thing? Would host like a lethal or non-lethal approach? Non-lethal. The existence that host has encountered is the result of a mutation in the Majroot. Direct impact at the Majroot might have some effect, so the Majroot was behind all this. Looking up, Daniel saw a block of rock half his size which shook each time the giant thundered across the ground. It had already collided with the walls multiple times, further degrading the integrity of the room. With one more push, it seemed that the rock would fall down. Teleporting to a corner of the room so that the giant would have to pass under the rock when it charged, Daniel ordered the system to conjure earth above the block and push it down just as the giant came under it. Because the underside of the block was not visible to him, he could only ask the system to do so. Just as he expected, the giant turned around again and charged. Rage had completely consumed it, and it did not seem to learn from its actions no matter how many times it failed. Crack, as the rock hit its head, the giant skidded to a halt on the floor. Silence finally came to the room, which had been resounding with the thuds of the giant's steps till now. Daniel cautiously approached, noticing that blood was flowing from a glaring wound above its forehead. It seemed that although the rock didn't hit the Majroot directly, it had still done its job. Daniel. Hearing the feeble voice, Daniel ran to the giant's side. Its expression had changed and the rage that had been consuming it seemed to have receded. Although the face was still covered in hair, Daniel could now see a semblance of the person this thing had been before. There seemed to be some kind of struggle going on, as two completely different expressions fought to take control. One was the fury that Daniel had seen till now. The other was one of concentration, which made Daniel believe that it was probably Laravel somehow fighting back against whatever was happening to him. Take me to the door. Hearing the words Laravel sputtered out with great effort, Daniel immediately obliged and dragged the giant body towards the door, which was nearby. Thankfully, because he had advanced to the stage of a 4th-grade human fighter, pulling a body weighing what felt like 250 kg wasn't too hard. As soon as Laravel's body reached the door, he raised a quivering hand to his face and dipped his finger in the blood that was flowing out after taking care not to pierce himself using the blade-like nails. On the wall beside the door, He wrote the same symbol that had opened the passageway in the first place. It's taking control. Daniel, kill me. This change is irreversible. And I do not want to live like this. I can feel what is inside me. If it completely takes over, you will not even be able to touch it, and I will be gone anyway. Please, Daniel, do it. Each word needed to be forced out in the brief moments of time that Laravel took back ground from whatever was attacking his consciousness. System, is it true? It can't be reversed. Affirmative. The Majroot, and thus the body, has been irrevocably changed. According to the data collected, the body is using vitality to burn the lifespan of the original person. It will not live longer than 1 month. How could a father do this to his own son? Daniel felt even more sickened by the king who had let his kin train using this technique. Looking into Laravel's struggling eyes, Daniel saw what it meant to stick to one's ideals. Yes, the ideals had been flawed, but the determination to stick to them even if death came in the way made Daniel admire this man and wish that things hadn't turned out this way. As the expression of fury started staying for longer and longer intervals, Daniel realized that he had no more time to hesitate. Such a man did not deserve to have his body possessed. That would simply sully his honor and the deeds he had done. Realizing this, Daniel made his decision. As a compressed needle of fire appeared in the air, Laravel's eyes widened, realizing that the mysterious master was Daniel himself. Remember our agreement. Do it, he gasped out, closing his eyes and waiting for the blissful release of death. His mind hurt so much, and there was something ferocious inside that wanted to devour his consciousness whole and take over his body. One last feeling of triumph passed through Laravel's mind, knowing that what it wanted would not come to be. The noble name of the Lanthanor family will be passed down through history. Many will admire the mighty kings who built such a great kingdom, and many will marvel at the character of one prince who gave everything up to keep his head high. Goodbye, Laravel. As a smile appeared on his face from hearing Daniel's words, the needle entered his forehead. Instead of agony, the face only relaxed into one of comfort. The needle penetrated the Majroot before piercing into the brain. As the body in front of him became still, Daniel bent forward and closed Laravel's eyes, marveling at the peaceful expression of contentment on his face. Tears came from his eyes as he realized that he had actually killed someone with his own hands. Even worse, it had been an ally. Yet, there was no time to cry. The thunderous sounds from above ground seemed to growing in intensity and frequency, making Daniel stand up and put all his feelings aside for now. Looking at Laravel one last time, he etched his face into his memory before walking through the door that led to the palace. With an expression of resolve, Daniel finally marched into the palace. Host is under the effect of a formation. Analysis begun. Estimated time required, 10 minutes. Seeing the acceptable time requirement, he felt relieved that he had chosen to save up EXP to buy the upgrade. He seemed to have entered some sort of a storage room, with all kinds of metals strewn around the ground. As he entered, the door behind him vanished into the wall, leaving behind no trace. Looking around, he saw that all the metals were scraps discarded in failed enchanting attempts. The room had only one door, which Daniel exited through after confirming with the system that there was no one outside. Gold walls greeted him, with a ceiling that was at least 50 feet in the air. Opulent chandeliers hung at intervals above his head while numerous paintings adorned the walls. Hearing someone coming from the end of the corridor, Daniel quickly ducked back into the room. Deciding to leave after the analysis was done, he decided to wait there as it seemed safe right now. Dragon Heart Formation has been analyzed. Full control can be obtained if host can enter the vicinity of the Dragon Heart, which is the key to this formation. Minimum distance required for full takeover, 1 meter. General direction of the key is available. Would you like to use the heads-up display for instructions? Yes, and tell me about the formation. A green arrow appeared in front of him showing the direction he had to go in to get to the key. As he cautiously started walking through the corridor after exiting the room he was in, his eyes opened wider and wider on hearing the shocking explanation from the system. Dragon Heart Formation. It is a powerful formation which requires a dragon's heart to act as the key. With present data, System cannot ascertain the level needed to enchant the formation. It has been detected that an enchantment has been superimposed onto the original formation to make it easier to master by low-level beings. It is also this enchantment which System can take control of after host enters the vicinity of the dragon's heart. One who masters the formation can utilize the Dragon Claw spell to conjure a claw with the power of an peak exalted warrior mage. The claw is impervious to all attacks under its own level. Other miscellaneous spells can also be utilized. The spell was simply a cheat. Daniel now understood why the mastery of the formation was so important to obtain. With the Dragon Claw, as far as Daniel knew, all of the forces attacking the palace could be defeated in an instant. Of course, this was based on the fact that all the forces vying for the throne had to move warily and wait for the previous king to die. If they had a powerhouse at that level, they could have easily sent one in and purged the nobility whenever they liked. A dragon's heart. From the history of the kingdom, Daniel knew that the person who started this kingdom had slain a dragon to take control of the land it had been terrorizing. Yet, in all the records he had seen in the library, there were almost no mentions of dragons except for the occasional lines that they were long extinct. Remembering this, he wondered if the heart that was the key was the same heart of the dragon that the founding king had slain. The palace was a labyrinth of passages all adorned with some of the best art pieces Daniel had seen since coming to this world. System, why not just teleport to the location of the formation? He asked, as he had had to stop 3 times already to let some troops of soldiers pass. Space is locked due to the formation. System cannot develop a space lock breaking spell due to the high complexity of the space lock. Hearing this, Daniel resigned himself to being alert and responding to the system's warnings as quickly as possible. His only consolation was that there was no surveillance on him right now. Either the king had too much on his hands, or he had decided that Daniel was no threat. Of course, Daniel suspected that he was actually going to the place where the king must be. The key to any formation was always the most securely guarded location in any establishment, as it was what facilitated control of the formation in the first place. Thus, he wouldn't be surprised if they ended up meeting soon. Luckily, most of the palace seemed to be empty, with the residents either gathered at some location or evacuated due to the knowledge that the church would be attacking now. Meanwhile, the deafening sounds from something impacting the palace were only growing louder. Although he wanted to know just what was happening outside, he knew that his priority right now was to get to the key as soon as possible. Finally, after 30 minutes of frantic running with intervals of hiding when the system warned that there were people ahead, Daniel finally reached a large hallway. Suddenly, he halted after the warning that enemies were up ahead. Peeking around the corner of the corridor he was in, he saw that numerous soldiers were positioned just 40 feet away from him. All the corridors so far had been small, with enough space to fit 5 people side by side. Yet, the one that the soldiers were in was at least double that size. System, where is the key? He asked, seeing that the arrow was asking him to take a turn and run right into them. They all had gleaming red epaulets, meaning that they were the elite of the elite. At least 50 such soldiers stood at the entrance of a door looking around warily. The key is in the room guarded by the soldiers. No other entry point found, came the message, making sweat appear on Daniel's forehead. A head-on assault would be very, very dangerous because of the sheer number of the soldiers that were there. Also, he had caught a glimpse of some soldiers wearing a peculiar blue armor talking to the ones with the red epaulets. Asking the system, he found out that they were mages. The secret mage corps. The difficulty of entering the room had just gone up by a few more notches. If there were just soldiers, Daniel would have at least tried to come up with a plan. Now, he had to find another way. There were multiple rooms in the corridor Daniel was standing in. Till now, he had been ducking into empty rooms to avoid the patrols. Warning, patrol approaching from behind. Please find cover. Hearing the warning sound again, Daniel felt frustrated at the bad timing. No matter if he went forward or backward, the soldiers would end up seeing him. With no other choice, he walked to a door near him even though he knew that there was someone inside. The doors used lock mechanisms like in the dwarves' room. With the capability to even analyze the formation in the palace, the enchantment on the door stood no chance and was immediately unlocked. Silently opening the door, He cautiously entered. The rooms were built in the style where a short passageway was the first thing a person would enter on entering the door. Thus, whoever was inside did not see him yet. Deciding not to take any chances, he ordered the system to knock out whoever was inside by using a block of ice to impact the head. After the upgrade, the phenomena analysis module could now let him know about the level of a person if they were weaker than him. Hence, he knew that the person inside was only a second-grade human mage, and was thus no threat. Thud. Task completed. Walking further inside, Daniel came upon a king-size bed with lavish red blankets. Lying on top of them was a young teen who had just been knocked out. Turning him over, Daniel smiled as he realized that he just might have found the ticket inside. It was Vernal. The soldiers who had been tasked with guarding the king's central chamber were all ones who had been on a battlefield multiple times. They had the instincts of a veteran who knew when things were going south. Now, although that instinct was telling them that everything that could go south was going south, they had no choice but to stand and follow their orders. As for the Mage Corps, they were used to sitting back and casting spells as soldiers marched forward. Now, under the attack of a force that seemed unstoppable, they could not help but feel extremely wary. Seeing someone walk down the corridor towards them, all the soldiers went on high alert. As a single unit, the 50 soldiers divided into rows of 10 each. Each row had activated a particular type of trinket. The first row all had shields, blocking the ones behind from view. The second had lances in their hands with the tips pointing forward through holes in the shields. The third and fourth rows had close combat weapons like swords, daggers and maces depending on each soldier's specialty. The last had already knocked arrows, ready to shoot. The Mage Corps had simply vanished into the air, but a round ball of earth blazing with fire had suddenly formed above the soldiers' heads. "It's a noble," came the shout from the captain of the squad whose job was to identify threats and order attacks. "Stand down." Let him in. After verifying his identity, Daniel, who had disguised himself as Vernal, had suddenly put on a panicked expression on seeing the soldiers get into formation and point weapons at him. His plan was to wait and order the system to crack the verification method as soon as he found out what it was. He had allowed the panic to come on his face because that was the expression Vernal would put in this situation. After all, Daniel had seen a panicking Vernal in person when he impersonated as the master and met him and Laravel in the barren field. But before the soldiers even relaxed their formation, the door opened to reveal Kayla. "What's the matter?" he asked, seeing the unit of soldiers pointing their weapons at Vernal. "Your Excellency, this noble was just walking down the passageway. We were just about to get him to verify his identity." Hearing this, Kayla walked forward and saw the teen who had an alarmed expression on his face. "Vernal, why are you here?" he asked, as the soldiers finally minimized their trinkets and went back to guarding the door. Even the blazing ball above had disappeared and the mages were back, standing near the soldiers and looking around. "Is it possible to enter and see what is going on?" Keller's answer was cut off even before he opened his mouth, as he wondered whether he had seen an illusion. For a split second, he could swear that Vernal's face had morphed into Daniel's before changing back. Remembering the moment he had decided to help Daniel as best as he could, Keller understood what was going on. "Did you tear your clothes?" he asked, to confirm if his suspicion were true. Only the both of them knew of the conversation in his room when Keller examined his clothes, which had torn due to him activating the disguise for the first time. "Yes." Hearing the reply, Keller raised his hand and waved it in front of Daniel. A purple beam of light flashed over his body, after which the light turned green. Verification successful. He wants to see the king beat back the forces who think they have a chance against the noble Lanthanor family. Long live Lanthana! Long live Lanthana! The court mage was the king's trusted advisor, and it had been him who had arranged the additional protocol to verify one's identity out of caution. Seeing him do the verification personally, none of the soldiers or mages asked further and let them enter. Following the court mage amid the cheer from the soldiers, Daniel felt lucky that he had this ally inside the palace. Although what he could do was limited thanks to the oaths that bound him and the constant scrutiny of the Grand Court mage, he had still done everything he could. Entering the room, the green arrow vanished as the heart he had been searching for finally appeared in front of Daniel. Seeing the sight in front of him, he could not help but let his jaw drop. It was a large square room, measuring at least 100 feet in width and length. Glub-dub, glub-dub, glub-dub. A gigantic heart in the middle of the room was floating on top of a circular groove on the floor that shone with a white halo. Although there was no blood on top of it, the red heart still beat as if pumping out something. A barrier was around the heart, in which 4 people stood looking at panels in the air which showed what was happening outside. This was actually not the first time Daniel was seeing panels such as these. 2 years ago, he had seen a broken panel in one of the piles in Ripley's house. On asking, he had found out that such panels were very advanced trinkets which were manufactured by an ancient organization in this world. Just this broken piece had cost Ripley a fortune to buy because apparently, the enchantment was so complex that it required at least a 4th grade enchanter. 4th grade enchanter. Considering that the top enchanter in Lanthana was only 2nd grade, Daniel had been quite shocked. The minimum requirements to become a 1st grade enchanter were that one needed to be an eminent human mage and also needed to have become adept in the art of enchantment, which took years of practice. Even then, they could only make trinkets usable by 1st, 2nd or 3rd grade human mages or fighters. Going by this metric, a 4th grade enchanter would have to be someone who had advanced to the warrior mage level while also spending time to learn enchanting. Such a feat was simply impossible by anyone in the kingdom. Thus, it made sense why those trinkets would cost so much. In fact, that had been the point at which Daniel's plans had actually begun to become concrete. Virinal, stand to the side and don't make a sound. Daniel was brought back to the present on hearing the king's voice. Bowing, he nodded with respect and went to the side to join some other members of the nobility who were already there. In his mind, he cursed the barrier stopping him from coming into contact with the heart. After asking the system, he had just found out that it was directly made by the formation and was hence at the level of a peak warrior mage. There was no way he would be able to break through it no matter what he did. All he could do was wait for a chance. There were more than 40 nobles standing all around the room, their eyes transfixed on the images on the panels. Thus, only a few of them simply nodded seeing Virinal arrive and then went back to staring. Reaching an empty spot, Daniel also turned towards the panels in the center to finally find out just what exactly was going on outside. There were 3 panels in total, each showing different locations. The first was the front of the palace. Daniel had been to the place with Elenev when he had gone to collect the Prime Citizen Award. It was an aerial view, with the gate to the palace and the situation outside clearly visible. A gargantuan beast that looked like a rhinoceros was ramming into the crimson barrier that had formed at some point around the whole palace. As he finally understood exactly what had been causing the disturbance along his way, Daniel noticed 2 small specks standing in the air above the beast. Looking closer, his jaw dropped as he realized that they were actually Radagast and the pot-bellied man he had seen before. Now that he had a human to compare with, he understood just how big the beast actually was. It covered the whole of the large road which was in the center of the outer city. This meant that 10 men standing side by side would be needed to match just the width of this beast. As for the height, Daniel could estimate that it was at least as tall as a 10-story building. All in all, it emanated the feeling of a force that would make anyone run in fear. Now that he had had time to study the library and gain some knowledge, he knew that such beings were called magic constructs. Just like the fire-wind dragon which had destroyed the dwarves' rum, this was an existence which came into being due to the effect of a spell. There was no information regarding what level as a mage was needed to cast such a spell. In fact, one historian had written that it was impossible for any mages alive to cast such a spell. Only trinkets or formations from ancient times, which were made with the purpose of protecting important locations, could be used in this day and age to make entities like this appear. Such treasures were so rare that even the kingdom of Lanthana did not have any as long as one did not count the royal palace. Each time the horn of the rhinoceros rammed into the barrier, the whole palace seemed to shake slightly, accompanied by the brightness of the crimson formation decreasing a bit. On the second panel, a group of men in black clothes were holding a strange object in their hand and pointing it at the barrier at a certain location that seemed to be devoid of any people. The device reminded Daniel of the battering rams used by people back on Earth to break through doors. Only, this battering ram was longer, requiring 4 people to hold it on each side. 3 snakes entwined around a spear-like object which was rotating at a high speed with the sharp tip impacting the barrier. "It's a drill," realized Daniel, feeling awed at the first piece of equipment that seemed to be using both magical and mechanical means that he saw in this world. The third and final screen was actually the most shocking of them all. In the aerial view, a gigantic wall could be seen on which numerous soldiers were standing in neat rows. On the other side of the wall, a humongous army which filled the rest of the screen was marching forward. Focusing, Daniel estimated that there were at least 250,000 soldiers in just the area that was visible in the screen. This already exceeded the number of regular soldiers that Lanthanar even had. Daniel now understood why there were only a few soldiers in the city to stop the Church of Rectitude and the Tricobra Society. It seemed that the two forces had somehow synced their attack with a third party which pulled the military might of the kingdom away. Damn Axla! How could the information about their army's movement arrive so late? Cursed the king, breaking the silence with the room. His voice broke Daniel's gaze away from the panels. Just like the others in the room, he had not even realized that he had been transfixed on the images on them all this while. Now that he had time to look around, he saw that the vice-sect master who had been at the procession was now standing in front of the enormous heart in the room. His left hand was holding what looked like a golden book to his chest, while his right was upraised, pointing at the heart. Daniel kept his eyes on the man, watching him shoot a glare at the king after he spoke out loud. Turning around and sharing a look with the eldest prince who was standing beside him, he closed his eyes again as an expression of concentration appeared on his face. "Father, don't worry." The foolish church and the cowardly society think that by attacking at the same time, they can hope to overload the formation with their combined force and break it. If my master didn't beseech the head of the sect to lend an ancient trinket which hastens the mastery of formations, then we would not have stood a chance. In only a few more hours, we will have full mastery of the Dragon Heart formation, after which we can easily send these fools scurrying in fear. Just stay patient, Father. As soon as we resolve the situation here, we can easily drive away the attacking army and take full control of the kingdom, said the eldest prince as a sycophantic smile appeared on his face. Are you sure that no one knows of this? As far as I have seen, their information network seems to be highly extensive, asked the king, sighing as worry made him crease his forehead. Yes, Father. Besides, even if they knew, what can they do about it? All the entrances are blocked as all the members of the royal family have been called back to the palace and accounted for except that traitor Laravel. It doesn't even matter whether he managed to kill that kid or not, because regardless, he must be definitely dead by now, eliminating the last way in which anyone can gain access to the palace. As for that kid, no matter what tricks his master taught him, he can't break through this barrier made by the formation, which is impervious to all attacks below those of a peak exalted warrior mage. Hearing this conversation, Daniel finally had a grasp of the whole situation. In order to reach the heart and take control of it, either the formation had to break due to the attacks from the forces outside, or the barrier had to be deactivated from the inside by the king. Besides, time was tight. Unaware of the situation here, the forces outside were taking their time to break the formation, thinking that they still had a lot of time until the formation was mastered. System, can you still take control if someone is already in full control of the formation? Negative. System can only take control if the formation is not currently controlled by anyone. Indeed, it was as he had expected. All would be lost if he did not find a way to get to the heart before the vice-sect master gained full control of it. Stepping back into a shadow in the corner of the room, Daniel started planning his next step. 1 hour later, the pot-bellied man standing in the air beside Radagast had a serene expression on his face, as if the image of the gargantuan beast ramming into the palace's barrier was just a sight he would see on his daily walk. Suddenly, his expression turned stoic as another priest appeared in the air in front of him. "Is it true?" he asked, his calm demeanor gone as the visage of one in authority superimposed onto him. "Yes, my lord. Although the authenticity cannot be verified, The rumor has spread throughout the outer city. If this has been orchestrated by someone in the city to make us draw out our true forces, then there is an additional force in the kingdom which we must be wary of," answered the man, bowing. "Humphrey, it is easy enough to check," said the pot-bellied man before taking out what looked like a stone tablet of his pocket and speaking into it. A few minutes later, his expression turned into one of slight frustration as he said, "It's true. The ancient trinket has gone missing from the sect. Begin Plan B." Waving his hand over the beast below him, he startled everyone waiting for the barrier to collapse by making the beast disappear. Taking out a small golden pill-shaped object from the hidden compartment in his belt, the man sighed before saying, "The Archbishop will not be pleased." A similar scene played out at the location where the Tricobra Society had been drilling into the barrier. After one of the men received some sort of communication, the battering ram was put away while a gleaming red-lived serpent was taken out from his coat pocket which he caressed in his hands. Inside the palace, an elated expression appeared on the king's face when he saw the beast and the battering ram disappear. "They stopped the attacks. Are the bastards finally giving up?" he exclaimed, making the vice-sect master glare at him again. Yet, the glare turned into one of absolute shock when he saw the objects that had been taken out from the two men's pockets. Just at that moment, he seemed to have received some sort of transmission from his sect which made his face then redden in a fit of rage. Grabbing the eldest prince's collar, the fuming vice-sect master raised him up into the air and snarled, "Spies have confirmed that the ancient trinket was missing from the sect treasury. They checked for the trinket as if they knew exactly what to look for and identified that it was a fake placed there to deceive the watching parties. I told you to take care of one thing, and you still failed? How did the information about the trinket get out?" His voice rose in intensity until at the end, he was outright screaming at the eldest prince who had taken on an expression of fear. As the king saw this sight, he felt for the first time that maybe he had made the wrong decision. All this time, his son had been telling him that it was an equal relationship. But now, seeing the vice-sect master's actions and the fear on his son's face, he knew that he had been lied to. Of course, the orchestrator of all these events had been Daniel. After finding out that the forces outside had no idea about the real situation, he decided that the best course of action would be to leak the information and have them resort to desperate measures. After all, they had already spent countless amounts of time, money and effort to get to this stage. Thus, it was only common sense that they must have prepared some backup plans in case things went awry. Daniel's plan was to push them to resort to those plans. The only thing he needed was the barrier to break. If he got to the heart, then it didn't matter what plans or means anyone had. In other words, this was a perfect example of killing with a hired gun. Only, Daniel did not have to pay anything for hiring in the first place. He already had two guns pointed at the target, needing only a small impulse to shoot with their full power. The Domination Corps had already been dispersed throughout the city to wait for orders. Thus, he had simply transmitted the message to spread this rumor in the city. Due to the resources of the two forces, he suspected that there was some way for them to verify if the information was true or not. Thankfully, his suspicions had been correct. He would later find out that the sect had been aware of the possibility of the information leaking out, and had decided that the best thing to do was place a fake artifact in the original ancient artifact's place. After all, anyone could put two and two together and deduce that the vice-sect master had the ancient trinket with him to master the palace in a shorter time frame if the trinket was missing from the treasury. Only, this plan fell apart because it was almost impossible to make a replica of an ancient artifact. Anyone could recognize the falseness of the artifact with just a closer look. Hence, their plan hinged on keeping the information hidden that the vice-sect master was in possession of the artifact. He had in turn relayed this job to the eldest prince, trusting that the royal family would take care of this matter effectively. I made sure it is not possible for anyone here to have passed the information, as they know very well that doing so might result in the death of the whole family. Even their identities have been verified, sputtered the prince, before he was thrown aside, hitting the wall of the barrier with a thud and falling to the ground. An appalled expression appeared on the king's face as he saw a member of the Lanthanor family treated in this way. Yet, he hesitated to speak, knowing the power of the man in front of him. In fact, the suspicion arose in his mind regarding whether he had been too blinded by the yearning for a longer life to notice that everything wasn't as normal as he had thought it to be. With his expression turning into one of resentment, he recalled his actions. Hearing his eldest son's proposal that he could retire to the sect and train with the best of materials while all the problems would be solved by the sect itself, he had initially been apprehensive. Yet, with the assurance that it was an equal relationship where the eldest prince would only have to allow the sect to recruit from the population, he had agreed blindly due to the fear of dying an early death and led this man to the heart of the formation. The image of his son crumpled on the floor made him understand how wrong he had been. Regardless of the sect's intentions with the kingdom, as a king, he knew that his son would simply be a placeholder while the sect would govern the kingdom. Over time, his family name might even be completely erased and replaced by the sect when it suited their purposes. As this realization dawned upon him, an anger erupted in his heart. Although it was true that he did not care about anything other than his own longevity, he still had a pride which stemmed from the years of living as a figure adored by many and feared by all. This pride woke up and roared in his mind, letting him know that it would not allow him to just stand there and watch as the vice-sect master started looking at the people around the room with an intent to kill. Being an existence at the level of a warrior mage, the vice-sect master had acute senses which allowed him to notice that the king, who had so far been someone who did not even think about opposing him, was now slowly changing his attitude. Don't even think about it. All of you are just ants in front of me. Everything is already lost, as there is no way to master the formation before the two forces outside unleash their trinkets. Each of them is equivalent to a full power strike from a powerhouse at the champion mage level. Champion mage. If someone at that existence really came to a backward place like this, he would have been able to destroy this whole palace in a few strikes. Just the value of those trinkets definitely exceeds the amount of money you can put up even if you sold everything your kingdom has. I don't know why they are attaching so much importance to this kingdom, so it's just too sad that I have to leave before I find out the reason. The king was shaking where he stood, realizing finally how it felt to be called an ant by someone else. All this time, he had been the one towering over all. It was quite clear that their agreement was now moot. The agreement was made on the terms that someone from the sect would take control of the formation and retain control of the kingdom. Now, it seemed that the vice-sect master was just going to leave now that things had gotten out of hand. But before I do, I will kill each and everyone in this room including you, puny king. Someone in this room leaked the information outside, and I never let anyone go so easily after they have backstabbed me. Whoever it is, just come out and face your death. If you cooperate, maybe you can extend the lives of your family a bit longer, at least until the forces come in anyway. Otherwise, I'm just going to kill each one. Pin drop silence was in the room. Inside the barrier, the king, the Grand Court Mage and Keller could only stare at this man who had made such a chilling proclamation. In the panels, everyone could see that the two forces were holding the objects in their hands and concentrating as if they were activating the power stored inside. As for the last panel, the enemy army seemed to have stopped out of attack range of the wall, clearly waiting for some kind of signal before commencing the attack. "Stop him," shouted the king, while he took out a jade coin from his pocket. Hearing the command, each of the mages also took out 2 wooden coins from their pockets before squeezing them. In an instant, the king held a gleaming jade sword in his hand whose blade was burning with a blue fire that distorted the air. Charging forward at a speed which made him look like a blur, he swung the sword at the vice-sect master, making a massive blade of blue fire shoot forward even before he reached the target. This was an attack aimed at distracting the enemy before going in for the kill. The 2 mages had wooden staffs in their hands. The pommel of each had a stone that looked like ether but of a different color fixed firmly, with the one on the Grand Court Mage's staff twice the size of the one on Keller's. As both staffs were thrust forward, 2 flaming meteors each the size of a full-grown man came into existence, already shooting forth toward the vice-sect master. There had only been a few feet of distance between the trio and their enemy. Now, That distance was covered by these awe-inducing attacks, while the vice sect master simply looked on with a sneer on his face. As if taking a walk in the park, he first raised his arm to face the blade of fire which arrived first. The king's face lit up as he saw the enemy not caring enough to dodge the attack. He was using a special trinket imported at a high cost which could shoot an attack which was equivalent to a destructive spell cast by an amateur warrior mage, just like the vice sect master himself. As for the meteors, they were also attacks at this level which were produced by the two staff-type magic-driven trinkets held in the mage's hands. The trio thought that victory was in their grasp, as their opponent was facing not one but 3 full power strikes from someone at his own level. Yet, what happened next left them agape. As soon as the blade of fire touched the vice sect master's arm, it disappeared in the air as if it had never existed in the first place. Only Daniel, who was watching closely using elementary sight, could tell that the vice sect master had somehow compressed and absorbed the elementary particles of the blade of fire. With a graceful movement, the vice sect master turned in his place, showing his back to his enemies while he connected his arms and closed his eyes for the briefest of moments. Turning back around, his arm sliced the air, making the same blade of fire appear again. Only, it was now shooting towards the meteors produced by the two mages. It was also different from when the king's trinket had produced it. Unlike before, when the main intention of the arc-shaped blade had been to cause destruction using the high temperature of the fire, this blade was now compressed into a thin line, as if the fire had been subdued and tamed to become docile. Only, it was the exact opposite. The blade of fire cut the meteors neatly into 2 halves each, making them miss their target and shoot onwards. With a cunning smile appearing on his face, the vice sect master gestured at the dragon heart near him, making the 4 halves of the meteors shoot towards the watching nobles due to the barrier deactivating for a second to allow them to continue on their path. "No!" screamed the king, while a thunderous boom shook the whole room. Luckily, Daniel had not been in the 2 locations where the meteors impacted the room. The smell of burning flesh reached his nose, making him turn around and look on with horror as the smoke cleared to reveal multiple bodies lying on the ground, motionless. "Well done, King. At least I have fewer people to question now. And even if the spy is among those already dead, then I'll just kill everyone here before leaving. You can at least die happy knowing that you bore witness to my withering leaf sect's ultimate spell technique." However much he cared about his longevity more than he did about his kin, these were still the people whom he had spent most of his life with. Even the deal had been to keep them safe and thriving in the kingdom while he went to the sect to train. As an expression of rage and desperation appeared on his face, the vice sect master turned around with alarm to look at the panels. It seemed that the trinkets had finally been activated, as both parties were now holding them in their hands, ready to throw them forward and bring an end to the standoff. All Daniel could do was stand there and wait for the perfect time to move. All he needed was a second to get near the dragon heart and take full control. Thus, he waited for that second which would decide the fate of a kingdom inhabited by millions of people. Too bad. It seems that we are out of time. All they need is the final confirmation to use the trinkets and break down this formation. Although the space lock will break, allowing them to teleport here directly, I will be long gone after killing all of you present in this room. Traitor, come out now or live the final seconds of your life watching me kill each of your family members, said the vice sect master as he looked around the room waiting for that person who had spoiled all of their plans to show themselves. The king had already collapsed to the ground, shocked at the sight of the attacks from his side laying waste to so many members of the royal family. As he saw the gruesome sight of the burnt bodies, he felt a mindless anger consuming him. Alas, the image of this man easily deflecting such disastrous attacks had already impressed upon him the fact that his strength truly meant nothing. He really was an ant, unable to do anything but watch on as he became squashed. All he wanted right now was revenge. He had already accepted the fact that his death was imminent, but this was the only regret that plagued him. Just as the vice sect master was about to eliminate the king first on seeing the anger that had just erupted in him, he stopped his actions and frowned while cocking his head as if listening to someone speak. "You can have one last consolation, puny king. The sect master has ordered me to bring back your eldest son. Apparently, a seed with crimson potential is still useful. Well, your line will live on even though the last member of your family is a witless dreamer who loves to suck up. Saying so, the vice sect master started walking towards the eldest prince's crumpled body. Meanwhile, Daniel was panicking due to the realization that the vice sect master really would leave only after killing everyone in the room. From the system, he knew that the formation and all of its functions, including the dragon claw, would be deactivated for some time as soon as the formation was broken through. Thus, his goal was to get to the dragon heart before the forces outside released their trinkets and broke through the formation. As for the church and the Tricobra Society, they already knew that they had a few more hours until the formation was mastered, even taking into consideration the help of the ancient artifact. This could be easily deduced by matching the date of the vice sect master's arrival at the kingdom with today's date and knowing the effect of the ancient trinket on lessening the time to master the formation. Hence, they were waiting for final orders from their higher-ups who had asked them to activate the trinkets and wait for their call. To get to the dragon heart, the most pressing issue was to cross the barrier. Daniel knew that he had to use this opportunity and act now while the vice sect master had still not begun killing the people in the room. At least this way, he could try to direct the situation instead of being forced to be in a reactionary position. From his position, the vice sect master and the eldest prince were at the rightmost corner of the circular barrier around the dragon heart. Walking forward silently, Daniel ignored the shocked looks on the rest of the living nobles as he quickly approached the edge of the barrier. The vice sect master, who stood perfectly diagonal to him, turned around hearing that someone had approached the barrier. "It was me. I leaked the information about your artifact to the outside." The whole room seemed to come to a standstill as these words echoed throughout the empty space. The traitor was Virinal. But why? Such questions sprung up in the other nobles' minds, shocked that this weak, courageous kid was the reason that they were all going to die right now. "Oh? Well, it seems you have some guts after all. In fact, I think I will take you to the sect. We have an excellent torture room there where I will enjoy your screams while your motives and the identity of whoever behind you is uncovered. Now, walk forward and don't make any other movement. I see you do anything else, you die," said the vice sect master as he picked the eldest prince up by his shoulder and pointed at the dragon heart to make the barrier disappear. Elation surged inside Daniel as he saw that his plan had succeeded. He had in fact made two plans. One hinged on the fact that the yearning for vengeance in the vice sect master's eyes would not be satisfied by just directly killing him. Thus, there was a possibility that he would be allowed to enter the barrier to leave with the vice sect master. The second was more of a backup plan in case events didn't occur according to his intuition. In case the vice sect master directly attacked, the barrier would flicker for a bit to let out the attack like it had done when the four halves of the meteor had passed through. His plan was to use that interval to jump in and get to the dragon heart. He would need to traverse a distance of at least 5 steps before coming close enough to master the formation. In that time, the vice sect master would easily be able to shoot 3-5 attacks, depending on the speed and power he had shown in the previous fight, which had been analyzed by the phenomena analysis module. This plan was based on the fact that he had an advanced barrier spell which could defend him from 3 such attacks. This spell was one of the things he had developed using the upgraded system. As the system had reached a complexity level comparable to that of warrior mages, it had been able to develop such an incredible spell which could directly protect him from so many attacks. Thankfully, the first, safer plan had worked. The second was after all fraught with uncertainty, as there was a probability that one more attack could be fired, foiling all his plans and potentially killing Daniel. With him entering the barrier, there was no more reason to panic. With a scared expression on his face, he tried to slowly approach the dragon heart without alarming the vice sect master who was looking at him. Just as he was feeling relieved after taking a step towards the dragon heart successfully, a chilling laugh came from the vice sect master as Daniel suddenly realized that he was locked to the ground, unable to move forward. "You think I'm that dumb? I know that your objective is to get to the dragon heart, That was made quite obvious by the fact that you went to all that trouble to make them break the formation sooner while revealing yourself in order to enter the barrier. Although the sect head said that it is impossible for such methods to exist, you must be in possession of some way to master the formation. Hand it over now and I just might ask the torture chamber to go easy on you. Host is under the effect of gravity lock. Counterspell gravitational dissonance ready for development. Would you like the system to develop and use the spell? Development time, 0.5 seconds. The system's sweet voice sounded in his mind, breaking him out of his predicament. The decision to upgrade the system actually ended up saving his life at this point. Yes. A screeching sound appeared in the air, breaking the Vice Sect Master's grasp of the elementary particles he was using to hold Daniel in place. Breaking free from the spell, Daniel resorted to his backup plan with no other option. He made a run for the Dragon Heart. He was currently 4 steps away from his destination after taking the 1 step before. Sure enough, the Vice Sect Master instantly shot out a red beam of light diagonally, much like the one the Tricobra Society member had used. A transparent white barrier appeared around Daniel, deflecting the light, while the Vice Sect Master shot out 3 more in quick succession. At their angle, they could easily throw Daniel away from the Dragon Heart in case they managed to impact his body. Now 3 steps away, dread appeared on Daniel's face as he realized that the last beam might kill him. After all, his barrier could take only 2 more before the high-energy consuming spell depleted all his energy. It was only possible to cast this spell with his own energy, thus he had no means to protect himself from the last beam. The second beam hit the barrier, slightly cracking it. The third resulted in him becoming wide open to attacks, as the barrier was shattered with motes of light floating in the air. Daniel felt desperation and hopelessness clouding his mind. Only 1 more step, and everything would be in his hands. Yet, the red beam speeded through the air toward him, intent to destroy his hopes, dreams and his life. Just before the beam impacted his torso, Daniel closed his eyes and smiled. He had done everything he could. Yet, he felt resigned that fate was simply not on his side. Suddenly, he felt a hand push his back, making him stumble and fall forward. A cracking sound echoed in the air as a body took the beam that was going to hit him and was flung back across the room, hitting the barrier and falling to the ground without making a sound. Daniel, on the other hand, was on the ground in front of the Dragon Heart, smiling wide like a fool as he heard the notification of the system that he had been waiting for so long. Formation mastered. Host can now command the Dragon Heart formation. A few minutes ago, the king had actually been the most bewildered when Daniel, who was in the form of Vernal, walked up to the barrier and announced that it was him who had divulged the secret of the trinket to the outside world. Vernal was just a cowardly brat whose best talent was to bolt the fastest when a dangerous situation arose. Laravel had been a different case. He had always been shrewd, so the fact of him choosing to help the enemy after being influenced by his father was at least something believable. As the king looked behind him, it was the expression on the face of the court mage that gave everything away. The king knew very well that the court mage was someone who did not like his rule. Yet, he was bound by the magical oath to never disobey the king's orders. Magical oaths were something which could be given either to a person or to special objects known as oathstones. Kingdoms usually used the latter, mainly due to the fact that magical oaths were related to the soul. An oath was like a string tied tightly to the soul. Too many strings would make the soul shatter, resulting in permanent death. Thus, it was highly impractical to have important personnel repeatedly swear oaths in case the king changed in a kingdom. The best thing to do was to use an oathstone with which the king could enforce the oath. In fact, the king had had to threaten Keller using the oathstone when he made the decision to accept the sect's offer. Keller had been dead against it, even going so far as to almost kill himself rather than see the aftermath. Yet, at the last moment, he had agreed and relented to the king as if clinging to some last strand of hope. This incident also served to reaffirm the king's suspicion that Keller was scheming something behind his back. The suspicion had arisen long before itself due to some actions of the court mage, and since then, he had ordered the Grand Court mage to keep an eye on him. This was also the reason Keller had had to be careful when meeting Daniel. In fact, in the last year, They had not met even once. Even now, he could not do anything to help Daniel as he was under orders to only attack on the king's orders or to save him. Right now, the court mage's expression was one of fear when he saw Vernal walk to the barrier. Fear of losing that something with which he seemed to be clinging to his life. This expression made everything click in place in the king's mind. Daniel's entry into the palace. His apparent inaction until this point. Vernal's entry into the room in the court mage's hands. Vernal walking up to the barrier and admitting that he was the traitor. When completely illogical things happened, it was usually because of a variable that was overlooked. In this situation, Daniel was that variable. The king's whole mind right now was set on revenge. He knew that his death was already determined, whether at the hands of the vice sect master or those of the forces outside. It was too late to even hope to leave now. Thus, he decided to fulfill his last regret, as that was the next best thing in life. He did everything he could to follow his wish to increase his longevity. Now, with death already set in stone, that wish had changed, and he would similarly do anything he could to fulfill that wish. The vice sect master's words made it quite clear that Daniel had to get to the dragon heart. At that moment, the king was actually quite near to Daniel. Thus, without hesitation, he ran towards Daniel. His face had the maniacal expression of one so desperate for revenge as to even resort to supporting someone who he called an ant before. The humiliation and anger from helping a commoner potentially take over the throne itself was nothing compared to the burning fervor inside him to see the vice sect master lose. The pride of a king was not something to be underestimated, even if it was a king who could bring himself to sacrifice any amount of people if it meant he could live longer. This pride which had been awakened by the vice sect master's actions resulted in a stubbornness to see his enemy lose, no matter what it cost to himself. Thus, it was his hand which reached Daniel's back and pushed him forward, taking the hit on his behalf. As the king, he had the best personal barrier in the whole kingdom. Although it protected him from the brunt of the attack, the impact of hitting the barrier at such a speed resulted in internal injuries that would surely kill him if he was not healed before long. After all, he was only a peak-exalted human who could not yet control his body and perform first aid on himself like those at the warrior level. Yet, as he crumpled to the ground, only a mad look of satisfaction was on him as he felt insanely happy seeing the dismayed expression on the vice sect master's face. At that exact moment, the king fell backward as the barrier supporting his back had disappeared. Outside the palace, two enormous dragon claws came into existence which caught hold of the pot-bellied man from the church and the black-robed man from the Tricobra Society in an instant. The claws were so realistic that many people watching from in front of the palace gates were bewildered as they rubbed their eyes to see just where the rest of the creature was. In fact, many of them didn't even know that it was a legendary dragon that was the being which had such a magnificent claw. 4 massive spears of bone were attached to red, scaled skin that shone in the sunlight. The hexagonal scales had a beauty to them as they glistened as if polished, while small black streaks swimming through the scales resulted in the claw looking both alluring and deadly at the same time. As the pot-bellied man witnessed the claw close in and envelop him in darkness in a fraction of a second, panic appeared on his face as he realized that everything had gone wrong. Even the black-robed man could only grasp around in the utter darkness that the claw had placed them in. As they both used a fireball spell to cast some light around them, the grandeur of a race that once stood on top of all the inhabitants of the world made them cower in instinctive fear. Each of the scales twinkled with a murderous light which threatened to wipe them off the face of this world if they even thought of resisting. The claws also automatically produced a space lock in the area around them, preventing the two of them from getting away. Thus, all the two could do was stand and cower in their boots, hoping that the claw wouldn't close and obliterate them. A third claw appeared in the room which held the dragon heart. As it came into existence and swallowed up the vice sect master to trap him in its clutches, the jaws of those watching dropped while they tried to cope with the sheer number of up and downs that they were witnessing. With a triumphant smile on his face, Daniel stood up from where he had fallen. Looking around, his gaze fell on the king who had been thrown away due to the last beam of light. Daniel was just as surprised as everyone else, who had dropped their jaws once already, seeing the selfish king leap forward and save Daniel from the vice sect master's attack. Even though Daniel knew that it was impossible due to the oaths he had given, he had still thought at that moment that it was Keller who helped him. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect his sworn enemy to save his life. Although conflicting emotions started arising in his head, he used the communication trinket in his pocket to send orders to the waiting Domination Corps located around the city. All around Lanthina, throngs of people gawked at the panels that had appeared near them in the hands of the Domination Corps. The panels showed the image of the king's chamber in ruins as Daniel, who had by now changed back into himself, stood in front of an enormous dragon heart after placing a trinket that looked like an eyeball in the air in front of him. Step 1. Acquire control of the dragon heart formation had been completed successfully. It was now time to begin the show for Step 2. Take control of the kingdom by giving the people what they wished and prayed for. People of Lanthina, people of Lanthina, people of Lanthina, people of Lantha. Daniel's voice echoed throughout the capital, as if he were an omnipresent god that was everywhere at once. The capital was currently jam-packed with the citizens of the kingdom, most flocking in to see if the nobility really would be purged. Daniel really had to thank the Church of Rectitude for giving him the perfect opportunity to take the throne. Yes, it was indeed Daniel's intention to take the throne. From the moment more than 4 years ago when he had stepped foot in this world, his mind and thinking had changed a lot. Initially, all he had wanted was to gain revenge for his father. Each day spent seeing him hobble around with that mark on his forehead which branded him as a deserter stabbed in his heart, making him feel that he would be happy if he somehow got his family back into the state they were before the disaster occurred. Thus, he had started out with the goal to simply gain power to realize this dream. When he heard people cheer his name for the first time in front of the library for helping to apprehend the cruel duo who threw commoners out for their sick pleasure, a clarity had begun to form in him regarding what he wanted to do with his life. Unlike his life back on Earth where he was almost powerless to change anything, here he had an almighty system which awarded him with incredible things whenever he took steps towards the overall goal of world domination. Granted, although Daniel did not yet naively think that things would go smoothly and result in him conquering the whole world, his mindset slowly changed to accommodate the idea of being in command and changing certain things. Mainly, this stemmed from dissatisfaction and disgust at the way the current ruling authority acted. In fact, this was the same frustration which drove millions of people onto the streets to hopefully witness the abolition of the said rule. Only, unlike them, Daniel was equipped with tools and allies that if used properly, could place him on that pedestal to replace the ruling authority himself. He could not bring himself to stand idly by and let the kingdom he was born in be taken over by forces who would only treat the general populace worse than what was prevalent now. What would I do better? Had been the topic his thoughts dreaded on most of the nights when he lay on his bed, exhausted from a long day of training and enchanting. Step by step, plan by plan, he did everything he could to place himself in this current situation. Although he still did not know what the far future would hold, he knew that right now, he wanted to be king. He wanted to be the king that people could look up to and feel glad knowing that the person on the throne actually cared about them. He wanted to be the king that people would fear before committing transgressions that went against the law. Above all, he wanted to be the king that drove away the sea of bitterness and hatred in the people's hearts that had been building up for a long, long time. Although his thoughts had been steadily attuning towards this goal from the moment he decided to take part in the struggle for the throne, it was only at this instant that he gained full clarity of his desire to be king. I am Daniel, son of a deserter and a resident of the slums where my family lives by the wages my mother earns from toiling day and night to clean houses and wash clothes. But my life would have been different if this king was not the one in power, attracting the attention of a myriad people watching the screen. Daniel let the words flow from his mouth. My father would still be in the military, because he wouldn't have been thrown out and branded as a deserter because he hurt the ego of a noble whose orders would have sent 20 young recruits to their deaths. My mother would not have calluses on her hands from working all day just to earn some bread for us to eat. My childhood would have been filled with memories of learning and fun instead of those of starvation and hopelessness. And my family of 3 could even have become one of 4 or 5 due to not having to worry about being able to feed an additional son or daughter. As Daniel laid his heart bare, tears glistened in his eyes, threatening to fall. His voice carried a cadence and passion which made those hearing feel as if he were talking about their own lives instead of his. I know many of you dreamed just like me of a world where our life wouldn't have been affected by this king allowing the royal family to go rampant with no regard to law or consequences, resulting in so many lives trampled, crushed and shattered. Anger erupted anew in the people's hearts, as these words reminded them of their fates which had been altered due to the royal family. As for those who hadn't been affected, they found themselves horrified and afraid seeing the expressions of grief, pain, and loss of those around them whose tears were falling unabated. But unlike most, I was blessed with a means to change everything. Thus, I trained, planned and bled to stand here, right now with the power to purge this kingdom of the bane that cripples it. As one who came from amongst you, I know that I can take care of this kingdom and begin the path of recovery to the great nation that we once were. I know that I can be the king who cares for his people, instead of one who only cares for himself. As he said these words, the image in the panels irrevocably etched itself into all of those who were watching. He stood tall with hands behind his back, head upraised while his eyes shone with the magnetism of one who knew exactly what he wanted to do. The sheer confidence and maturity he exuded made him look like someone well beyond his years. As Daniel paused, letting his words sink in, he looked at the king who now had his upper body raised using his 2 hands as support while he watched Daniel speak to the people. A regretful expression was on his face while he listened to Daniel tell his story. For his reign to begin, the king needed to be killed. This would be the action which would tie the people to him in the strongest way possible. Yet, the man had saved him just a moment before. Thus, a small conflict had arisen in his mind before he began his speech which urged him to consider leaving the king alive. This conflict only grew in intensity due to the regret on the king's face, making the small suspicion arise that the king had maybe realized the error in his ways. But as Daniel spoke while taking note of the expressions of the king, this conflict was beaten down and abolished by something he observed. In the king's mind, seeing the vice-sect master trapped by Daniel meant that he had taken his revenge. Thus, that wish was replaced by his previous one, to live longer. With his experience in dealing with people, he knew that anyone decent would hesitate to cut down someone who saved their life. Yet, he had indeed done quite a lot to warrant his death. Thus, he had to do something right now to make the hesitation stronger. His pride was put aside again like the many times before in his life during the instances when he chose his own power over the general people's well-being. Besides, it had been satiated by taking his revenge. Fake regret appearing on his face, he tried to make it look as real as possible while ignoring the pain that racked his body from the internal injuries. That's something that Daniel observed was his eyes. Even with the many years of experience of the king, it was difficult to make an emotion which didn't exist spread to one's eyes to make it look most realistic. Besides, the king couldn't even focus completely due to his pain. In his eyes, Daniel saw the opportunism to use the fact that he had saved his life to extend his own life. Matching this with the expression of jubilation before when he saw the vice-sect master become trapped, Daniel put 2 and 2 together. Just like most of the king's life, his objective had been selfishness. Selfishness to take revenge. As he realized this, Daniel made a needle-like ice prick appear in front of the king's heart, making his face pale with shock. The view in the panels swiveled around to show the king, who was trying to move back despite his pain to escape the ice prick. Alas, he was just too injured and could not display the strength of an exalted human. The ice prick went straight through his heart without hesitation, while Daniel's eyes flashed with all the painful memories he had long buried in his heart. No more will arrogant despots decide our fate. No more will the citizens of Lanthana live lives filled with injustice and fear. Just like this selfish king, Anyone who threatens the well-being of my kingdom will meet the same end. Will you support me in this cause and accept me as your king? He finally asked, as his voice resounded across the silent streets. No one knew who started the screams, but on that day, a single cheer could be heard throughout the capital as millions of people chanted one name. It would later be told in stories that this singular voice of a unified people could be heard across the kingdom and throughout the heavens, where the gods looked down and graced the momentous occasion with a clear sky, driving away the dark clouds which had been present both above the kingdom and inside the people. The rays of sunlight were said to herald the birth of a new Lanthina, helmed by a man destined to become a world dominator. Whatever the stories said, one thing was true: the sound of the cheering really did echo across the land, making a single name become known to all. King Daniel, 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 King Daniel. Achievement: first crowning as a king obtained. First crowning as a king, with a singular dedication and astute planning. Your years of hard work have paid off and made you king. Congratulations on obtaining your first kingdom on the journey to world domination. 10,000 EXP awarded. Hidden award: faction points have been upgraded to kingdom points. Existent faction points have been changed into kingdom points and faction tools have been upgraded to kingdom management tools. Hidden award: new kingdom management tools are now available in the store. 10 kingdom points awarded. Big achievements harbored big rewards, mused Daniel as he heard the voice of the system in his mind. Hearing the cheering, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally, everything had paid off. To the side, Keller had tears of happiness on his face as he stood up and kneeled. As for the nobles in the room, they could only watch on with horror as the king lay on the ground, bleeding. I knew I made the right decision to support you. Get the Oath Stone, Daniel. Axlar's army is still at the borders, and you can communicate with the commanders directly through it. Nodding, Daniel made his way to the king's body. The man still had his eyes open, while the expression of shock and unwillingness could still be seen clearly when one gazed at the dead king's face. His father's plight finally avenged, Daniel felt himself starting to let go of the anger he had held for so long. Closing the king's eyes with his hand, Daniel plunged his hand under the king's chainmail and robes. This was because after the king's death, something had appeared from his body in the center of his chest. It pushed against his clothes, making it look like a weird bump that came out of nowhere. This was the Oath Stone. Oath Stones were made of wondrous materials that were absorbed into a person's body when bound by blood. They could be taken out at will in case new oaths needed to be added, and the person who bound the Oath Stone could enforce the oaths which were contained in the stone. On the death of the person who had bound the stone, it would exit the body, waiting for its next master. In fact, as Daniel had read in the library, Oath Stones were one of the founding treasures of a kingdom in this world, highly expensive and rare. It was said that the number of the Oath Stones in this world were limited as the material which constituted them had long been completely excavated. As Daniel pulled it out, he saw that it was a yellow, round stone with murky depths that had some sort of particles swirling inside. Half the size of a man's head, it felt very light, as if Daniel was holding just a pebble on the road. Use your blood to bind it, and you shall officially become the king of Lanthina. With Keller's words echoing in the room, Daniel pricked his finger with his nail and let a drop of blood drop on the stone. To his amazement, the drop of blood seemed to melt the stone. Collapsing into a puddle of yellow liquid, it disappeared into Daniel's palm, entering through the pores in his skin. As Daniel got the odd feeling that someone was poking his chest, the system sounded in his mind. Oath Stone detected. Assimilating oath data. Data analyzed. 1,489 active oaths detected. Host can now communicate with each oath taker and issue orders. Almost 1,500 oaths. Daniel was initially shocked at the high number, but then recalled the king's words at his first-year assessment where he was told to swear an oath to the throne. Most of these oaths were probably people like those who had relented, while others could be the top members of the government like the judges, heads of departments or commanders. My lord, We see unrest in the army. We can take them by surprise if the Mage Corps initiates the attack with a barrage of meteors. I object that, my lord. We need to save magic power till the end and use it where it is most needed. I second the Mage Corps commander's words, my lord. Awaiting your final orders. If we want to engage and drive them away, now is the time. Private communication channel detected. Host can now use this channel through the system. Please let the system know whenever you would like to address this channel. Voices started talking in his head as if his brain had suddenly become inhabited by a few more people. Hearing the system's notification and realizing that it was the communication channel between the king and the commanders, Daniel replied, "The king is dead. I, Daniel Lanavron, have bound the Oathstone and replaced him after gaining acknowledgement from the people. Introduction can come later. First tell me what the situation is at the border." A stunned silence followed this proclamation. Just before Daniel was about to ask again, he heard Keller's voice respond. "All hail King Daniel Lanavron, newly crowned ruler of the Kingdom of Lanthina. Commanders, following protocol, all duties have been handed over the new king. Hence, we are oath-bound to follow his orders." "My king, do you need me to do anything?" Looking around, Daniel saw that Keller was still kneeling. The commanders seemed to be conversing something amongst themselves, hence while Daniel waited, he walked to Keller. Lifting him up by his shoulders, Daniel hugged him tight. Keller was half a foot taller than him, making the hug look awkward, but the watching people could see the heartfelt feelings present in the hug. "I couldn't have done it without you," he said, while more tears started to flow from Keller's eyes. As the emotional court mage nodded, Daniel walked to the dragon claw holding the vice sect master. Just before he proceeded to open the dragon claw, the commander's voices sounded in his head. A female voice was the first he heard. It seemed to contain an unhidden elation, as if the person was resisting the urge to laugh and cheer. "Congratulations on ascending to the throne, my lord. I am Cassandra, commander of the Mage Corps. Allow me to give you an update about the situation. The enemy army outnumbers us 5 to 1 even though we managed to pool almost all of the available forces we have. This is only counting the regular soldiers. The elites on both sides are hidden, along with the mages. But according to the estimates, they outnumber even the elites 2 to 1. Our advantage is the border. Numerous formations are available to be deployed in the case of an attack. Right now, the enemy forces seem to be hesitating. We should either make a definitive attack and chase them away at the cost of our soldiers' lives. I suggest a non-violent method. If we can find out exactly what they are hesitating about, we can try to use it to make them cancel the attack. After all, from everything I've heard, the attack seems to have some sort of motive. Whatever you decide, we await your orders, my king." It had not even been 10 minutes since he had taken the mantle as the king, yet he had already been thrown into a war situation. As Daniel started arranging everything he knew in his mind, he felt the seconds ticking away. Each second lost made him panic more and more, as he racked his mind trying to decide on the right thing to do so that his first orders as a king would not bring disastrous consequences. Finally, after a minute or so, Daniel realized that he knew nothing about armies and war. Even when he asked the system, all it knew was the data collected from the library. It reminded him of a famous search engine back on Earth. He could access any information he wanted, but using that information effectively was something he had to do himself. There was also no time to check the system's store for tools to help him. The live feed was still on, and the people were watching him. He could not open the store and browse right now, especially when Cassandra had advised him to make a decision fast. Reflecting on these thoughts, Daniel decided what to do and proceeded to speak into the private channel. "Cassandra and the other commanders, I will be honest with you. I have just ascended the throne and I do not have any knowledge about war and armies. I hope to learn everything I can as soon as possible, but at this moment, the only thing I can do is to rely on your experience." The enemy army was waiting for the forces attacking the palace to break through and assassinate the king. "I have mastered the formation before they could do so. thereby trapping all of them and putting a stop to their plans. My guess is that the enemy only assembled that many soldiers to directly enter the kingdom and take control both inside and out by coordinating with whichever force took control of the Stone. I only say this because if I did not manage to do what I did, then there would be someone else talking to you right now, possibly commanding you to surrender and let the enemy in. This was what Daniel had analyzed from the present situation. He had tried to place himself in the shoes of the enemy, thus realizing that the Stone was probably the key. With the Stone, the army could be ordered to stand down, letting the enemy army take control of the area around the border according to whatever agreement was reached. He knew that he was not wise or powerful enough to do everything by himself. Every step of the way, he had never hesitated to take help when he needed it, be it taking Faxial's help to manage the faction or Elenef's and the ministers in order to sell the honey traps. Daniel always knew who and when to ask. Now, hearing him say this, another stunned silence appeared in the channel. Meanwhile, on the border wall in front of which the enormous army of Axla who were trying to decide their next move, 3 people stood in a circle looking into each other's eyes as they wondered whether they had really heard right. Of the 3, one was a woman with long, red hair who was wearing what looked like leather pants. Her white shirt also had a leather waistcoat on while a grey cloak fluttered in the wind. Even with the tight shirt and waistcoat, her perfectly toned body and ample assets made many soldiers standing nearby steal glances at this commander who was known by a peculiar name, Fire Demon. With piercing red eyes, high cheekbones and a straight, pointed nose, the freckles adorning her cheeks were famous for becoming more visible on her face when she became angry, which was apparently quite often according to the recruits of the Mage Corps. The second man had a litany of scars on his face, as if most of his life had been spent on the battlefield. Wearing black clothes with what looked like padded armor on top, his bulging muscles seemed to be trying to break free of the confines they had been placed in. His beard and hair were black with many white streaks running through them, while his nose looked like it had been broken many times. The last man wore casual clothes as if he were a citizen out to buy vegetables in the market on a normal day. He seemed young, with glossy brown hair, twinkling eyes, and a sharp jawline. His lips, which usually had a mischievous smile on them, were now slightly open, as if the words he had heard were too shocking to take in with his regular expression. All 3 had to take a little bit of time to recover from the surprise they felt from hearing Daniel speak. Being promoted to commanders under the previous king's reign, they were used to curses and shouts from the king whenever they failed to meet his impossible wishes to win unwinnable fights and obtain rare resources. They were used to numbing themselves and trying their best to save as many soldiers as possible while not losing their lives themselves in the many perilous situations they had to go through. Their only consolation was that the king at least knew that placing inexperienced nobles in their position would only spell disaster, the likes of which the kingdom could not bear. Thus, their job mostly consisted of one constant which they tried to adhere to: listen to orders, don't talk back. The only thing stopping the army from completely being wiped out was the king's ample military knowledge, which he apparently obtained from a secret room in the library which was said to contain books exclusive to the Lanthana family. It was just that despite that knowledge, he often could not resist giving out impossible orders for a chance to feed his greed for power. Hence, hearing Daniel speak so civilly completely threw them off. Although they did not know the circumstances under which he became king, this was after all a man who perfectly knew that their lives were in his hands. In cases like these, it was rare to see someone still maintain a modicum of civility without speaking as if they owned them. A humble king? This was why this realization caused the second silence in the channel. I like him. Cassandra spoke out loud, breaking the other 2 out of their thoughts. It is a welcome voice indeed, said the man in the casual clothes, as a wide smile appeared on his face. The third man didn't speak, but the other 2 could tell that he was also pleased, judging by his clear eyes which were usually clouded with unintelligible emotions. What do you think? Is his analysis correct? Asked Cassandra, still talking amongst themselves while Daniel waited for this second silence to end. In a gruff voice which reminded one of the sounds made when sheets of sandpaper were rubbed against each other, The scarred man spoke. Number. Axler definitely wouldn't do that. I think the same, and I know you do too, Cassandra. Although he's half correct, the other half is almost definitely wrong based on everything we have seen. Who volunteers to tell our new king that he's wrong and find out how he will take our suggestion? We all know what happened the previous time I gave one. My ears still ring from the curses I heard that day, so it has to be one of you two, said the man in casual clothes, while all three shivered slightly as if remembering bad memories buried away in the confines of their brains. I'll do it. Of course the king cursed at you, Aran. You almost called him a fool. I've got a good feeling about this, so just leave it to me. As a determined look appeared on Cassandra's face, the man in casual clothes who had just been called around snickered before saying, "You said that last time you lost 50 gold lands gambling. Anyway, do it." He's waiting, and this army is getting more fidgety by the second. Although the trio knew time was tight, they could not help but use casual conversation to get their emotions in control first. This was a defense mechanism they had developed over the years. Regardless of the situation, they would often talk casually so that they could forget whatever was burdening them for at least for a second. This would allow them to use that second to relax and come back swinging to tackle stuff more effectively. Of course, the third man seldom talked, although he seemed to like being a part of those conversations even if he merely responded when directly asked something. Also, it was just that there were too many memories of situations when talking back, even if it were to point out something crucial, resulted in them being scorned and ignored. Many times, they wondered what Lanthanar would do if it weren't for these walls which still managed to protect the kingdom even with the king's many selfish decisions. Nodding and choosing to ignore Aran's jibe, a serious expression came back on Cassandra's face. The same happened with the other two. Unlike the atmosphere before, they now gave off the air of commanders who had marched countless times on the most dangerous of battlefields. My lord, although it may be true that the enemy army wants to take advantage of the present situation, it is highly improbable that they have allied with the two forces which attacked the palace. Axler is known to have irreconcilable conflicts with the two forces. With the facts as they are, it is more possible that Axler hoped that the king would divert resources to protect himself, leaving the border open for assault. If they can break through and obtain a foothold in the countryside, then they would be able to form a link between the two kingdoms, putting them in a position to exact pressure on the capital city by closing it off. At that point, even if someone obtains the Oathstone, it would be very difficult to face an army attacking from both forward and behind. This has been their goal for a long time. As Daniel heard this, he felt glad that he had chosen to ask for advice rather than give his analysis as a fact. Incidentally, this would be quite clear to someone who analyzed the situation from a point of view which excluded the information that the vice-sect master was in possession of an ancient trinket which would save the day. If such a trinket didn't exist, then the king would definitely order at least a part of the army to enter the city to quell the attacking forces. This would mean that there would be a deficiency at the border, which Axler could use to attack and break through. Only, due to the existence of the trinket, the king made the weird to those watching decision of sending all the soldiers to the border. This had, in fact, made the enemy army halt, seeing that things weren't the way they thought. Daniel realized that he hadn't even questioned this decision as he had been too focused on reaching the Dragon Heart and just glad that there weren't many soldiers. Now that he thought about it, it all made perfect sense. Then Axler simply attacked, wanting to use the chaos arising from the royal family being purged. If the chaos is what they were aiming for, doesn't it mean that they would possibly retreat if we show them that everything is fine? The expressions of relief that came from hearing Daniel speak normally were followed by ones of slight admiration on hearing the new analysis. Indeed, this was the conclusion they had also reached, yet their new king had reached the same even though he said he had no experience with war. Yes, my lord. Although they must have spies in Lanthanar relaying them live updates, They must be hesitating to turn back because it is actually a huge expenditure of resources to move such a large army with such short notice. Just a push might hasten their decision. All right. Do you have the means to transport something small to the border quickly? A few minutes later, the commander of the Axlorian army sat in a tent which had been hastily erected on realizing that things in Lanthana weren't turning out in the way they hoped. Instead of chaos from the nobility dying, there was unification and cheering for a new king that came out of nowhere. Having spent a huge amount of resources to transport the army over, he was reluctant to just leave. The first dent was when he received news of the king's orders to send the full army to the borders. Already underway to the border and still expecting the king to make the logical choice and send a partial army which would allow him to break through with force, he had been hopelessly frustrated seeing that the spies had been true. The second dent was the news of the new king, almost making him decide to leave. Yet, he still waited, hoping that some sort of turmoil might occur which might give him a chance. Commander, on the walls. There's a panel, sir. A soldier ran to his tent and saluted before uttering these words, prompting him to run out and see for himself just what was going on. On the border wall, a panel showed a young man with hands behind his back standing in front of an enormous dragon heart which seemed to beat as if it were alive. Although the panel wasn't very large, measuring at 40 inches diagonally, he could still see and hear the message clearly due to his heightened senses from being an exalted human fighter. Army of Axla. I am Dani Lanavron, newly proclaimed King of Lanthana. Under my rule, you can bet that we will take revenge for all the soldiers who lost their lives beating back your assaults on our borders. Just try attacking right now. I know that you dared to march on our border with your full army hoping that a barren wall would greet you. Instead, what greets you is the might of a united Lanthana that will tear you to pieces and throw you back to your kingdom for vultures to feed on. Either choose to face the consequences, or just scurry back to wherever you came from like the rats you are. Each word made the commander's face redder and redder, while he bristled with an anger which tempted him to give the order to attack. Yet, he knew that if their full army engaged and got into a prolonged fight, his own kingdom would be in danger. Their only chance had been to break through in one go, but that was now clearly impossible. Thus, however much he wished to charge forth and stamp down on the new king's smug face, he called for a retreat. Appalled expressions appeared on the soldiers' faces as they realized that they really did have to scamper back without a response like the man in the panel had said. Meanwhile, the same speech had also been shown in the panels around the city. As the image shifted to the enemy army at the border turning back with drooping shoulders and marching away, many gasped with shock at the enormous size of the threat the kingdom had been facing without their knowledge. With this sight, the cheers which had started to quieten down only grew in intensity, as the people of Lanthana saw Daniel drive away an enemy army just within a few minutes of being proclaimed as king. If anyone still had a slight doubt regarding Daniel's eligibility for the throne, that doubt was now shattered seeing his incredible performance just moments after taking charge. Daniel smiled seeing this, enjoying the satisfaction that came from hitting two birds with one stone. Putting the eye-shaped trinket back in his pocket and cutting off the transmission, he proceeded to walk back to the Dragon Claw to finally speak to the Vice Sect Master. Inside the Dragon Claw, the Vice Sect Master of the Withering Leaf Sect lay slumped on the ground, panting while he tried to regain his energy. All this time, he had been casting spell after spell to break through. Everything was to no avail because of the imperviousness property of the Dragon Claw which allowed it to shrug off any attack below a certain level. Space was locked, but thankfully communications weren't. Thus, all he could do was to repeatedly ask the sect master to send someone to negotiate on his behalf. The situation was the same with both the Church of Rectitude and the Tricobra sect. Only, the difference was that these two men simply waited calmly. Suddenly, the claw around the Vice Sect Master started closing around him. So far, it had been in the form of a pitch-black room in which he could at least stand. Now, he found himself enveloped by the shiny claws which bound his arms and legs. Just as he thought he would suffocate and die, an opening appeared near his head allowing him to take a deep breath. A smiling Daniel greeted him, which made the Vice Sect Master feel frustrated again remembering what had happened before. Looking around, he saw the dead king on the floor. His small satisfaction of seeing the man who had been the cause for his last attack to miss was trampled when Daniel started speaking. Vice Sect Master, you must be well aware of your situation. How much is your life worth? Ask your sect master this when he sends someone to negotiate. If the terms aren't satisfactory, all I need to do is. The vice sect master screamed, feeling the claws tighten further, making him feel as if he were being squashed from all sides by an unstoppable force. Squeeze. Understand? As Daniel saw the man nod fervently and start sending messages again, he sent the same message to the two other men in the dragon claws. Being the master of the formation, Daniel could transmit his voice to all the areas he controlled. Although he could neither hear nor see the other two people's replies, he knew that they were definitely talking to their higher-ups and waiting for someone to arrive. As a newly proclaimed king, he still needed time to assess everything about the kingdom and settle into his role. If this process didn't happen smoothly, it was possible that these forces might take advantage again. Thus, he could not afford to antagonize and attract the hatred of three powerful forces so soon and risk being attacked by any one of them. The situation needed to be diffused, and these forces needed to be abolished from the kingdom. For this same reason, he also chose not to interrogate the vice sect master. Right now, this man was his bargaining piece, not his prisoner. Commanders, I need you to come to my side as soon as possible. How does it work? Is one of you stationed at the border permanently to take care of critical matters? Daniel asked in the private channel. He wanted to have them close by when the negotiations started so that they might offer more insights just like they had done with the enemy army. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the walls were cheering seeing their sworn enemies leaving with their tail tucked in between their legs. This was easily one of the sweetest victories they had ever gained on the border. As for the commanders, the slight admiration from before had turned into full-blown respect. Although they still did not believe that he was a king worth putting their lives on the line for, his quick and effective actions made them feel relieved that for once, a king had listened to their advice and acted on it. Seeing the soldiers cheering, Cassandra wiped the sweat that had unknowingly formed on her forehead when telling the new king that he had been wrong. Glancing at Iran, she said, "Well, that went pretty great. Who could have known?" "Yeah. You should try gambling again, Cass. Maybe your instincts will be right again." Punching Iran's soldier, Cassandra looked at the scarred man and asked, "What do you think, Luther? Has the kingdom's luck finally turned?" Yet before the man could answer, they heard Daniel speak in the channel. Hearing his words, the scarred man who had just been called Luther said, "You two go. I'll stay and take care of matters. Serve him well, but keep an eye on him. Enough sons and daughters have died because a king couldn't control his desires." While Luther walked away towards the soldiers, Cassandra and Iran sighed seeing his strong shoulders which looked like they carried a burden that weighed down on him like a mountain. As always, his words carried a sorrow that lent an additional solemnity to the atmosphere whenever he spoke. "Yes, Your Majesty." Luther, the commander of the regular fighter army, will stay at the border, while I and Iran shall reach your side in a few minutes. Taking out a trinket from her pocket, Cassandra proceeded to squeeze it and wait for the transportation mage to arrive to get them to the palace after replying to Daniel over the private channel. For any kingdom, border security was a very important aspect that needed to be tackled if they did not want enemies teleporting in freely and wreaking havoc on the citizens. Thus, almost every kingdom had some sort of teleportation detection formation on the border. Space locks were very high-level spells which were used only in dire circumstances. Thus, at least for the kingdoms in this part of the world, it was impossible to even think about using large-scale space lock formations to keep enemies out. After all, the higher the level of the spell, the more the price of the formation. The alternative was the teleportation detection formation installed on the borders of the kingdom. Any space fluctuations originating in the kingdom which were induced from outside the borders would be detected immediately. On detection, the Grand Court Mage or the person in charge of keeping an eye on the kingdom would immediately be alerted to keep track of the intruders in case they teleported again quickly to change location. After detection, subsequent actions required could be decided by the king. Of course, All this was moot if someone above the level of a warrior mage decided to intrude on the premises of the kingdom, let alone the formations detecting them. It was highly unlikely that the kingdom itself would continue to exist if someone at this level decided to interfere. After all, personages like these were rare and almost never seen in this part of the world. Their longevity already greatly increased by the breakthrough from a warrior to a champion. They would set their eyes on the next level and continue on the path of power. As the detection formations started ringing signifying that someone had teleported into the kingdom, 3 people appeared in the air above the palace. One wore priest robes similar to the ones worn by the pot-bellied man. The difference was that his were a bright purple, while a large purple hat that looked like a fish's mouth was also on his head. In his hand, he carried a golden staff with another purple gem on the pommel. The second had on a flowing, green cloak with shining leaves embroidered on top. A velvet mask covered his face, while the fluttering cloak covered his body fully. The last was the most peculiar of all. Although his body was humanoid, his skin was scaled like a snake's. His head looked like an amalgamation of both a serpent and a human, with no nose visible and dark eyes that seemed hazy. Arriving a few seconds apart from each other, the 3 glanced to the sides and proceeded to ignore each other. Meanwhile, Haran and Cassandra had just reached the outside of the palace and were now entering through a secret passageway Daniel opened using the system which was controlling the Dragon Heart formation. While he waited for the 2 commanders to arrive, Daniel gazed at the panels showing the 3 people and waited for them to speak. Although he did not want too much trouble, there was no way he would let these 3 go so easily, especially after they had plotted to bring ruin to the kingdom which they thought would be helpless to defend itself. Meanwhile, the Domination Corps stationed around the capital had been told to close the panels as soon as Daniel cut off the transmission. After doing so, Daniel asked them to announce to the people around them that a ceremony would take place in a few days where he would be officially crowned king. Ceremonies like official crownings were very important because they elevated the mood of the kingdom with an atmosphere of festivity. Thus, after being told by Keller that it was a tradition observed in most kingdoms, he had decided to have one after all the pressing matters were settled. Hearing this, the people finally went back to their homes. Even those who had come in from the countryside started the walk back out of the capital. With the bitterness in their hearts starting to melt, the citizens chattered about their new king. The stories about Daniel's actions in front of the library and during the first-year assessment started to spread further, serving to elevate his position even more in the general populace. Only the people in front of the palace still stuck to their positions, staring at the 3 new men who had appeared in the air above them. Many people even pointed and stared at the snake-like man, who occasionally glanced at a few such citizens, scaring them and making them shake in their boots. Finally, after a few minutes, a man standing on a dragon claw appeared in the air above the palace. Although he was still inside the formation protecting the palace, he could now be heard and seen by the people in front. As the cheering started anew seeing that their new king had come out in person, the man in the green cloak waved his hand. Silence greeted Daniel, as if someone had muted the area around him. Host is under the effect of sound isolation spell. Analysis in progress. Counterspell sound dissonance available. Would host like to develop and use it? Sound isolation? Hearing the name, Daniel vaguely remembered the spell being mentioned in one of his classes and proceeded to ask the system for more information regarding the spell. Although sound isolation spell requires little energy, a high amount of connection with sound elementary particles is required. Thus, it has been classified as an exalted warrior mage spell. It was just as he had thought. Making a decision, he ordered the system to develop the counter spell but not to deploy it. Considering that the 3 stood side by side, Daniel deduced that they must all be exalted warrior mages representing each of the forces he had antagonized. Bratty King, hand over my Withering Leaf Sect's Vice Sect Master, or watch me break through this puny formation and drag you out by your neck. Host is under the effect of sound transmission spell. Analysis in progress. Counterspell sound dissonance available. Would host like to develop and use it? Although none of the 3 in front seemed to have spoken, A voice echoed near his head. This was definitely a manipulation of the sound particles around him, just like the sound isolation spell before. Daniel felt surprised realizing that this person who had a superior command of sound was actually a part of the Withering Leaf sect, which was known mostly for its spell technique. Giving the system the same command as before, Daniel proceeded to wait for the others to speak. Daniel, Radagast told me about you. I congratulate you on being proclaimed as the king by the people, and I bless this kingdom in the hopes that it shall fare better under your youthful leadership. The church only intervenes when numerous cries for salvation are heard from any particular kingdom. With a genial smile on his face, the purple-robed priest spoke as if all the church wanted was the betterment of the people. Daniel felt sick in his stomach seeing this two-faced preaching. As a higher-up, this man must be very clear regarding the exact plans the church had. They practically wanted slaves who would do their bidding, yet this man still tooted his own horn as if he were on the moral high ground. The snake-like man simply stood there, opting not to speak. Yet, his gaze was on the dragon claw and his scaly face had an expression of fascination, as if the claw was the most precious thing in the world he had ever seen. I shall address all three of you at once. I have your subordinates securely bound by the formation, and you three must know very well that I can even trap you if I wanted to. His hair gently uplifted by the wind, Daniel stood confidently on the dragon claw and spoke with alacrity. The whole episode of having his plans become successful and being acknowledged by the people had bolstered his spirit, allowing him to stand firm now and speak with his back straight. He knew that the major hurdles had all been crossed for now, and that these were just some minor issues that required a little bit of intelligence to solve. In fact, there was a sure-shot way to defuse everything immediately, directly handing over the three leaders. Yet, he knew that he had the advantage in this situation based on the actions of the three forces so far and the inputs from the commanders he had just spoken to. You think we can't? As a rumbling voice replaced the serious one before, Daniel waved his own hand similarly. The sound dissonance spell cast by the system made the cloaked man flinch as he resisted the urge to clutch his head with his hands. The connection with the sound elementary particles had been ripped away from him, causing a backlash in his mage root. This was something only someone on the warrior mage level could do. After studying sound for a long time, his eyes widening, he realized that there was another party probably hidden from everyone's eyes running this whole show. This had been Daniel's intention all along. Although he didn't like it, he did not want to draw unwanted attention to himself by showing that he could do things that no eminent human mage could do. Thus, he needed these forces to know that they couldn't act as they wished, thinking that he was alone. As for the feat of mastering the formation in a few seconds, this could also be attributed to some interference by that master. All Daniel needed to do was elude the blanks would be filled in by the enemies themselves. Although there were some holes that someone astute could pick up, all he needed was the doubt in the enemies' minds which would make them hesitate. This was exactly what was going on right now. From Daniel's actions and the cloaked man's flinch, the others had also deduced that there was someone powerful behind the scenes, as they knew about the cloaked man's abilities. After giving them a few seconds to gather their thoughts, Daniel spoke. These are my conditions. All three of your forces will completely vacate the kingdom right now. All the possessions on your subordinates' bodies will be taken as remuneration for your actions against the people of Lanthina. And each of you must swear a magic oath that your forces will not even enter the kingdom of Lanthina in the next 10 years. There is no negotiation. Either agree or see your subordinates crushed in front of you. Hearing these conditions, Daniel saw expressions of consternation appear on the two faces. He could see. You don't need to try and threaten me. I know very well that you only chose to attack when the formation wasn't mastered. You cannot afford to deploy enough resources to overcome a fully mastered formation, and the trinkets you have right now only work when one is not controlling the dragon claws. You and I both know very well that an actual champion mage would have to arrive to break through in this situation, and you clearly cannot afford that. The feeling of being read like a book did not sit well with the trio, making them gnash their teeth while they heard Daniel speak. Feeling helpless, all they could do was communicate with the superiors who had sent them to get the trapped members back. Inside, Daniel felt glad that he had chosen to listen to the two commanders. With years of experience dealing in information regarding enemy forces, they had estimated the worth of the subordinates and given Daniel options which would push the enemy but not make them decide to go all in, not caring about the loss. As he saw the three nods, the tension binding Daniel finally loosened up, letting him relax for the first time in what felt like forever. The three forces acted quickly, uprooting all of their forces and choosing to leave as soon as possible. For them, this was a better option than being routed out by Daniel one by one using the military. They had only thrived in the kingdom so far due to the previous king's inaction and undue focus on sending the army to fight for resources to grow his own power. The possessions were taken by Daniel personally, while the watching eyes of the trio hounded him until he went out of sight. Even the priest had an expression of slight frustration when Daniel took away the belt with the one-used trinket. As for the oath, the logic was quite simple. Forces like these could only move when an opportunity came, like the one where the frustrations of the citizens reached a breaking point. People who reached their warrior level regardless of whether they were mages or fighters enjoyed a tripling of longevity, which allowed them to think quite less of a mere 10 years. In that 10 years, if Daniel also turned out to be incompetent, it would not be too late to begin operations again. In fact, the main value of the subordinates was their talent. Only top talents who had potential to grow would typically be sent on missions like these to gather experience and hone themselves. Thus, when looking at the situation with the viewpoint that a force might lose a candidate who might eventually aim for the champion level, then it was a pretty obvious decision regarding whether to take Daniel's conditions or not. Champion-level powerhouses were, after all, the backbone of most sects and secret societies. The spell for the magical oath was quite simple. Even those who weren't amateur human mages could learn and cast it, granted that the oath was not forced in any way. That was the prerequisite for any magical oaths. Oaths could not be made when the oath-taking party was forced into the decision using intimidation or blackmail. With a thought, the oath stone he had absorbed appeared in his hand while the three members each spoke the oath on behalf of their organizations to not enter Lanthana in the next 10 years. In Daniel's mind, this caused 3 new connections to appear which would let him communicate with these 3 regardless of where they were. After the forces completely left, the people finally started dispersing. Many were chattering about the crowning ceremony that would soon be held, looking forward to the festivity that would accompany it. With the commanders here, there was no problem whatsoever for Daniel in taking full control of the palace. He sent out a flurry of orders, from having the members of the nobility locked up in chambers to making sure that his parents were teleported over ASAP. He made sure to handle everything. Keller, Cassandra and Aran were instrumental in every task. They would advise him on everything related to the palace, telling him about how the government worked. Broadly, the government was divided into 4 parts: the judiciary, the police, the military and the nobility. The judiciary was comprised of a set of judges whose task was to pass judgments according to the laws of Lanthana. Daniel had already looked over the laws before. Mostly, they reminded him of the ones back on Earth. The procedure was for citizens to go to the judiciary office and file a complaint. The police would then gather all the facts and present them in front of the judge, who would decide the punishment if needed. In other words, it was a simplified version of the law and order system back on Earth. Instead of lawyers and prosecutors, citizens fought their cases themselves while there was no jury to make decisions based on voting. Judges swore oaths to be impartial in their judgment, ensuring a modicum of fairness in the justice meted out. Daniel summoned the police commander through the Oathstone as soon as everything else was done. He planned to have a meeting with all of the key personnel soon so that they would be clear regarding his wishes and aspirations for the kingdom. The Grand Court Mage was ordered to accompany him through the palace, although he did not dare to raise his head and talk unless Daniel asked him something. The room that the Dragon Heart was located in was actually the king's chambers, where the king would relax and sleep when he wanted to. This was a rule passed down from the first king. All kings had to sleep in this room, hearing the heartbeat of the Dragon Heart formation which kept the palace safe. The throne room was near the chambers, just one hallway away. Deciding to take a tour of the palace while he waited for his parents to arrive, Daniel had asked Keller to take him to the most impressive place in the whole palace other than the king's chambers. At this moment, an easy smile was on Daniel's face as he talked with Keller and the commanders. The time for tension and action was done, and it was now time to loosen up and slowly settle into his role as the king before deciding on matters such as the direction in which to rule the kingdom. Thus, Keller took Daniel to the throne room. The entrance was a gold-plated door 15 feet high which was studded with precious stones that shone like the night sky. The formation controlled all access to rooms and parts of the palace, thus there was no hassle in going wherever he wanted. Opening the massive doors with a thought to the system, Daniel walked in and felt his jaw full seeing the sheer opulence on display. The room itself was at least 30 feet high, with ceiling-to-wall windows adorned with delicate glass art letting in light gently, bathing the throne room in a soft glow. It was shaped like a funnel, with the entrance and the throne on two opposite ends. Measuring at least 100 feet in length and 50 feet in width, the rest of the room was occupied by red plush chairs which were apparently for the ministers and bureaucrats to sit in. As for the throne, it was the centerpiece of the room. The handrests were actually two dragons skillfully sculpted in the wood, with mouths open, roaring towards the one looking at them. The dragon's claws reminded him of the ones that had appeared when he used the formation. Two wings which looked enormous were folded to the side, while the rest of the body looked streamlined from the tail to the head as if flying was the thing these creatures were born to do. The dragons' faces were scaled just like their claws, with the two eyes set on two sides of their heads with a snout in between. The elongated jaw hinted at a massive mouth with sharp teeth. Sharp ridges on the snout seemed to ripple, lifelike while Daniel stared at the dragons, mesmerized. Shaking his head, Daniel proceeded to take in the rest of his future seat. In the back of the throne was a plush pillow on which another dragon was sewn, with its head turned to the side while its menacing fangs were clearly visible. The rest of the chair was gilded in gold that shone in the glow that permeated the room. Seeing the throne, memories of all that had led to this point flashed through Daniel's head briefly. As they did so, he was suddenly reminded of something he had put off for such a time when he was the king. It was the secret library. When Keller had first given him access to the Magic Academy, he had said that there was a secret library that only the king could access. Excited to find out just what was inside, Daniel confirmed that it would still take a little time for his parents to come and decided to go to the Magic Academy. Using the passageway that connected the palace and the academy, Daniel soon found himself on the top of the library which was always closed off to visitors. The Grand Court Mage had used a drop of his blood to open a hidden staircase which led to this room. Most of the people had already gone home due to everything happening in the kingdom, so the academy and the library were mostly empty. It was a wide-open room which seemed empty except for a familiar podium in the middle which Daniel walked up to. With the Grand Court Mage's instructions, who apparently was the only other person apart from the king who could access this secret library, Daniel recalled the Oath Stone from his body and placed it on a round groove on the podium. The Oath Stone fit perfectly, after which Daniel was instructed to place a drop of his blood on the groove after removing the stone which had just glowed a dim yellow. As soon as the drop hit the wood of the podium, it was absorbed while Daniel felt a ton of information flooding his mind. Interface detected. Initiating contact. Would host like to hear the incoming message? Having the flow stopped by the system, Daniel breathed a sigh of relief before saying yes in his mind. The message that followed shocked him, making him gape with surprise while Keller and the Grand Court Mage watched on. Congratulations on becoming the king. It seems that those brats of the Lanthanor family have finally been usurped. I feel so glad to be able to talk to someone other than that punk who kept asking longevity this, longevity that. So, what are you here to find out about? System. Isn't this a pre-recorded message? Asked Daniel, bewildered at the cheery voice he had just heard in his head. Negative. Interface has been detected to be sentient. System is in the process of analyzing the interface, but all attempts are being blocked. Please upgrade the system if you would like to increase the system's capabilities. Upgrade cost 100,000 EXP. Another upgrade. Daniel had just managed to scrape up enough points to perform the first upgrade. If it weren't for the shower of points he earned from becoming king, he would have been completely bankrupt right now. Although the practicality was indeed quite tremendous, it was, at least now, just too big of a cost to pay. Shelving it aside for later, Daniel focused on the part about sentience. What are you? He asked in his mind, telling the system to relay the message to the interface. Nice of you to ask. I don't remember the last time someone spoke so civilly to me. All these damn stubborn kings do is keep asking me things they have no right to access. Anyway, I digress. I am an empire spirit. I belong to a special race made to keep track of all the myriad things that involve running an empire of millions of people. Gah. What would you know about empires? The last true empire faded away 1,700 years ago. Now, all that's left are primitive villages which call themselves kingdoms and keep trying to extract the knowledge in us with hopes that they can resurrect an empire. Blind fools. Ah, I forget my duty. What do you need? Let me tell you right now. Unless you reach the pre-specified amount of general satisfaction, you cannot access even my name from my archives. If you just came here for the scribblings of the Lanthanor brats, then use the alternate interface. They must have written stuff about me too, so just read those if you want more explanations. It was nice talking to you, but I guess I'll just go back to the ancient lectures about grand attraction spell techniques. By interface cut off. Alternate interface with 89 books found. Would host like to access this interface? Daniel felt his head reeling trying to take in the continuous streams of words spat out by whatever was in the podium. It had just been a barrage of information that Daniel felt lost in. Yes, and tell me what the hell that thing was, he ordered, feeling thankful that the system could do the grunt work and just tell him the important details. A few minutes later, which were spent opening each of the books present in quick succession, Daniel calmed his expression and listened with full attention while the system explained just what the thing that talked to him had been. According to the oldest book found in the secret library, this was something that every king gained access to as soon as he took control of the Oathstone. The true origins of the being had apparently been lost along with the book written by the first Lanthanor who established the kingdom. Yes, the books were all memoirs of the previous kings who had ruled the kingdom. They talked about many things, from their personal views towards the treatment of nobles and commoners and matters of war, which according to the system, would be a great help to Daniel in analyzing future war situations if he chose to peruse them. The only additional information about the Empire Spirit was that it had some sort of special conditions which had to be met in order to access the treasure trove of knowledge apparently stored inside. All the kings could only speculate what this general satisfaction even meant. The Spirit, of course, declined to comment on the matter no matter how many times it was asked. Thus, all anyone could do was guess. It was also said that it should be the lifelong goal of every king to strive to decipher this spirit, because it was possible that the information it held could help elevate the kingdom to another level. This was another overload of information that Daniel hadn't been prepared for. Asking the court mage and the grand court mage to wait outside, Daniel took a few minutes of time to arrange everything in his head. He first made a list of everything to do before the crowning ceremony took place. He had already ticked off quite a few things on the list, including calling his parents, the Domination Corps and all his friends to the palace. As for taking revenge on the nobles who were the reason for his father's and many other citizens' pain and suffering, he had already set a plan in motion which would see them punished in full for all of their crimes. Another thing he had placed on the list was to check out the system store and the new kingdom points that he had been notified about by the system. Because he had a little time to himself, Daniel decided to check out just what new tools were available to him. As the familiar library came into being in front of him after activating the heads-up interface, Daniel noticed that there were new kinds of books on the shelves. Some of the previously black books which had been locked to him now glowed a soft red, as if something had changed about them. Although they were still black, it was now easy to pick them out from the rest. Over the past 3 years, Daniel had spent points solely on the most important tools which he thought were crucial to the success of the operation to fight for the throne. These included the tool which he had used to develop the panel trinket based on the broken one he had seen in Ripley's house. Named the Schematic Development 1 tool, It allowed him to modify any schematic he already had with him to make a new one, similar to the technique development tool which allowed him to make the modified fireball spells and the spell that made the honey trap solution. He had used this tool to make a panel trinket which was cheaper and simpler than the one Ripley had. As upgrading the system had been his priority, he had had to save up all the EXP he could. Now, he could finally stop thinking about that and choose whatever tool he liked. Deciding to first check out the new tools, Daniel picked out one of the glowing black books. Kingdom Management 1, obtain statistics about satisfaction level and dissatisfaction level of a certain number of citizens present in a set area around host. Purchasing this tool also opens the Kingdom Management Rewards section, where satisfaction milestones can be exchanged for kingdom points and EXP. Cost, 7,500 EXP, 1 kingdom point. As he read the introduction on the book, Daniel's eyes opened wider and wider with each word. Satisfaction level. Daniel wondered how anyone or anything could quantify an aspect which was so arbitrary. Although this was his first thought, the word satisfaction made him scratch his head, wondering just what it reminded him of. Of course, the Empire Spirit. Daniel almost shouted out loud as he realized that the term satisfaction had been the one used to describe the condition required to access the information in the Empire Spirit. With this connection made, a question sprung up in his mind as he wondered whether it was possible for such a coincidence to exist. Could it be that the Empire Spirit would only let him access its archives if the people of the kingdom reached a certain satisfaction level? And could it be that none of the previous kings figured out this simple meaning? System. Is there no mention in the memoirs about the satisfaction specified by the Empire Spirit being the satisfaction level of the people? Affirmative. Many kings have speculated that when the general populace reach a certain level of satisfaction in the ruling authority, the Empire Spirit's conditions might be met, giving access to invaluable knowledge. System has detected a trend in kings' decisions when there was an attempt to raise the level. Raising satisfaction level is a resource-consuming process, and Lanthaner has always been under attack by enemies at the border, making it so that decreasing the budget of the army was not possible. There was also no way to drastically increase the amount of resources available. Thus, it was only possible to shift around resources, which meant that one section or the other always had a low satisfaction level. Daniel nodded, hearing the conclusion given by the system. He had also noticed something after upgrading the system. It seemed to be able to better analyze things now, instead of just storing and recalling information. Yet, there had been no such analysis during the war situation. Thus, the thought came in Daniel's mind that the system was incapable of leaps of logic and creativity that a human was capable of. It could only use the data it had to notice patterns and relay them to him, allowing him to make the final conclusions needed. Only, in this case, a conclusion had been made. Thus, to test out his observation, he asked the system whether this was the case. Affirmative. System exists to reward and better enable host on the path to world domination. A conclusion was given this time due to the clear nature of the data. Many kings specifically wrote about their attempts and their frustrations. Nodding, Daniel felt happy that this matter was resolved. In the end, the system was just a helping hand in his journey. With this realization, he resolved to depend on himself for the most part without getting used to relying on the system too much. The decision he had to make right now was regarding whether to buy this tool or not. 7,500 EXP was a lot, but the part about the Kingdom Management Reward section which would allow him to gain more EXP and Kingdom points for satisfaction milestones made it quite tempting. Yet, before he could make the decision, Kellen knocked on the door. Deciding to make a decision after he could completely relax and be by himself, Daniel walked to the door and opened it. "My lord, all the people you asked for have been assembled. They are presently waiting for you in the throne room." "All right, let's go." Before going to the throne room, Daniel decided to first make a visit to the palace tailor. In charge of all official clothing needs for the nobility, the tailor's room was located 3 hallways from the king's. As he entered, he saw rows of shelves in which hung numerous dresses in all kinds of dazzling colors. The tailor had already been summoned with the help of Kayla. "My king, Congratulations on ascending the throne. How can this humble servant assist you? The man kneeling on the ground had a slight tremor in his voice, as if he was afraid that Daniel would punish him for something. Using the Earthstone, Daniel asked Keller what the matter was. He is one of those who use the relation he has with one of the princes to get away from a horrible crime. His daughter ran away with a poor boy who ran away from the slums, and he used the police force to find them, kill the boy and drag his daughter home. There are many like this in the palace who used the prince's influence to evade the courts and use resources they are not supposed to have access to. My lord, you must make the decision regarding how you will administer justice to all those affected by the actions of these animals. But I must remind you, my lord, that there are also some good people just like me who did whatever they could to stand on the side of morality. As the man looked up into Daniel's glaring eyes, he suddenly felt as if a mountain was bearing down on his back, threatening to crush him under the pressure. Did you use the police force to catch and kill the man your daughter ran away with? Daniel asked, wanting to hear the truth from the man's own mouth. Yes, my lord. Please forgive me. The prince promised that there wouldn't be any problems. It's all his fault. Hearing this, Daniel's palms tightened into fists as he couldn't help but shake with anger. Of course, he hadn't forgotten all the transgressions made by these despicable people which resulted in people gathering in the streets in floods hoping for a purge. He had already decided on what to do, and his decision only became firmer after hearing this account. Deactivating the weighty gaze, he watched as the man slumped to the ground with sweat beading on his forehead. This sight disgusted Daniel, who couldn't believe that the man had tried to push the blame away on the one who had enabled him, although he had been the one to carry out the wrongdoing. Speaking through the Earthstone, Daniel gave all the details to Keller and told him to get started on the implementation right away. His original plan had been to wait for the coronation, but decided to change this due to this encounter. Not deigning the kneeling man with a reply, Daniel simply strode to a nearby shelf and chose a red gold robe that wasn't emblazoned with any crest. After selecting matching pants of the same color, he walked to the changing room nearby. As he came out, he looked like a different person. All royal robes had the self-fitting enchantment added to them, thus the robe fit him perfectly, outlining his well-built athletic body. To Keller, it looked like a stone in the sand, which turned out to be a diamond after polishing. Daniel's confidence, which had slowly grown with time, could now be seen in the way he carried himself. This was something which often needed special etiquette classes to accomplish. Yet, Daniel had already started on the path to natural elegance, mainly due to his personality, which had been shaped by everything he had gone through. As he walked into the throne room, the people congregated on both sides of the hallway were first struck speechless while they saw him enter and walk towards the throne. Daniel wasn't presumptuous enough to sit on the throne and act like a ruler in front of all these people who had made everything possible. He simply wanted to say a few words, thus he was making his way to the raised part of the room where the throne was also located. Yet, looking at him, the people who had gathered felt like they were seeing a different person. Although he still had a long way to go from being someone who could silence the masses with a single gaze, Daniel already looked like someone who was worthy of being acknowledged by the people of Lanthana as king. But, as soon as he reached the end and turned around to stand in front of the room, a broad smile spread on his face, seeing all the people that meant so much to him. This smile broke the spell of silence that seemed to have been cast in the room, startling Daniel as he saw almost everyone in front of him break out into screams of joy or tears of happiness. Watching this sight, he could not resist all the emotions bundled up inside him from all the things he had gone through. Having no choice but to let everything out, Daniel couldn't help but wipe his eyes, trying to stop the tears that had started to flow, while he saw his mother and father walking towards him from the corner of his vision with expressions of pure elation and pride on their faces. Collapsing onto his parents' shoulders, the king of Lanthana cried his heart out, making this an image that would be remembered by everyone in the room for as long as they lived. A few days later, in a busy marketplace near the outer gate of the city of Lanthana, a woman holding a small girl's hand walked into the marketplace, looking around as if searching for something. Her clothes had already long lost the dye they had been colored with, now looking drab and coarse from years of wear and tear. The little girl had a similar gown on, her eyes wide open as she looked around at all of the sights the capital city had to offer. Looking travel-worn, the two seemed to have traveled a long while to get to their destination. "Delia, stay close, dear. I don't want you to run off and get lost, all right?" The woman knelt on the ground, taking the little girl's face in her hands, wiping away the dust and sweat and planting a kiss on her forehead. The kiss lightened up the little girl's face, making her give a wide smile. While the woman also couldn't resist mirroring her daughter, seeing the pure innocence of a child. Her heavily calloused hands held her daughter again as she walked forward to a building that looked like it had been recently set up. Citizen Justice Center was the name written on the banner, which the woman looked at before walking in with a determined expression on her face. Inside, numerous constables were seated in front of tables holding trinkets which looked like small, round silver bowls. Many of the chairs on the other side of the constables were occupied by people who were talking into the trinkets. Meanwhile, the constables seemed to be taking notes on pieces of parchment in front of them using a feather and an ink bottle. Walking up to one such table which was empty, the woman sat down in a rush as if she would turn back and leave if she didn't summon the courage to sit as soon as possible. The little girl also got onto the chair beside her, looking around at all the new people and fascinated by the policemen in their neat uniforms. The number of people she had seen today had already crossed the total number of people she had met in her small village while growing up. "State your name, place of residence, injustice and the person responsible. Please keep in mind that you will have to testify under oath when needed. Punishment will be given out if your claims turn out to be false." Seeing the two sit down, the constable repeated the line he had said at least 100 times since the morning, simply nodding as if she had already prepared herself. The woman started talking. "My name is Helena, and this is my daughter Dahlia. We live in the Burberry village in Lanthana's countryside. 3 years ago, a passing noble stopped for the night in our village. While there, he got drunk and wanted to be entertained. The village mayor ordered some of us to dance to appease the noble, and I was one of them. In the middle of our dance, he stumbled forward and caught my hand, intending to drag me away. My husband, who until this point, the woman had spoken with a stoic expression while trying to not let the painful memories affect her. Yet, at the mention of her husband whom she missed so much, she couldn't help but tear up. "Mama, what's wrong? Can I go get flowers to cheer you up again?" The little girl beside her tugged at her dress, asking this question with a worried expression on her face as she saw the tears appearing in her mother's eyes. Back home, whenever this happened, she would go out to pick the flowers that grew near the small thatch hut they lived in. Whenever her mother saw the flowers, she would wipe away the tears, place them in her recently grayed hair and kiss her on her 2 cheeks. Hearing her daughter ask, the woman hastened to wipe away the tears. Seeing the scene, the constable couldn't help but sigh as he started filling in the details in the parchment in front of him. The recording trinket had already been activated when the woman started speaking. "Mother's fine, Delia. Just give me a few minutes. Then, we can go out and buy candy." Hearing the rare word candy, the little girl's face brightened up again as she nodded and continued to look around. "My husband who tried to stop him was murdered. Taken away from us by the noble's guards. Luckily, the noble passed out after that and had to leave the next morning. Since then, I've been trying to manage our family. I came here because I heard that the new king has promised to hear our grievances and get revenge for us. I still dream about burying that man daily. I don't know his name, but I can pick him out easily. Please tell me if my complaint will be taken." "When I tried to do this 3 years ago, I was thrown out onto the street." The sharpness in her eyes and face which had appeared when she talked about burying the prince was replaced by silent sobs. Toward the end of her narrative, "All complaints will be addressed. Please use this gold land to stay in any inn in the city. Our king will be officially crowned in 2 days. And the special courts for cases like these will also open soon after. If your case turns out to be true, you will also be paid a pension by the government for a set period of time." "The king thanks you for coming this far after trusting his words," replied the constable with a slight smile on his face. Seeing the gold land shining in the constable's hand, The woman couldn't help but rub her eyes. In her small village, the highest currency used usually was silver lands. Only the mayor was known to have a few gold lands which he used to pay in bulk to traveling merchants for village necessities such as plows and hammers. Taking the gold land with shaking hands, the woman still seemed disbelieving until she felt the weight that meant that it was definitely not a silver one. All these years, all she had gotten from the government was scorn and ridicule. No matter how many times she tried to submit her case to the court, it would be thrown out citing some insensible reason. Finally, she had had to stop after receiving a death threat on her and her daughter's life. Now, she had only dared to try again after hearing the proclamations that had reached all the town mayors that the previous king had been killed and replaced by someone who promised to hear all the people's grievances. This was all she needed, this simple gesture of someone caring enough for her situation to listen and give her a chance to present her case made her heart fill up with gratitude. The feeling of being heard by the authorities was something she never knew would feel so sweet. Clutching the gold lan in her hand, a small smile appeared on her face before she turned around to see her adorable daughter still looking around with fascination. The little girl loved candy, but having to work all day just to earn enough to have enough food and save a little money for tough times had been very difficult. What with the fact that the major occupation was farming, which required strength and effort that made her body ache all over each night after coming back home. Now, with a little bit of smart money management, they would have enough to rent a room, eat 3 full meals a day and buy as much candy as the little girl wanted. Besides, there had even been mention of a pension. Thanking the constable, Helena stood up and guided Dalian out. Everything around her seemed brighter, as if something had lifted the dark shroud that had covered her vision and mind for the last few years. King Daniel. She blessed this figure who had made everything possible with all of her heart. Vowing to be present at the coronation and see for herself how someone with such a gracious heart looked like, she took Dahlia in her hands and walked down the steps towards a candy seller who had caught Dahlia's eye ever since they had arrived here. All over the capital, such scenes took place with more and more people looking forward to the coronation ceremony that would take place in 2 days. Meanwhile, the king who was responsible for all these warm hearts lay snoring on his bed, getting some much-needed rest while dreaming about riding on horses to save princesses trapped in tall towers. With the decorations ongoing in full swing, Lanthana prepared to welcome its new king with a pomp and vigor that would definitely shock the heavens and startle the gods, making them look down with wonder to see just who was the one so beloved that almost everyone in the kingdom would go all out to do everything they could to make his coronation a grand success. The past few days had been very hectic for Daniel. At first, it had been the time spent partying in the throne room which let him finally let his pent-up emotions out. Although he had lived for 18 years on Earth and then 4 years here in Lanthana, this was still his first time seeing death up close. Moreover, it had been instilled in him either consciously or subconsciously that murder was something immoral and wrong. Yet, over the years, as he heard each and every account of the young teens who joined the Domination Corps, it became more and more apparent that this world had a very different moral scale than that on Earth. Even if this should have been apparent to him long back with the death and destruction he saw during the Dwarves' Rum incident, he had only been an observer at the time. It made him think of the psyches of people back on Earth. Many saw horrific news about deaths and destruction all over the television. There were even many forms of entertainment which glorified gore and bloodshed. Yet, all this was nothing compared to how it felt to actually do the act in real life. The uncertainty, doubt and guilt had hit him instinctually even though he knew he was doing the right thing. The king was someone whose actions had resulted in the deaths of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens just because he wanted to increase his own life for a few more years. He was someone who did not deserve the slightest ounce of mercy even if his last action had been to save Daniel. Even then, when Daniel had sent that icicle through his chest, that image had been burned into his memory. It was the first time he took justice into his own hands, and made the tough choice to do things himself. Hence, it would always be remembered by him. Although his first time in taking justice into his own hands had been with the king, the first death he had both witnessed and caused had been Laravel's. More than from the encounter with the king, It was this event that made him shelve away the most emotions in his mind. He still remembered the relaxation on Laravel's face when the needle of fire entered his mind, penetrating his midroot and brain to grant him the final release of death. At the time, Daniel had been hit by that same cocktail of emotions but multiplied many times over. He had already ordered Keller to ensure that Laravel would be buried with all the honor befitting one who died while saving the kingdom. In fact, even Keller had been very sad hearing Laravel's actions and circumstances of death. If alive, he would have made a great figure who could have helped lead Lanthaner onto a new frontier. When all these bottled-up emotions burst out, he had no choice but to cry and hug his parents like the little kid he used to be, even though he knew very well that he was now the king who had to command respect with every action. He was still a human who laughed and cried whenever his heart couldn't hold in his feelings. Still, he resolved to have better grasp on his emotions from then on. Ordering the kitchens to send expensive wine and delicious food, the king spent his first night in the palace partying in the throne room with his friends, family and followers, with all the time spent laughing while recalling fond memories and telling a modified version of his adventures which resulted in him becoming king. Daniel felt himself letting everything go and returning to normal. Robert and Maria wept almost all night, even eating and drinking while crying with tears of happiness. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect their son to become a king. Robert had known that Daniel was doing something big, but he had never expected that it was something so impressive. All he could do was thank the gods for blessing him with a good son. As for Elenev, Faxial and Joshua, they had been initially hesitant on approaching Daniel due to his new status. Stifling a laugh, Daniel had walked up to them and given each one bear hugs which shattered their hesitation into pieces. He even said that as their king, he was ordering them to treat him like they always did in informal settings. Daniel had already decided on this long back. No matter what heights he reached, he would always remember and cherish those who helped him along the way. Such was his character, and this was also impressed onto the onlookers as they watched him laugh and party with them raucously. Although he didn't drink, he was still vigorous enough for many to wonder if he had downed a few bottles of wine. Even the generally reserved Faxial had a constant smile on his face while he interacted and laughed along with all of his friends. Yet, his face had an expression of hidden sorrow that was always present under the surface, as if something was bothering him despite the festive atmosphere. After sleeping for half of the next day, Daniel finally woke up hale and hearty, with the feeling that all the tensions and worries ailing him had disappeared. They were all replaced with a wish to just do everything he could to help those who believed in him so ardently. His first order had been to set up the citizen justice centers. Collecting information was the first thing that was needed in case he wanted justice to be handed out smoothly and satisfactorily. With the nobles still locked and being fed, Daniel ordered someone to observe them at all times without their knowledge. Their wealth and assets had already been seized, and they now had nothing to their name. Each and every one of their interactions, words and actions were carefully recorded. Daniel's second order had been to bring all the financial records from over the years for him to peruse. He wanted a clear outlook on the kingdom's finances which would help him in making his future decisions. Information such as this was typically stored in two forms. The first was simple parchment for small amounts of data. The second were mass storage trinkets, which were imported from the same kingdom which made the barriers used to formerly keep the mosquitoes away from energy resources. These trinkets were square cubes made of a material that looked like copper. Costing 5,000 gold lands each, each cube could solve up to 100,000 rows of information. Each cube was specially designed for each purpose. For instance, the cubes meant for financial information had rows which could store the date, place, amount, need and parties involved in a transaction. Thus, one row would be one financial record. After Daniel gave the order, more than 500 such cubes came in front of him. Besides, these were the ones from only the past few kings. The complete archive was apparently many times larger, and for practicality, only summaries of those records were stored instead of detailed ones like the one in front of him. After all, the cost of the trinkets in this room itself were 2.5 million gold lands. This was simply a staggering number. System, can you analyze this much information? Daniel asked, apprehensive that his ambitious plan of obtaining a grasp over the kingdom's finances wouldn't be foiled by the sheer amount of data present. Affirmative. System is capable of absorbing a near limitless amount of data, but the analysis speed is limited. Tool Big Data Analysis Module 1 suggested. Cost, 2000 EXP. Daniel sighed with relief hearing this. He had seen this tool before, and had expected to buy it soon after becoming king. Buy it. Purchase made and tool deployed. Thank you for shopping with the system. Remaining EXP, 8000. Ordering everyone to leave. Daniel started the long task of touching each and every cube to store the information in the system. Before the coronation, he had decided to use the king's chambers with the Dragon Heart as his base of operations. It was a large room, and Daniel felt it was fitting given that he hadn't been crowned yet. After touching each and every one of the cubes, he collapsed onto his bed and waited for the system to analyze years of financial data. Finally, after a few minutes, the system sounded in his mind. Preliminary analysis completed. Anomaly found. Would host like to hear the information about the financial anomaly? Trade with the neighboring elf kingdom, known for its enchanting specialty, Eldina, has steadily increased over the years to now account for more than 40% of the total products imported by the kingdom. By analyzing the trends over decades, Big Data Analysis Module 1 has enabled the system to notice that such an increase has been preceded by multiple changes in the needs of the market in Lanthana. One very glaring anomaly is that the number of mosquitoes around the kingdom has increased alarmingly in a short period of time. At the same time, mass shipments of barriers were also available in Eldina for immediate supply. Although the king at that time had a suspicion, as was mentioned in his memoirs, he had no way to prove it. Daniel was quite shocked hearing about this anomaly. Eldina, this wasn't the first time he was hearing of this elf kingdom, but this was definitely the first time he heard of this tie between the presence of mosquitoes and the sale of barriers. System, tell me again about this part of the world. Affirmative. According to data collected, Lanthana is located on a continent named Angaria, in which at least 10 other kingdoms and forces are known to exist. A gigantic ocean surrounds the continent, and there is no concrete information regarding the world beyond. Along with Axla, Eldina is one of the kingdoms located near the borders of Lanthana. The two kingdoms are connected by trade ties. Although Eldina is a smaller kingdom, they are renowned for their enchanting skills. Known as the Trinket Hub of Angaria, the famous enchanting college is also located there. Elves of Eldina. Daniel had heard this phrase quite often in the stories recited in the slums told by travelers who claimed to have traveled the world. At least in the stories, these elves were said to have shining skin with blade-like earlobes and large eyes. Known for their knowledge and general aptitude in magic, there were many stories about elves helping anyone they could out of the kindness in their hearts. Yet, hearing the analysis, Daniel couldn't help but shiver as he realized what it meant if the deduction the system made turned out to be true. To set up his business, Daniel had noticed a need in the market and made a product to address the need in a way that was more effective than the existing alternatives. If what he suspected was true, the elves had gone one step further and created the need in the first place before selling their product to address the need. Although he trusted the system's skill, Daniel still wanted to confirm everything for himself. Summoning Kella to his room, he asked, "Who all are we inviting to the kingdom for the coronation ceremony?" "My lord, all 4 of the kingdoms that we have amiable ties with have been invited. Of these, Eldina is the one with the closest tie due to our trade agreements." The king considered asking them for help if there was no other way, but he did not do so after hearing the eldest prince's offer. "They have already confirmed their presence during the ceremony." Nodding, Daniel dismissed the court mage. This was simply too sensitive a topic to speak on unless he verified everything himself. Trade was after all the lifeblood of the kingdom. If misunderstandings suddenly cut off the incomes of the many farmers in Lanthana, it would simply be disastrous to the kingdom, which had just undergone a change in leadership. Thus, Daniel made the decision to be tactful about the situation. He would first try to make backup plans before looking for a way to confirm his suspicion. The episode with the honey trap solution had taught him that it was always wise to assess the situation thoroughly and make sufficient preparations before throwing himself forward head first. The next task was to make a visit to the royal treasury of Lanthana. This was something Daniel had been looking forward to, as he still remembered that dazzling sight in the minister's manor when he received his first payment for the honey traps. The treasury was located exactly underneath the room that held the dragon heart. It was the second most secure location in the whole palace, what with the core of the formation located directly above it. After going down a flight of stairs, Daniel passed rows and rows of soldiers who all bowed to him in reverence. Still not used to this many bows, Daniel simply nodded in response. Yet he soon felt his neck hurting as he realized that this was definitely not the effective thing to do. "My lord, if I may suggest, would you like a visit from the etiquette teacher on duty in the palace? He is in charge of teaching the young princes and princesses the proper actions someone in command must take in order to be respected." Daniel's eyebrows pressed together as he heard Keller say these words. He had considered this himself, but rejected it because he simply did not have the time right now. Still, many prestigious dignitaries would be in attendance at the ceremony. Thus, he simply nodded to Keller before proceeding towards the treasury. At the end of a hallway, the path ended after being blocked by a humongous door that fit the ceiling perfectly. The hallways themselves were at least 30 feet high, making it so that the metal door's handles were located 15 feet in the air. To Daniel, it felt like they were humans intruding in a giant's home. The king himself was puzzled regarding these doors. "My lord, please place the oathstone in the groove and the door to enter." A round groove was indeed present in the black metal door. Walking forward, Daniel summoned the oathstone and placed it inside. As the orb flashed again, the door started opening with a rumbling sound. Balls of light twinkled into existence with the door's opening, while Daniel walked in with his jaw wide open. Thankfully, only Keller saw this unseemly expression on the king's face. Daniel had no other option. The sight in front of him was simply too magnificent. Bricks of shining gold were placed one on top of another to form cubes that were taller than him. Each cube at least held 1,000 such cubes, and Daniel could see at last 10 such cubes all around the rooms. Shelves to the side held gold lands by the hundreds of thousands, with the coins neatly placed in bundles of 10,000 each. An enormous barrier held the most ether Daniel had ever seen in his life. By his estimate, there were at least 50,000 ether blocks inside the translucent white barrier. Although these blocks of ether placed similarly like the bricks of gold were brilliant to behold, something else caught Daniel's eye. Inside the barrier, he saw a small pile of red gems that shone much brighter than the ether blocks. From the distance itself, Daniel could see that these gems had something more viscous than the mists in ether floating in them. Perfectly shaped like the diamonds he had seen back on Earth, Daniel felt himself yearning to touch one and see how it felt. Seeing Daniel's gaze transfixed on those gems, Keller spoke beside him. "These are Kerr gems. They are a higher-tier energy resource than ether. As you must know, as a mage advances in levels, the amount of ether blocks he consumes reaches a staggering level. On advancing to the warrior mage level, even the concentration of energy in ether is insufficient for mages to advance. Thus, these Kerr gems are required. Beneficial for both mages and fighters. This was the main resource the previous king yearned for. Although Kerr gems indeed give better and faster effects when trained with for someone below the level of a warrior mage, they are simply too expensive to justify the cost. A single Kerr gem is equal to 10,000 blocks of ether. 10,000 blocks of ether? Daniel was simply dumbstruck hearing the cost. With the exchange rate of ether blocks, this meant that each gem cost a whopping 100,000 gold lands. Training was simply a method of burning money, mused Daniel, as he started strolling towards the barrier to get a closer look at the energy resource that used to make the previous king go crazy with desire. As the first rays of the sun dawned on the kingdom of Lanthana, there were already signs that this day would be like no other. Usually, at this time, people would be waking up from their slumber and going about their daily activities. Yet, on this day, most of the houses in the kingdom were already empty. The typically empty streets were bustling with gleeful citizens walking around holding crimson and gold banners in their hands, decorating each and every inch of the city, resulting in a jovial atmosphere that made even the most grumpy of people smile as they saw the pride and joy in almost each and everyone's faces. Among these people, many wore simple clothes and often became lost as if they were new to the city. Yet, the residents were happy to help each time, knowing that these were the ones invited by the king to stay for the coronation ceremony. Indeed, it was the day when King Daniel would officially be crowned in the presence of all to take the rightful place which he had already claimed in the people's hearts. On the day Daniel went to the treasury, he understood just how much the king had been wringing out of the people in the name of taxes. The thing was that gems were a rarity in themselves, and although the exchange rate of 100,000 gold lands per gem did exist, it was hard to find a supplier. Thus, the king had been stockpiling gold in order to use it all when he found one. The total amount of money that the kingdom's treasury currently held was 50 million gold lands. This was the amount in reserve, not counting the money required to keep the kingdom running. How the system worked was that the treasury held all the money that was not needed to be in circulation. There was a separate treasury in which the money required for paying salaries, buying materials, funding the army, etc. was kept. Unlike the royal treasury, which only the king could access, oath-bound financial managers could access this other treasury to facilitate the day-to-day activities of the kingdom. The tax rates of the previous king had simply been atrocious. Each and every citizen was required to pay 40% of everything they earned to the kingdom. Additionally, the government also took a cut of the services and goods sold in the kingdom. In the recent years, tax collectors were the second most dreaded people to see walking towards one's home other than corrupt constables or nobles who might directly engage in murderous actions. Thus, Daniel had decided to spare no expense in the festivities. The food, wine and cloth stocks of the palace were distributed throughout the capital to the citizens' delight and joy. This was not just an impulsive decision on Daniel's part. He had reasoned that an opulent festival was the best way to decisively ascend the throne in front of the watching dignitaries' eyes. It would serve both as a means to raise the general happiness of the citizens and also to put on a show for the people who would arrive from far and wide to see just who this new king was. Thus, Daniel also proceeded to make some secret plans with the commanders, the Domination Corps and Kayla. The main goal was to impress on the minds of those coming that Lanthana was in good hands, and that there was none of the unrest involved in a transfer of leadership. The coronation would take place on a podium recently erected in front of the palace gates. As the clock neared 10 a.m., people started flooding to the inner city just like before when the Church of Rectitude had led the attack. Only, this time, there was none of the anger and scorn present in almost all of the faces before. The enormous passageway which led from the palace gates to the outer city was completely filled, with people milling even outside the inner city gates in hopes of getting a glimpse. Daniel had already had this in mind. Just like before, the Domination Corps were ordered to permeate the city and use open areas like marketplaces to set up the panel trinkets to broadcast a live feed of the ceremony. Those who couldn't enter the inner city gates before the passageway became completely filled reluctantly reached these centers which had already been advertised using loudspeaker trinkets throughout the city. Meanwhile, at the borders, 4 people appeared from different directions at the gates that led into the kingdom. Stepping out of the air, each of them had different expressions on their faces as they looked at the soldiers staring at them from the walls. The first wore a grey coat with a large lifelike raven emblazoned on his chest. The soldiers watching him shivered as if they were gazing into an abyss of darkness that could swallow them whole without even breaking a sweat. The second stood at least 12 foot tall with lanky arms that almost reached the ground. His palms were huge when compared to his body, and he had an eye patch on his scarred face. Wearing red robes, this giant of a man had a lady's image on his chest. The third elicited gasps from those watching. Instead of a human, it was a snake-like being similar to the one that had appeared in the air above the palace. Its scaled skin glistened in the sunlight while it had a joyous look on its face, while waiting for the soldiers to give permission for it to enter. As for the last, it was a female elf who looked at the gates with a mocking expression on her face. She indeed had huge eyes that almost took up a third of her face, and her earlobes looked like blades made of skin. Her small, sharp nose sniffed the air, making her face wrinkle with disgust as she cast a spell which cleared the odor of sweat which she seemed to find so nauseating. These were the envoys who had already notified the palace that they would arrive. The soldiers who had orders to let them in hastened to open the gates, following which the four entered the borders and proceeded to teleport again to get to the capital city. Meanwhile, Daniel was rummaging through the piles of royal robes present in the palace. His mother was beside him, picking out robe after robe while his father looked on with a smile on his face. "Mom, you are too picky. Just choose one of them. It doesn't really matter if it looks good enough." Maria had an exasperated expression on her face while she continued throwing one robe after another to the side. After all, her son was going to be crowned king. "Daniel, you must look your best. Don't you want your parents to have grandchildren to play with when you are busy managing the kingdom? Now is the chance to make the maidens in the kingdom become infatuated with you." A slight blush appeared on Daniel's face as he heard these words. This wasn't the first time he was hearing them. His mother had started saying things like these on the night in the throne room. It seemed that seeing all of their difficulties sorted out had changed the priorities in his mother's head. "Mom, I'm only 16. No one marries this young. And you guys will be in the palace. I'll be close by and you will have something to do together after I manage to heal Dad's body." Indeed, the spell which crippled his father had been found in the memoirs in the secret library. Daniel had already instructed the palace infirmary to make preparations to heal his father. Although he could develop a counterspell himself, Daniel decided that he would only do it as a last resort in order to not draw more amazement towards himself and his mysterious master. This was because the spell used to cripple his father had been one at the exalted human mage level, and it would require at least a warrior mage to develop a counterspell. Thankfully, the counterspell was already detailed in the memoirs. In this way, while the king bickered lovingly with his parents, the envoys and the people slowly gathered in front of the panels or in the passageway inside the inner city and waited for the coronation to start. A few minutes later, Daniel found himself staring at his image in the mirror as he wondered just where his mother had found this dress. The theme of crimson and gold looked magnificent in the form of a dragon, much like the one sculpted on the throne entwining around the robe with its head resting on his shoulders. The gold of the robe clashed with the crimson of the dragon to give a dazzling effect which Daniel liked quite a bit. While the whole kingdom awaited with bated breath, Daniel sighed with relief seeing the smile on his mother's face, which meant that she was finally happy with the dress he was wearing.